Table of Contents. Information. Chapter 1, Yakushi Yu. Chapter 2, Thread Fruit. Chapter 3, Devil's Law. Chapter 4, Healing. Chapter 5, Use Talent. Chapter 6, Konoha Orphanage. Chapter 7, Exclusion in the Village. Chapter 8, The Power of the Devil. Chapter 9, Konoha 44 Years. Chapter 10, Start Practicing. Chapter 11, Instant Stop Water. Chapter 12, The Arrogant Uchiha. Chapter 13, Pharmacist Pocket. Chapter 14, The Fruits of Practice. Chapter 15, Shinayan Helix Pill. Chapter 16, Entrance Ceremony. Chapter 17, School Flowers of Ninja School. Chapter 18, Ninja School Bully. Chapter 19, Take a Lesson. Chapter 20, Monster Performance. Chapter 21, Elder Sister and Senior. Chapter 22, Actual Combat Exercise. Chapter 23, Hyaga Setsuna. Chapter 24, Dozuki Yuin. Chapter 25, Apply for Early Graduation. Chapter 26, Rapid Progress. Chapter 27, Examination. Chapter 28, Genius Stop Water. Chapter 29, Protagonist. Chapter 30, Tweet, 0 Birds. Chapter 31, End the Battle in 5 Seconds. Chapter 32, Showdown. Chapter 33, Right Round Eyes. Chapter 34, Blood Succession Boundary. Chapter 35, Ninjutsu that will disappear. Chapter 36, Konoha First Genius. Chapter 37, First Date. Chapter 38, Dark Part. Root. Chapter 39, Denzo's Invitation. Chapter 40, Three-Generation Arrangement. Chapter 41, Konoha Medical Class. Chapter 42, Instant. Chapter 43, New Task. Chapter 44, Provocative. Chapter 45, Ninja Sword 7 People. Chapter 46, 8 Dungia Array. Chapter 47, Investigative Water. Chapter 48, Fight on Shinobu. Chapter 49, Reverse the Situation. Chapter 50, No Pairs 8. Chapter 51, Disguise. Chapter 52, Yellow Flash. Chapter 53, Kakashi Team. Chapter 54, Challenge with Soil. Chapter 55, Ninja Test. Chapter 56, Start of Game 2. Chapter 57, Kill All. Chapter 58, Death Drama. Chapter 59, Special Promotion. Chapter 60, Closed Disciple. Information. Table of Contents URL, https://www.wuxiabox.com/novel/Naruto's Law of Demons.html. My name is Yakushi Yu and I have traveled to the world of Naruto. There is no bloodline limit and no protagonist's halo. What can I do? I am also desperate. I didn't expect to accidentally awaken the demon inside. Not only has the ability of Thread Fruit been obtained, but the created puppet also has the ability of Devil Fruit. Okay, things are starting to get interesting. Chapter 1, Yakushi Yu. The autumn wind crosses the border, and the leaves fall into the sea. The burning clouds in the evening dye the sky of Konoha red. The most powerful ninja village in the ninja world is rendered extremely peaceful. A child with pale hair like moonlight is alone with his eyes closed, standing alone in a simple exercise field facing 6 surrounding targets. Carefully recalled Uchiha attack his shuriken skills in memory. I saw the white-haired child suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hands. 3 sharp kunai have been pinched between the immature fingers. Then suddenly jumped high from the ground. The body that has not yet begun to develop, stretch as much as possible in the air. The 6 kunao in his hand suddenly turned into a black streamer and shot at 6 targets around his body. Ding ding! 2 crisp knocks sounded in the air. I saw 2 of them, and then sent them first, hitting the 4 in front of them, instantly reflecting several changing trajectories. In the end, the 6 kunao, without exception, all hit the bullseye accurately. Perfect! For such a child who looks only 4 or 5 years old. Such shuriken skills are undoubtedly enough to be breathtaking. This is still a fart. No matter how good your shuriken is, what good is it? At such a young age, he performed such a delicate shuriken skill. But the child sighed and sat down on the ground, his face full of depression. There is no writing round eyes, no rolling eyes, let alone reincarnation eyes and rebirth eyes. There is not even a decent blood succession boundary. Looking down at his immature little hands, the child couldn't help but sigh upwards. What can I do? I am also desperate. The child is 5 years old this year. S name in this life is Yakushi Yu. Is a war orphan picked up by the ninja from the Konoha medical team from the battlefield of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. No parents, no name, no country. It wasn't until Konoha classified him as a war orphan and entrusted him to the hands of Yakushi Yu, the director of the Konoha orphanage, that Yakushi Yu had the name. Yakushi Yu is a traveler. I know that the world of Naruto in front of me is a world that is extremely bloody. The blood of the ancestor of Chakra in the ancient times, Daitongmu Daruya and the sacred tree, directly derived all the abilities and ninjutsu in this world. Yu knows very well that in this ninja world in the future, everything will revolve around the powerful bloodlines that are powerful enough to destroy the world and the earth. Monthly reading, Amaterasu, Other Gods, Izanagi, Susanoo no Hu, Shinra Tianzheng, Jinlun Reincarnation Explosion. Whenever I think of the world in front of me in the middle and late stages, the skills that are powerful enough to guard against the sky, Yu feels weak. There is no blood to succeed me. What can you do in this world where geniuses are full of geniuses and there are so many hangers like dogs? Thought of the future development of the ninja world before me. Yu felt increasingly gloomy for her future, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. No, even if you have the limit of blood succession. If it weren't the bloodline of Otsuki Kagaya's line, it would be nothing more than advanced cannon fodder at best. After all, Yu is familiar with the story development of Naruto world. If you don't rely on the blood passed down from the Daitongmu clan and the sacred tree, no matter how strong normal humans are, they can only do as much as the shadows of the 5 ninja villages. Why can Uchiha Madara be able to look down upon the world with respect to ninja world? Why can Senjuzuma put down the warring states period and end the chaos? Why can Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke be able to open and hang indefinitely? Because all 4 of them are the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, the sons of the 6-way immortal Otsuki Ui, and they have a halo of the protagonist. So in this ninja world, no matter how genius others work hard, they can't compete with them. In Yu's eyes, the reality of this world is so cruel. Forget it, I don't want that much. If you don't have a plug-in, it's not good to practice well, or if you can't make it to the beginning of the plot, I have already sacrificed in this war. After thinking about it for a while, Yu, who was occupied by negative emotions, shook his head vigorously, stood up again from the ground, and the flames of fighting spirit began to reignite in his eyes. The road to heaven is inexhaustible, the big deal is that I will learn from the future Emperor Kai. Efforts to cultivate the 8 doors Dunjia. Don't become a dragon suit even if you burn your life. Do you desire power? Just as Yu got up and planned to continue to practice harder, a strange voice rang in his mind without warning. Is both enchanting and charming, Yu does not know how to describe such a voice. But ignoring all the obstacles, he got directly into the depths of his mind and soul. Do not. I crave milk. Suddenly hearing this strange and enchanting voice, Yu almost blurted out by conditioned reflex. Strange? Is it because you are too tired to have hallucinations? But after reacting, Yu looked around her vigilantly. Looking at the surrounding woods with wind and grass and low altitude, Yu stretched out his hand blankly and scratched the back of his head. Except for himself, where is there a half-person figure around Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Do you desire power? Just when you thought he had hallucinations, the enchanting voice rang from the depths of Yu's soul again. Who is it? Don't be sneaky. Come out for me. Hearing this strange voice sounded again, I saw the immature little hand, and the magic suddenly showed a few sharp shurikens, and his little face looked at his surroundings warily. In this ninja world full of killings, especially in the age of war, these basic ninja qualities are already familiar to you who has been practicing for a year. Yo yo yo! At a young age, I already have the posture of a ninja. Seems to be able to see the vigilance of Yu's whole body at this moment. I only heard the extraordinarily enchanting voice, and the ghost continued to sound in the depths of Yu's soul. Although you don't have a plug-in, but you have a pretty face. The enchanting voice was like a pair of gentle hands stroking Yu's cheeks. Indeed, in this life of Yu, although the heavens did not give him a powerful blood inheritance boundary, he gave him a good skin. How Bai's hair color is like moonlight, the fair-skinned face is more delicate than the girl, plus a pair of big amber eyes like magnificent gems. Even in Konoha village, Yu is also the most popular Zyajengtai among the little girls in Obazan. However, he has the soul of the uncle, but he has to be needed by those little girls in Obazan, and Yu's heart is almost broken. Chapter 2, Thread Fruit. A good-looking face is a hairy. What I want is power. Power, do you understand? Hearing the strange and enchanting voice, there seemed to be a trace of abuse in the tone. Was originally wondering if he had been hit by the illusionist Yu, but suddenly the whole person began to become irritable. If you don't have power in this ninja world, don't you understand even a bunch of shit? After crossing into this world, Yu, who knows the development of the plot in the future, dare not leave his cultivation for a moment. After being brought back to Konoha on the battlefield of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Yu spent a year of hard work. Finally succeeded in extracting physical energy and spiritual energy to merge, and began to embark on the path of chakra cultivation. However, due to the fact that he was too young, although he could successfully extract the chakras, due to physical limitations, the amount of chakras in Yu could not reach the level of the lower endurance. The third ninja war that has just started, the six-way pain that will destroy Konoha in a single brush in the future, and the fourth ninja war that determines whether the world will eventually exist or not. Facing these stories that have happened and will happen in the future. Since coming to this world, Yu's heart has been suppressed for too long. Of course I understand. But this is not an illusion, you don't have to bother to find it. Feel the emotion that Yu is almost running away at this moment. I only heard this enchanting voice and began to become lazy. I'm hiding in the depths of your soul. It is your desire for power that has awakened me. In the depths of my soul. No wonder your voice doesn't seem to come from the outside world. Just now I thought I was illusory. Silently listened to this voice from the depths of his soul. I saw Yu's big amber eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind gradually began to liven up. Then what are you? What can you give me? I am a demon. Felt the strong desire for strength in Yu's heart. I just listened to this poppy-like voice with a gentle pause, as if to pull him into the abyss of hell. As long as you give me your soul, I can give you the power to control everything. The devil. Really cliché. After spitting out subconsciously, Yu secretly squeezed her immature fist, her eyes flashed with a deep desire for power. You want my soul, right? Take it. As long as you give me enough power to dominate the world. Just take it all. Since coming to this ninja world where iron and blood are intertwined, Yu's desire to become stronger is as strong as a drowning person's desire to breathe. Very good. Seeing that Yu agreed to the deal without hesitation, the demon in the depths of Yu's soul nodded with satisfaction. Then I will give you the law of the devil. The law of demons? What the hell? Listening to the words of the devil deep in his soul. Just as Yu was surprised, she felt a completely strange power suddenly poured into her body. This strange power is completely different from the chakra he is currently practicing. Yu only felt as if his whole body had been forged again, and his body began to undergo earth-shaking changes gradually. What is this? My body seems to be different from before. Looked at his hands and body with a little surprise. Yu always feels that she has become different from before, but she can't tell the details. Aha, it seems that you are lucky, and you have actually got the law of the line fruit. But at this time, the demon in Yu's body began to be a little elated. String fruit. Yu's face was taken aback, and a thunder flashed in his heart. Holding a form of trying, the immature little hand suddenly slammed towards the front. Boom! A surprising scene happened. On Yu's fingers, a thin thread that was transparent and invisible, almost invisible to the naked eye, was swung out. With the full force of Yu's blow, with a bang, he cut the target stake in half. And the port is neat and smooth, as if it had been cut by an invisible sharp blade. This is... Suddenly saw the palm of his hand swing out, unexpectedly appeared such an effect. I saw that you couldn't help being stunned, but soon, he reacted, isn't this the line fruit in one piece? In my mind, I immediately thought of the ability of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 Wohei under the kings, in one piece Tianyasha, to tie the string fruit. Yu did not understand what was going on, her ember eyes opened wide. What is the law of the devil? Isn't this the power of the devil fruit? In essence, there is no difference between the two. Although I am a demon, but now I have no body, there is no way to directly produce devil fruits for you. Facing the ecstatic Yu, the devil in the depths of his soul, seemed to have a smile at the corner of his mouth, so I will give you the power of the devil fruit directly in the form of a law. You know, this is a purer power than devil fruit. At least, you won't be afraid of the sea because you are abandoned by the sea. www.novel.com. Don't you be afraid of the devil fruit of the sea. Listening to the words of the devil in the depths of his soul, you couldn't help but stunned. So speaking of it, isn't this so-called devil's law stronger than the devil fruit? This sounds good like this. After regaining consciousness, you touched her smooth chin and nodded with satisfaction. In this case, I don't have to taste the rumored taste of devil fruit that is worse than shit. Not only that. Feel the uncontrollable excitement in Yu's heart at this moment. Only heard the demon in the depths of the soul continue to say, and with each level of your chakra in the future, I will hand you a brand new law of the devil. What? Suddenly heard what the demon in his body said, Yu's handsome face couldn't help but his eyes light up. There is such a good thing. But don't be happy too soon. Sure enough, there is no such easy good thing in the world. The demon deep in Yu's soul immediately poured cold water on him. Like the devil fruit, a person's body cannot accommodate 2 demonic laws at the same time. If this is the case, then what use is it that you give me more demonic laws? Yu said that. The smile on Yu's face suddenly solidified. So, at this time, we need to use some media. The demon deep in Yu's soul guided Yu in a good manner. For example, this ninja world has a profession called a puppet master. Puppet master. Hearing the devil's words, Yu frowned slightly, and asked a little puzzled, why? Can't you directly hand over the devil's law to the target I selected? Chapter 3, Devil and Number 039, S Law. No. Because I can only give you the law of demons, or all the items you own. Facing Yu's question, the demon shook his head gently. Whether it is weapons or other items, there is no way to exert the strongest power of the demon's law. So among the puppet masters, human puppets that were originally transformed from human bodies are the best choice. Are you a puppet? After listening to the demon's explanation in silence, Yu gradually began to think, in this case, it seems that I will find a way to get this secret technique in the future. Puppet technique. You knows that it is a traditional ninjutsu unique to the Naruto ninja world. Wind Country Sandy Ninja Village refers to the ninjutsu that uses specific methods to control puppets, corpses, etc., to carry out tasks such as combat and lurking, and has a powerful destructive power. The ninja who uses puppetry is called the puppet master, and has a higher status in the ninja village in the Kingdom of Wind. And human puppets is the highest limit in puppet art. It was created by Sandaihoki's first puppet master Monzaemon, and was later carried forward by the genius Sandy puppet stylist Akazugo Scorpion. The power of human puppets is that by making the human corpse into a puppet, the chakras of the target's life can be completely preserved, and all the ninjutsu of the target's life can be used, even the blood inheritance limit. What the puppet master said. Although in the original work, except for Cho and the Red Sand Scorpion, the strengths have reached the shadow level, the rest of the puppet masters are all weak chickens. After hearing the devil's words, you finally calmed down and began to ponder carefully, but the human puppet, just being able to completely preserve the target's chakra and all ninjutsu, including the blood succession boundary, is already very dangerous. If I made a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, wooden eyes, and even human puppets with reincarnation eyes and reincarnation eyes, coupled with their power of the law of demons, who would I be afraid of in this world? Thought of this. You seemed to see an infinitely bright broad road opened before her eyes, and two incredibly hot rays of light burst into her ember eyes. I'm afraid that time, even if Senju Junma and Uchiha Madara come back to me, I can teach them too to rebehave every minute and every second. Moreover, the ability of threading fruit to match the puppet technique is simply perfect. For the first time, after crossing into this cruel ninja world full of geniuses and hanging like dogs, Yu has real confidence in his future path for the first time. Even if he faces various bosses who are against the sky in the future, he faces all kinds of geniuses. Feather, who has many demon fruit abilities in his hand, believes that he can finally dominate his own destiny and dominate this ninja world. It seems that you have found your own way. Feeling all the frustration before Yu Yi swept away at this moment, his heart exuded unprecedented firm confidence. The devil's voice gradually disappeared in Yu's ears, but before disappearing, he did not forget to scare him. Very well, then from today, try to live in this world. Because if you die, your soul will be eaten completely by me. Will you eat my soul? Hearing the intimidation left in his mind before the devil disappeared, I saw the corner of Yu's mouth slightly raised. If there is really such a day, then come on the devil. Great, as long as you have the law of the devil. I have enough confidence to rise as quickly as possible, and then become the strongest in this world. Because the ability of the line fruit alone is far stronger than most of the blood inheritance boundaries in this world. And like the devil fruit, there is no limit to the ability development of the devil's law, as long as Yu works hard to use his imagination and creativity with the eyes of a traverser. It is only a matter of time to make the power of the line fruit reach and exceed the level of Doflamingo in One Piece. Even if Yu finds a chance next. If you find a way to get the secret technique of the human puppet, it means that he will have a lot of devil fruit abilities. What kind of picture would that look like? The shining fruit that reaches the speed of light, the frozen fruit that freezes the entire sea, the rockberry fruit that can even be swallowed by flames, the shock fruit that can destroy the world, and there are other powerful devil laws. When he thinks of the human puppets he will create in the future, he will have the opportunity to possess these powerful demon laws against the sky. You can't help but tremble with excitement. You. I guessed you were hiding here to practice shuriken again. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the side, pulling Yu's mind back to reality. Looking back, he saw a dark-skinned boy with a black hat on his head, and two girls of the same age around him, walking towards Yu from the grass in the distance. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Urasi, Mayuna, Momika. Looking at the three little ghosts that appeared in front of him, a smile appeared on Yu's white face. It's you. The three of them are all of Yu's friends in the Konoha orphanage, but they were taken into the orphanage earlier than you. I really don't understand why you practice so hard every day. Looking at Yu Zheng in front of him, silently cleaning the shurikens and kunao on the ground. I saw the boy in the black hat muttering a little complaining, "Do you want to be a ninja so much and go to the battlefield to die?" The boy's name is Olusi. Is exactly the story of the original Naruto story. The pharmacist takes his childhood companion and brother. The girl with long light brown hair next to her is called Mayuna, and the girl with dark brown short hair is called Momika. The three little ghosts are all as old as you, and they are usually the best friends with you in this Konoha orphanage. Sure enough, before Wu Luxi finished speaking the unpleasant words, she had already hit Doxiang on the side with a violent shudder. Fool! Do you think you has no ninja talent like you? I saw Doxiang chattering in her mouth to teach Urasi next to her. The dean has taught you for so long that you haven't refined the chakra, and it took less than a year for Ren Jiao to succeed. Damn it, Momika, don't think I don't know. Squatted on the ground holding his head in pain, only to see Wu Luxi's face unconvinced. You just see how handsome you is. Know that I am a genius. While talking, Wu Luxi showed another confident white teeth. Just a little bit of effort will be able to surpass you. Chapter 4, Healing. Will you die on the battlefield? No, I just want to try my best to survive in this world. Because of the future of this world, you can never imagine what it will become. Looked at the innocent fight between Wu Luxi and Doxiang. Yu smiled lightly on his face, but his eyes were looking at the sky of Konoha in the distance, his fists inadvertently clenched. But now I have the power of the line fruit. In the future, think of a way to get the secret technique of producing puppets, then this world will be my home field. Well, Wu Luxi, Doxiang, you two, stop making trouble. At this time, Mayuna next to him raised his head and glanced at the late sky, and opened the mouth to stop Olusi and Doxiang from continuing to fight. It's getting late, let's go over and meet the dean soon. It's really late, we should go back. Seeing Wu Luxi and Doxiang in front of them, they stopped fighting. Was thinking of going back soon and carefully studying the feather of the line fruit ability. After tidying up all the shurikens and kunao on the ground, he left this simple exercise field directly. Just when the sky of Konoha was almost rendered by the setting sun. Ha and Urushi, Mayuna, Momika, and the three little ghosts finally walked through the long grass and came to the place where they met with the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nuyu. Because the current ninja world is in the stage shortly after the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. The surrounding grasslands where the four of them passed by were all traces of ruthless war. There are broken and burnt trees everywhere, or the ground exploded by people using ninjutsu and detonating charms. Occasionally, if you are lucky, you can even pick up some shurikens and kunao left by the ninja after fighting. The dean. After arriving at the meeting place agreed upon with the director Yakushi Nuyu. I saw the sharp-eyed peach fragrance beside you, and he saw the waiting figure not far away. Sister. Also saw the figure not far away, and saw Urasi walking next to you, and ran all the way to rush over. Tuka, Urushi, Mayuna, you are finally back. After seeing you, Urushi and Momika Mayuna appear, only a figure not far away, her gentle gaze finally fell on you who was walking on the back. And you are back too. A loose kimono with a black background and white borders, and a white turban on it, a bit similar to the nuns in the churches that you had seen in his previous life. She has light linen-colored long curly hair and a pair of black round frame glasses. This woman with a gentle smile on her face is the dean of the Konoha orphanage Yakushi Nanoyu. A year ago, on the battlefield of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain that just broke out in the Third Ninja War. It was that she brought you, who was at a loss, who had just crossed over, to the Konoha orphanage and kindly took it in. This kind-hearted woman always has a gentle smile on her face, except for the identity of the director of the Konoha orphanage in everyone's eyes. As a traverser in another world, Yu is actually very aware of her other identity, once a member of the independent organization Root hidden underground by Konoha. An irreplaceable elite ninja in the espionage department. He is good at medical ninjutsu. He was once called the Walking Witch. He wandered among the nations of the ninja world to obtain information for Konoha. The Dean. Looking at the Dean, pharmacist Yenayu, Yu also greeted softly, but his eyes flashed inexplicably. In all fairness, for the Konoha orphanage Dean Yakushi Yenayu, who will bring back from the cruel battlefield and kindly take in him who has just crossed into this world. Yu has always been grateful, but because of her adult soul, she doesn't know how to express her affectionately. Who is this guy? At this time, Urasi, who was standing in front of Yu, realized that it was not only the Dean, Yakushi Yenayu, in front of him. I saw the pharmacist Yenayu behind a broken dead tree, and he was leaning against a child with silver grey hair, who looked about the same size as Yu and the others, perhaps even smaller. Blood is constantly bleeding out on his forehead. If he is dying without proper medical equipment, he believes that he will die on this grassland soon. It's the child of that village, where the war was before. Looking at the mountain top far away from Konoha, the countless villages are being enveloped by the merciless war. Yakushi Nanoyu's eyes are a little unbearable. What to do, sister, this guy is bleeding on his head. At this moment, I saw Ulysses close his head and look at the dying silver grey-haired child. It seems that he will live soon. We are going to take him. Go. Don't say that, Ulysses, this is much lighter than your injury back then. Ignored the look of Wu Luxi in front of him, fearing the world would not be chaotic. Looking at the dying poor child in front of him, there was a gentle smile on the face of pharmacist Nanoyu. Don't worry, don't look at me like this, medical ninjutsu is still better. While talking www.novel.com, I saw Yakushi Yenayu gently gathering the chakras in his body into his hands, and suddenly a faint green chakra light appeared. Let me come, Dean. You have consumed enough chakras along the way. But just then, a small hand suddenly stopped the movement of Yakushi Yenayu. Everyone looked back in shock. Seeing that it turned out to be Yu, he stretched out his hand to stop the medical ninjutsu of the chief pharmacist Nanoyu. Chen, Yin, Shen, Hai. Immediately afterwards, the four of them did not wait for pharmacist Nanoyu to react. I saw Yu standing in front of them with their hands folded together, and a series of 6 complicated handprints quickly formed in both hands. Healing. When everyone reacted, a light green chakra light group exuding vitality has fully bloomed in Yu's hand. This is Urushi, Mayuna, and Momika, the 3 little ghosts, were completely restrained by Yu. This is only 1 year. Stared blankly at the light green chakra light group that successfully condensed from the tender hands in front of him. Pharmacist Nanoyu's face was filled with surprise. Have you been able to use healing techniques so skillfully? Wow 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 wow! I saw a feather as big as myself in the next year. After a year of practice, not only has the chakra successfully extracted, but also the medical ninjutsu has been successfully used. I saw Wu Luxi on the side staring straight, and suddenly yelled in jealousy, it's a lie. You guy you! You can already use ninjutsu. Chapter 5, Yu and number 039, S talent. Is it possible to use ninjutsu at such a young age? Yu really deserves to be a genius. Seeing that the feather in front of me is such a young age, he can use the healing technique of medical ninjutsu. At this time, I saw the 2 girls beside Mayuna and Momika, and love came out of his eyes directly and exaggeratedly. To know. Even the official medical ninjas in the village are nothing more than that. The little devil in this world, really precocious. Sensed the love that came out of the eyes of the 2 girls beside Mayuna and Momika. Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth slightly, and she couldn't think that she would have 2 little fans so soon. But why does this white-haired kid look so familiar? His eyes returned to the silver grey-haired child who was constantly being healed and recovered by his own healing technique, and Yu frowned slightly. Looking at the silver grey-haired child in front of him, gradually recovering under his own healing skills, Yu always felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. But it seemed that a certain key object was missing. You couldn't remember it for a while, so he didn't even think about it, and continued to concentrate on treating him. After being brought back from that battlefield, I stayed with me for only a year. Not only did you successfully extract chakra, but you also learned the healing technique yourself. Stared blankly at the thin back of the feather in front of him, who was healing the silver gray-haired child. I saw pharmacist Nanoya standing there, her eyes a little lost. This kid's talent in ninjutsu is really amazing. And the effect of such an operation. Looking at the silver gray-haired child in front of him, he gradually woke up under Yu's healing technique. Pharmacist Nanoya's eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of wonder. Healing technique is a medical ninjutsu that focuses chakra on the palm of the hand and aligns it with the treatment target to achieve the healing effect. Looking at the entire Konoha ninja village, those who can use healing techniques are basically the official medical ninjas of the Konoha medical team. Because this not only tests the master's mastery of the technique, but also requires the surgeon to have chakra control beyond ordinary people. But the feather in front of me is only 5 years old. And only after 1 year of cultivation, he has successfully accomplished this step. Such talent and talent! Even the pharmacist Yeneiyu, who used to travel around the ninja world to perform spy missions, has never seen him. Looking at you in front of him, the memory of Yakushi Yeno seems to have returned to a year ago. On the battlefield where the Konoha ninja of the Fire Country defeated the Sandy ninja of the Wind Country, the first time I saw you is completely different from other crying and noisy battlefield orphans. Yakushi Yeneiyu saw you for the first time, although there was a trace of blood on his face. The special amber eyes were calm, even with a little curiosity. Like a baby who has just been born into this world, pharmacist Yenei remembers this pale hair color like moonlight Xiaozheng at first glance. I'm the dean of the Konoha orphanage, pharmacist Nuyu. What is your name? I have no name. Then how about I give you a name, just call it Yaoshi Taizhu. I don't like it. It's called Yaoshi Wanzi? Or Yaoshi Zioxin is also good. Mariko? Little new? Have I traveled to the world of Cherokee Mariko and Crayon Shin-chan? Can't you think of a slightly more normal name? Looking at this gentle-looking woman with a dark heart that appeared in front of her, you, who had just crossed over, was frantically complaining in her heart. Ahem, I don't seem to like it. Seems to feel that the eyes of Xiao Zhengtai in front of him are starting to get wrong. Yakushi Yeneiyu was a little embarrassed, and after a dry cough, he finally recovered the gentle smile on his face. Then it's better to call you Yakushi Yu. I hope you can be like a bird in the future, free and unconstrained, and the sky is your home. Dean. He woke up. Mayuna exclaimed next to. Pulled the thoughts of Yakushi Nanoya back to the reality before him. I saw the silver gray-haired child in front of me, who had successfully recovered under Yu's healing technique. It's amazing. You. Seeing that you had successfully rescued the dying child in just a few minutes, Urasi was full of envy. What's your name? Seeing that the child was fully awake, pharmacist Nanoya smiled and asked him softly. But the answer to him was the blank expression of the child in front of him. What about your parents? Seeing that the child was at a loss, Yakushi Yeneiyu continued to ask him. Hearing the question of Yakushi Yeneiyu, only the silver gray-haired child's eyes darkened, but he still didn't speak. You don't know anything? Really? Looking at the child in front of him, Olusi, who was next to you, grumbled. When I was treating him just now, I observed it. Stared at the silent child with silver grey hair. I saw you nodded thoughtfully. He probably had guessed the identity of the child in his heart. He probably suffered a blow to the head and has completely lost his memory. Well, let's take him back to the village first. Hearing Yu's diagnosis, the pharmacist Yenei nodded in agreement. Olusi, you can help him. Hey, why do you always leave this to me? Hearing that Yakushi Yenei gave this tiring work to himself again, Urasi beside you couldn't help but mumble. Fortunately for you, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com give me your hand. Although it was so on his lips, Urushi still consciously stepped forward and carried the grey-haired child with one arm on his shoulder. Before night fell, Yu and Yakushi Yaneyu, a group of 6, quickly embarked on the road back to Konoha village. Because in this extraordinary period of the Third Ninja World War, if it gets dark, they will encounter heavy checks at the door if they want to return to the village. After 10 minutes of driving, Ha and Yakushi Nanoya finally returned to the Konoha orphanage. This is the location closest to the edge of the Konoha ninja village. It can almost be said that it has been completely squeezed out of the center of the bustling village of Konoha. There is also a large wooden room in front of me, which is a bit like a classroom. This is Konoha's orphanage, that is, the home of orphans like you and Urushi Mayuna in this world. I'm finally back. Finally returned to his home in the Konoha orphanage, only to see Urushi throw away the child on his shoulders. I'm sorry, Yu. At this time, the pharmacist Yaneyu next to him, but suddenly looked at Yu with apologetic expression, with your talent and ability in ninjutsu. If you can be sent to a ninja school to study, you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Speaking of this, the pharmacist Nanoyu's eyes suddenly dimmed, but relying on the subsidy from the country and the village, Obviously, pharmacist Nanoyu saw Iwa's talent and ability in ninjutsu. If he can be sent to Konoha Ninja School to study, you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Chapter 6, Konoha Orphanage. However, when the Third Ninja War broke out, the village was extremely scarce of resources. Konoha Orphanage is very difficult to maintain the daily expenses of so many children in the ordinary orphanage by relying solely on the aid from the country of fire and the village of Konoha. And I was still outside today and brought another child back. Pharmacist Nanoyu now wants to collect the tuition for you to enter the ninja school, which is obviously not realistic. No, Dean. Looked up at the guilty expression on Yakushi Nanoyu's face. I saw you shook his head. It was you who brought me back from the battlefield and took me in. You taught me to refine chakra and medical ninjutsu. I am very grateful to you, and I know the current situation in the orphanage. While talking, you opened the ninja bag on his body, took out a black bag from it, and handed it to the druggist Noo. This is 5,000 taels. Where did you get so much money? Took the bag that you handed over and opened it, and it turned out to be a full 5,000 taels of coins. Pharmacist Nanoyu's face was full of surprise, because this was already a reward for the official ninja in the village to complete a D-class mission. Have you forgotten that I have learned healing, Dean? Seeing the surprise on Yakushi no Nayu's face, Yu blinked her eyes playfully. Recently, I have been helping the wounded ninjas in the village. These are the money I have accumulated. I hope to help to you in the orphanage. As for the tuition to go to the ninja school, although I really want to enter the ninja school quickly, I will strive to become a ninja as soon as possible and be able to stand alone. But now that the devil was awakened in his body, and he also got the incomparable power of the line fruit, Yu became less anxious. And the increasingly embarrassing expenditure and income of the Konoha orphanage during this time, Yu also sees all of it. So Yu continued to comfort pharmacist Nanoyu. I will think of another way by myself. After all, there are still a few months before the opening of the ninja school, right? You are only 5 years old. As night fell, standing outside the door of the Konoha orphanage, staring at the pale hair in front of him, the feathers that are as bright as the moonlight in the sky, Yakushi Yaneyu suddenly didn't know what he should say. Although it took Yu from the battlefield to take it back for a year, the feeling of the young feather medicine teacher Nuya was completely different from that of any other child. Feather, who is only 5 years old this year, is not only unusually neat in his clothes, but also able to think like an adult, and his words and deeds are also unusually sound and decent. Take this as my reward for taking me in for you and the orphanage. Just as Yakushi Nanoya wanted to say something, I saw you in front of him smiling and pointing at the clock on the wooden house, and it's almost 9 o'clock. It's time to sleep in the orphanage. I'll go in first." After speaking, Yu turned around and walked into the wooden house. Was left with a thin back, and the pharmacist Yanai stood still and was deeply moved. "This kid is really different. Great. As long as the ability of the line rule is developed to the level of Doflamingo in One Piece. At least until the 6th-level horror figures in the later stages of this world do not come out, self-protection is no problem." At midnight, all the children around in the Konoha orphanage have fallen asleep peacefully. The sound of cicadas outside the wooden house was heard, but Yu stared at the ceiling and couldn't sleep anyway. "I remembered everything that happened today. If I could not clearly feel the power of the string fruit, I would now roll back and forth in my body." Yu almost thinks that everything he has experienced today is nothing but a dream. Flipped his body gently on the bed. Looking at the rising moon outside the window, Yu's thoughts began to spread again. Such a bright and white full moon. Who would have thought that this is the Liudeo Immortal Big Tokiyi, a container made of Liudeo Earthburst Star to seal the 10 tails. I don't know if the Otsuki clan actually live on the moon. Was sealed by her own 2 biological sons for thousands of years, and the betrayal of her closest relatives. It is no wonder that Kagaiji will destroy the entire world as soon as she comes out. Recall that 20 years later, the reincarnated eyes of the descendants of the Datong Myo clan, the Datong Mushi people, split the entire moon with a single blow. The supreme power that destroys the sky and the earth is like an immortal, you can't help but yearn for it. No matter what, starting from tomorrow, practice hard. In addition to the ability to develop the line fruit, ninjutsu, physique, illusion, and abilities that can be cultivated should not be lost. In the future, I will find another chance to get the secret technique of the puppet, unlock all the powers of the Devil's Law, and then no longer have to fear anyone. After tossing and turning on the bed for a long time, Yu finally fell asleep deeply. No words for a night. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.cm. The next morning, when a ray of warm sunlight shone on Yu's face, Feather woke up. "You slept unsteadily last night, maybe it was because too many unimaginable things happened yesterday. Day and night, there are dreams, and Yalayu has many strange dreams in succession. From time to time, I dreamt that I had defeated Senju Junima and Uchiha Madara, and boarded the pinnacle of the ninja world. Also dreamed from time to time that he, like the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang Hyaganiji, who had no life for the protagonist, died in the 4th Ninja War. Also dreamed that like the lowest ninjas, he would eventually become the cheapest cannon fodder on the battlefield. It seems that too much happened yesterday, too much stimulation and excessive excitement, leading to sleepy dreams." After getting up and washing, Yu looked at herself in the mirror. Exquisite and handsome face and big amber eyes, coupled with a hair that is as white as the moonlight in the sky. Even Yu himself had to sigh that he really gave birth to a good skin in this world, a perfect face. After freshening up, Yu put on a black kimono unique to the Konoha orphanage. Wears a white coat on his shoulders. The style is similar to those worn by priests and nuns in those churches in Yu's previous life, and it is more delicate. "Well, from now on, practicing hard is the only thing you have to do." Looking at himself in the mirror, Yu whispered to himself. "Hit him. I don't even know my parents." Yu spies in the village. Just when Yu Zheng was about to go out to practice. Outside the Konoha orphanage, suddenly there was a chaotic noise. Chapter 7, Exclusion in the Village. "Damn it! Inaz! It's you guys again! Why do you say that to us?" After walking out of the wooden house in the orphanage, Yu only saw the grass not far away. Waluxi was taking a few kids from the Konoha orphanage beside him, glaring at another group of kids of similar age. And the 2 girls, Mayuna and Momika, could not persuade the impulsive Urasi on the side. "Humph! Did I make a mistake? You guys are all picked up from outside, who knows if it is a spy from another village. I saw the group of little ghosts in front of Urasi and them. The little ghost standing in the front looked about 5 or 6 years old, but his face was sour and mean that he shouldn't be at this age. They are all children in the Konoha village, and it is not a matter of a day or two to bully Urasi and the Konoha orphanage. This is the realistic ninja world. After all, like Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist in the original book, he was clamoring for the sunny picture of "I want to be a Naruto" all day long. Is only the limited space for the original description, so it is only the tip of the iceberg for the audience. When there is light, there is darkness. Especially in this turbulent age when the Third Ninja World War broke out, it's normal to have a little trouble like this one. You are the spy sent by another village. As expected, the impulsive Ulysses slammed the face of this little devil named Inaz with a decisive punch. "Damn it, dare to hit me!" Was caught off guard by the Ulysses in front of him with a nosebleed. I saw that Inaz quickly returned a punch. "Let's go. Beat these guys who were picked up outside." Next, a group of little ghosts, you pushed me between them, and quickly scuffled together in twos. Seeing Mayuna and Momika next to them were anxious. "Ah! It's Urushi and these boring little ghosts again." Seeing the fight between these little ghosts not far away, you yawned a little boredly. "This is not the first time I saw this picture of you today. Even if I helped Woluxi and the others to get rid of these little ghosts, the same picture will still be shown again in a few days. Besides, although I am not a ninja now, I have successfully extracted chakra. If you participate in the fight between these children again, it would be a bit suspicion of adults bullying children. And wanting to come to a small fight between these little ghosts, there is nothing too much to do. Now I only think about how to cultivate and develop the feather of the line fruit ability, passing it through the side." "Hey! You dumb fellow! Can't help me yet?" Seeing you walking by the side leisurely, Urasi called him out loudly, and then gave the kid in front of him a vicious punch. "I'm not interested, this is your children's slapstick." Hearing Urushi's voice, Yuta shrugged without looking back. This kind of petty fights between children, he is not interested in the soul of an adult uncle. Compared with these, you now only wants to improve his strength by practicing. Only in this way is it possible to protect yourself and the people you care about in this ninja war and more changes in the future. Sudden change. In the small wood next to, a child with brown hair suddenly appeared. Looked about 7 or 8 years old, and rushed into the fight between Ulysses and the children. 3 punches and 2 kicks knocked Woluxi and the little ghosts of the Konoha orphanage all out. Wow! It hurts. A lot of strength. Urushi, who was directly knocked to the ground with a punch, only felt that his whole body seemed to fall apart. This guy looked back and noticed the you in this scene. His calm complexion changed slightly. Chakra. Because you was keenly aware, when this brown-haired child made a punch. There was a faint blue halo flashing across his body, and it was clear that he was using chakra. Is this kid a ninja? Looked at the brown-haired boy who suddenly appeared before him. Seeing his skill and speed, which were obviously different from those of other children, his amber eyes suddenly tightened. Ha ha ha! Are you convinced? My brother Itaki. He is a top student in the ninja school. Seeing a group of little ghosts in Ulysses and their orphanage, all were knocked to the ground by the sudden appearance of young people. I saw Inaz arrogantly with his hands on his hips. You wild species picked up outside. Now you know how awesome it is. A dull crash sound. Inaz hasn't finished speaking yet. With a splash of nosebleeds on his face, he was thrown out by a punch. Inaz saw his brother flying out with a punch. I saw the brown-haired boy attack as suddenly startled, and stopped the movement of his hands. A wild species picked up outside. Such words, I can't assume that I haven't heard. Immature and flat voice sounded. A child wearing a kimono gown at the Konoha orphanage. www.litnovel.com. A child with white hair and beautiful eyes has stood before them. The one who smashed Inaz with a fist was the Yu who just looked on with folded arms. You! See Yu's shot! The two girls next to Mayuna and Momika suddenly brightened their eyes and covered their mouths and exclaimed. You! Seeing Yu, who had left without loyalty just now, he hit Inaz flying with a punch. I saw Urushi who fell to the ground blankly, her mouth wide open, speechless. The students of the ninja school are considered half ninjas anyway. Suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and fisted Inaz to fly. Looking at the angry Itachi in front of him, Yu slightly curled his lips in disdain. Obviously, I have refined the chakra, and I actually shot some children. Even if ninjutsu is not used, the difference between people who have successfully refined chakra and ordinary people is still very big. Just like those who practice martial arts bullying ordinary people, Yi Taizhi bullies the small, and you can't see it. Smelly boy! Hit my brother! Saw the white-haired kid suddenly appeared in front of him. After hitting his brother Inaz, he even preached to himself. I saw Yi Taizhi snap his teeth, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Hey! Hey! There were several slight breaking noises in the air. In anger, Yi Taizhi threw 3 shurikens directly at Yu in front of him. Ha! Be careful! Seeing the angry Itachi in front of him, he actually used a ninja in this kind of child's fight. I was shocked when I saw Urushi who fell on the ground next to him. Chapter 8, The Power of the Devil. Yu. Similarly, I saw Yi Taizhi throw out his shuriken. Looked at Yu standing in place, as if scared stupidly. Yu did not react. The two girls, Mayuna and Momika, couldn't help but hang their hearts tightly. Clang! 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 But soon, 3 clear metal collision sounds sounded. Urushi, Mayuna, Momika and all the little ghosts present, their eyes widened. Faced the 3 shurikens shot by the angry Itachi in front of him. I saw Yu standing there calmly. The same 3 kunao, the magic usually appeared in Yu's hands and quickly threw it out. In the incredible gazes of all the children, the 3 kung fu flew out of Yu's hand came first. It was a magical hit in the center hole of the 3 shurikens shot by Itachi, and he nailed the 3 shurikens of Itachi to the trunk next to him. My shuriken was actually killed. Seeing the magical shuriken skill of Yu in front of him, I saw that Itachi's eyes were almost rounded. The students of the ninja school use ninjas against ordinary villagers in the village. Such a crime, the punishment should not be small. Didn't seem to notice the incredible gaze of all the children present. Looking at the incredible face of Itachi, Yu's mouth raised slightly. Can achieve such an effect. It seems that it is not wasted that I have been practicing in the same way that Uchiha Itachi throws shurikens in the original book. Such a kid! How can this be done? Recovered from the shock. Heard the words spoken plainly in the feather mouth. Imagined the punishment that he might face next. I saw Yi Taizhi feel even more furious. Lifting the chakra on her body, the cheetah generally rushed towards the feather in front of her. Facing Yu who seemed to be 2 years younger than himself, Itachi was confident to knock down this kid like they had just defeated Urushi. Boom! There was a dull crash. Yi Taizhi was astonished again. The feather in front of him, the palm of his hand unexpectedly grabbed his fist. This is chakra. Facing Yu with his little hand in front of him, he was holding onto his fist. Perceives the chakra flowing inside the white-haired kid in front of him. Yi Taizhi's eyes widened. Such a small devil, who is obviously not a student of the ninja school, has actually extracted chakra. You need to know that you can extract chakra at this age and start practicing. In the entire Konoha ninja village, generally only Uchiha, Hyuga and other large families can do it. It's better than chakra. I might not be weaker than you. Stubbornly grasped the fist that Itachi broke out in front of chakra with one hand, and saw Yu standing still. Although he is 2 or 3 years younger than Itachi, the amount of chakra in Yu's body is already very close to the level of Syaoren. Moreover, under the transformation of online fruit. Ha's body is not yet developed, but it is far stronger than the current Itaeki. Superman is the devil fruit, Superman, the body naturally surpasses ordinary people. Less smug. Facing Yu with a calm and indifferent expression. Itaeki had a strong anger in his heart for no reason. The top students of the ninja school can't even clean up a 4 or 5-year-old kid. The guys in the ninja school don't know how to laugh at themselves. Accompanied by a crisp explosion. A burst of white smoke dispersed. Itachi, whose fist was grabbed by Yu, turned into a piece of wood in an instant. Is a substitute technique. Saw the sudden change in front of me. Yu was startled. Speaking of it, this was the first time he had seen the ninjutsu used by a ninja. Stand-in technique, one of the most basic ninjutsu in the ninja school. You can instantly replace your identities with animals and plants to avoid attacks. Go to hell, kid! Accompanied by a violent roar. Itachi's figure has appeared behind Yu. Was already holding a handful of kyo in his hand, and slashed towards Yu's handsome face. Don't! Saw such a thrilling scene. Urushi was shocked. They didn't expect that it was just ordinary children fighting, and things would turn out to be this way. Why? Turned to face the sharp kunai that Itachi's hand drew over. For no reason, an inexplicable boredom and irritation suddenly appeared in Yu's heart. People like the dean, she travels in various countries. How many times have I given up my life and brought back information to the village? Obviously we have been pushed to the very edge of the village. I remembered the gentle and persistent face of Yakushi Nanoyu. In Yu's eyes, the prosperity of Konoha in front of him is not known to many people like Yakushi no Nayu at the expense of themselves. Why you guys who know nothing still trample on this hard-won piece like this? Amber eyes gradually became red. Looked at Itachi with a smirk on his face in front of him. You could clearly feel that the power of the devil roared wildly in his body. Boom! A clear body-breaking sound. Blood was splashing everywhere, everyone present was stunned. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Accompanied by the screams like killing a pig. www.novel.com. I saw in front of everyone, Yaitezi had fallen to the ground. The palm of Kyo has been pierced by an unknown object, making it bloody. If I call again, the next blow, I will pierce your head. A flat and indifferent voice sounded. Yaitezi's screams like killing a pig suddenly stopped. I saw you standing in front of Itaeki. The index finger of his right hand was gently raised and pointed at his forehead like a pistol. Strike the line. This is one of the most basic ability moves of the line fruit. Raise the index finger and put away the other fingers, letting the thin thread made from the fingertips shoot out at high speed like a gun. Its destructive power is strong enough to penetrate human bones with a single blow, and even the opponent can easily hit the target from a distance. If it is practiced, even its impact can have the effect of exploding a building. No, do not want. Do not kill me. Although Han karate shot like a gun, it looks a bit tricky. But facing the index finger pointed at his head in front of him, Itachi's face was full of fear. Just now, it was the thin line from Yu's empty finger, which directly penetrated his palm like a bullet. Along with the frightened look on Itaeki's face, a stinking breath filled the air. A puddle of inexplicable yellowish liquid flowed from between Itachi's legs and soaked the ground under Yu's feet. Although as a student of the ninja school, he is still only a 7 or 8-year-old child. Yaitezi unexpectedly scared to pee. Chapter 9, Konoha 44 years. Go away. Before I didn't plan to kill you. Facing Itachi who was so scared to pee his pants in front of him, Yu curled his lips in annoyance. Although he hates such a guy very much, he is not so impulsive to kill people casually in the village. Even when the war broke out, the current Anbi's eyeliner and the Konoha police force of the Uchiha clan are not shit-eaters. Weird, monster. Gave you a terrified look. I saw Inaz next to him, and quickly helped up his brother Itachi. Took a few little kids from the village and fled away like flying away. Urasi. There is nothing serious about your injuries. I'm going to practice first, and I will treat you when I come back tonight. Looking at Inaz in front of him with Itachi, and a group of other little ghosts, running away from behind. Yu was silent, and turned around to talk to Urushi, who was completely sluggish next to him, and Mayuna and Momika. Patted some wrinkled clothes on his body, and walked into the small wood next to him. Yu, unconsciously, stared at Yu disappearing into the woods. I saw Urushi, who stood still muttering to himself, "So you are so much better than me." The thin back of Yu in front of him, at this moment, in Waluxi's eyes, turned out to be so far away. 1 year ago, when Yakushi no Yu was picked up from the battlefield. Yu's strength is almost the same as that of Urushi, or even weaker. But 1 year later, the gifted Yu began to reveal his talents and abilities. Blood succession boundary. As an ordinary orphan, Urushi may not know this profound concept for the ninja world. But the strength that Yujin revealed just now, as well as the monster-like performance, has begun to gradually become aware of the ordinary Ulusi. He and Yu were originally from 2 worlds. Konoha. The bustling street. The outbreak of the Third Ninja World War, although it brought a tense guard atmosphere. But this does not affect the prosperity of the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. It's a bunch of guys who don't know the so-called. Walking on the street, watching the constant flow of people around him. Yu's originally a little bored mood was gradually diminished by the morning's eyes. Indeed, Yu has every reason to be angry. Yakushi Nanoyu, this woman sacrificed so much for the village, and she left her life and traveled to other shinobu villages to obtain information for Konoha. Now gave up everything, willing to stay in the orphanage on the edge of Konoha as the dean. But those guys who are protected but don't know, not only didn't say thank you, but were so aggressive. Why? What a will to fire! What self-sacrifice protects peace secretly is the real ninja. Sorry, Yu, who is a traverser, can't agree. Tooth for tooth, eye for eye, this is Yu's forbearance. Forget it, I don't want to. After clearing up my mood, looking at the vast and prosperous Konoha ninja village in front of him, Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. It's really a two-dimensional world. The size of this village is not much more than that of an international metropolis in the previous life. This is not an exaggeration. Is indeed the same as in anime. The prosperous Konoha ninja village is vast. The whole village is full of ninjas, villagers, and traders. There are vast and lush forests on the left and right, and 2 lowest mountains on the front and back. On the cliff behind the village there are 3 majestic and solemn heads carved Konoha Yanyan. The first generation of Naruto Senjutsu, the second generation of Naruto Senchu, and the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi now. Of course, Yu knows. Within a few years, there will be another iconic statue on it, the yellow flashing wave Fengshuman, Konoha's 4th generation Hokage. But that's all in the future. It's Konoha 44 years now. Just last year, the 3 generations of Fuokage from the ninja village in the Kingdom of Wind disappeared mysteriously. The disappearance of the strongest Feng Ying triggered a series of incidents, which finally ignited the prelude to the Third Ninja War. And Yu, just a year ago, on the battlefield of the Third Ninja War's Battle of Kikyo Mountain, he was adopted by Yakushi Nanoyu with Konoha. This year, God Atake was just born, just 1 or 2 years old. This year, Emperor Kai has not yet been promoted to Zongnan. This year, Heiji Kakashi has not yet become a copy ninja. This year, in the Blood Mist Ninja Village, the peach field known as the Ghost will not be cut. In the ninja graduation exam that allowed students to kill each other, they killed all the students in the current class alone, which caused a sensation in the ninja world. The Misty Ninja's graduation exam also changed his way because of him. Walking on the busy street while thinking, many passers-by who came and went all cast their eyes on Yu's delicate little face. Whether it was Yu's pale hair color like moonlight, or use handsome face, they captured the attention of many passers-by. Even you can vaguely hear not far away, reading www.uuganshu.com, several girls and ants are talking about Kawi. Yu lowered his head slightly, quietly speeding up the pace of walking. His adult soul is still a bit unable to adapt to this kind of treatment. Boss. Please give me 2 chakra test papers, please. 10 minutes later, Yu walked to an ordinary ninja shop. There are many ninja shops like Konoha. In addition to the ninjas who perform missions, there are many imps who dream of ninja dreams all day long. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing Yu entering the door, the owner of the ninja shop wearing Chinese martial arts clothes suddenly brightened his eyes. While handing Yu 2 chakra test papers, he also took away the 22 notes in Yu Xiao's hand. 2 is the currency of Naruto world, and 1 or 2 is almost 10 yen. The average ninja who completes a D-level task can get rewards ranging from 5,000 taels to 50,000 taels. This shop. Could it be the ninja shop opened at home every day? After taking the chakra test paper, he looked at the owner of the ninja shop wearing Chinese martial arts uniforms. Yu thought that the man in front of him was probably one of Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiangs, the daddy of the female ninja every day. After coming out of the ninjutsu shop, crowding the bustling crowd, Yu headed upstream in the opposite direction of Konoha Yanyan. On the opposite side of Konoha's iconic Hokage Yanyan and Fire Temple, there is an entire leveled back mountain. There are dense forests and canyons around the back mountain, where Yu found a good place to practice. Chapter 10 – Start practicing. Yes, this is it. After walking for about half an hour, Yu finally came to the place of cultivation he was looking for. This is a low-lying gorge, with a clear stream flowing in the middle, and a spectacular waterfall constantly pouring down from the mountain. There are no people around 1 kilometer, and it is surrounded by dense woods, so there is no need to worry about others peeping. Before practicing, let's take a look at the attributes of your chakra. Yu reached out and took out a chakra test paper from the ninja bag and held it in his hand. Concentrated and turned chakra into his hands, and lost on the chakra test paper. Soon, Yu saw that the test paper in his hand had changed. After entering the chakra, the test paper was first wetted and then crumpled. Does the nature of water and thunder change? After looking at the changes on the test paper, Yu muttered thoughtfully, if it can be integrated together, it will be a thunder that is freely controlled like water Landun. Is the blood inheritance boundary formed by the fusion of the 2 chakra properties of water and thunder? Can be understood as a kind of charged water or soft thunder, and it is a very powerful blood inheritance ability. For example, in the final ninja war in the original book, the 6 Uchiha Madaras used the celestial technique chakra to perform the Lan escape. Spit out a laser-like technique from his mouth Zion Falan Dun Guangfeng, powerful enough to interrupt the black rod of yin and yang made after Uzumaki Naruto inherited Lu Daosyen. Because it is the relationship of the traverser. After knowing his chakra attributes, Yu naturally began to imagine how to develop his abilities better. However, the change in the nature of the chakra of the blood inheritance limit level is temporarily beyond my current consideration. Let's cultivate the power of the fruit of the thread first. The imagination is very good, but the reality is that Yu is still a kid who hasn't even attended a ninja school. Therefore, working hard to develop the power of the line fruit in his body is Yu currently the most wise choice. Monochrome line stopped his cranky thinking. His eyes focused on the small tree trunk in front of him. I saw Yu with one hand into claws and slammed at a small tree in front of him. A transparent and invisible thin silk thread that is almost invisible to the naked eye is made from Yu's fingers. Boom! A silk thread that is sharper than the piano thread cuts the air. With the full force of Yu's blow, the small trunk with a thick bowl in front of him broke. The ports are neat and smooth, as if they were cut by an invisible ferret. Very good. Looking at the small tree trunk that was severed by his own blow, Yu nodded in satisfaction. The ability to get the line fruit just now has such destructive power, if you practice hard. As long as it is not facing the perverted boss in the later period, you will be able to stand firm in the ninja world by relying on the ability of the line fruit. String fruit is a very powerful devil fruit ability against the sky. The body can be transformed into a wire, remotely controlling others like a puppet, and the wire can be tied to the cloud and then flying in the air. Can control the body movements of multiple targets at the same time, and use invisible wires to cut people and objects, and even cut metal harder than steel. If is developed to the depths, you can sew the wound with thread and automatically suture to repair your internal organs. If the cultivation reaches the stage of the awakening of the devil fruit, the power of terror can turn all the surrounding non-living objects into transparent lines. Then all thousands of threads can be gathered together to launch a penetration attack on the target. Doflamingo in One Piece has already developed the ability of the line fruit very well. But what you has to do now is to be stronger and better than what Doflamingo developed. So, the 5-color thread. His eyes condensed, facing the small tree trunk that was cut off by himself, you continued to practice. The power of the thread fruit inside the body is fully activated, and his hands are raised into claws. What you has to do is to make 5 invisible sharp thin lines on 5 fingers at the same time, and instantly cut the remaining tree trunk into 6 segments with one blow. But after a blow, nothing happened, and you was empty in front of her. Still not working. Did not complete the move he imagined. I saw you curling his lips a little uncomfortably. It seems that the road to cultivation is really a long way to go. But you was not too disappointed, but worked harder to practice. After all, I just got the ability of the line fruit yesterday, and it is already very good to be able to use it later. Sunlight shifts. Time gradually came to the afternoon. The scorching sun shines on Yu's body through the gaps in the woods. Hey. You, who continued to practice, soon began to sweat. His chest rises and falls, and his mouth keeps breathing heavily. The abilities of physique and line fruit have been cultivated today. The rest is. Sat under the big tree and rested for a while, and gradually recovered his strength and chakra. I saw you walking to the edge of the small river, closed his eyes and tried to concentrate the chakra on the soles of the feet, waited until the soles of the feet felt the chakras, and slowly stepped on the river. Wow! Was caught off guard. You still stepped on his whole foot in the water and was splashed with water. Climbing a tree and treading water is the foundation that a ninja must cultivate. It took me a long time to climb a tree to master www.novel.com, but I have been unable to master it after treading the water for so long. It is totally unreasonable. Crawled out of the water in embarrassment. Standing by the river, you couldn't help but wonder. Compared with the original book, it took Naruto and Sasuke almost a week to master tree climbing and water treading. You with outstanding talent, after successfully extracting chakra. It only took a day to be able to walk on the ground like trees and walls. But I don't know why, but you has been unable to grasp the same basic ninja training. Wow! Wow! You who does not believe in evil tried again several times. Still keep falling into the water, making it very embarrassing. Ha 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 ha! Just when you was a little depressed. But suddenly someone couldn't help but laugh. Who? Hearing this strange laughter, you was surprised. Just now I was too involved in the practice of treading water, and I forgot to pay attention to the surroundings. It's not like that. Climbing a tree is not the same as treading water. Climbing a tree is to gather chakras on the soles of your feet and fix your body on objects like suckers. The opposite is true when treading water. It gathers chakras on the soles of the feet and then gently releases them to increase their pressure on the water surface, thus walking like flying on the water. Accompanied by unfamiliar voices. You looked back, just in time to see a boy who looked almost the same age as him. Was sitting on the trunk of a big tree not far from him, looking at him with eyes like a smile. Chapter 11, Instant Stop Water. It's not adsorption. Is it release? Too late to be surprised when the boy appeared. But after hearing the boy's words, Yu murmured suddenly. It turned out that he had entered a misunderstanding of thinking all the time. Climbing the tree and treading the water, climbing the tree and treading the water, generally speaking, the fan fiction that travels to the Naruto world is based on these two ninjas. So, as a traverser, Yu subconsciously regarded these two ninjas as the same thing, so he made a small mistake of thinking inertia. As expected, fan fiction killed people. I burned all those books as firewood when I went back. After understanding all the causes and effects, Yu secretly learned from it. Success. After figuring out the principle of treading water, I saw that Yu concentrated on chakra again and stepped on the water on the soles of her feet, feeling like stepping on the real thing. Carefully placed the center of gravity on the foot on the water, and the other foot released the chakra from the bottom of the foot, and Yu finally stood on the water steadily. Have you mastered the key so quickly? Looked at Yu, who had successfully stood on the river. I saw the boy sitting next to him on the trunk of the big tree with a hint of surprise on his face. At first, he often fell into the water, but he didn't expect that the Yu in front of him would succeed in one shot. So strong chakra control. After all, in the original book, Sakura, who has a strong chakra control, also took a lot of time to fully master tree climbing and treading water. Seeing Yu in front of him understand the key, he succeeded in mastering the key to treading water in one go. No wonder the boy was surprised. Thanks, don't know your name yet. Successfully stood on the water smoothly, and Yu was obviously in a good mood. At this time, I have time to look carefully at the boy sitting on the trunk of the big tree. His black hair was slightly curled, and there was a cheerful and gentle smile on his face. Is wearing a dark high-necked short sleeve and triangular protective gear on the upper body, and the same color pants with a white bandage on the lower body. A pair of black eyes are very big, the eyelashes at the end of the eyes are slightly upturned like eyeliner, and the nose is very special. It is a rare dumpling nose in Konoha. For some reason, when he saw this boy, Yu suddenly felt a little familiar, but suddenly he couldn't tell. Wait, you are from the Uchiha clan. But soon, the expression on Yu's face changed slightly. Because he noticed the family emblem on the back of the boy's clothes in front of him. It was a red and white fan logo. This sign, let alone Konoha, is not known to everyone in the entire ninja world. Uchiha clan, the descendant of Indra, the eldest son of the 6 ways of immortal Otsuki Yui. Inheriting the eye of the immortal, he is known for being good at writing round eyes, one of the 3 major pupil arts. Since the Warring States period, the Uchiha and Senju clan are one of the 2 strongest clans in the entire ninja world. Later, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Madara and the patriarch of the Seno Senju clan jointly established the Kainaba village. The Uchiha clan that continues to this day is undoubtedly the largest family of Konoha and even the entire ninja world. For Yu, the surname Uchiha is undoubtedly profound. Yu, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows how powerful this family bloodline represents. It is not just Yu, I believe that every traveler has longed to travel to the Uchiha clan. Get the legendary Shailunyan, Kaleidoscope Shailunyan, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharinyan, and even the Fairy Eye of Creation and Destruction Samsara Eye. Ah, I was seen by Yu. Aware of the slight change in Yu's face, the boy's face showed a trace of helplessness. Said, jumping off the trunk of the big tree, and lightly landed on the grass looking at Yu. My name is Shisui, Uchiha Shisui. Hiss. I don't know. It's okay, when I hear the boy's name. I saw Yu standing on the water, suddenly took a breath and almost fell into the water again. Actually. Is this guy really? Looked at the boy in front of him in a daze. In Yu's eyes, the thin figure of the boy in front of him gradually overlapped with a powerful figure called Shunshen Zishui. Who is Uchiha Shisui? In Naruto, if you talk about Itachi Uchiha Itachi, then I have to mention one person, and that is Uchiha Shisui. Although Uchiha Shisui's appearance shots are only a few in the original work, his amazing strength and talent have deeply shocked every audience. You knows that this kid in front of him is the offspring of the 3 generations of Naruto's young companion Uchiha Mirror. He is both Uchiha Itachi's mentor and Uchiha's best friend. Is the 4th Uchiha member to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel after Madara, Senna, and Dato. When he was young, he had a pupil talent that was comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi, and possessed the highest level illusion eye of the Uchiha clan other gods. The strongest illusion gods can directly invade the opponent's brain without the opponent's awareness, and permanently and completely modify the opponent's will, so that everyone seen by the caster becomes his puppet. And you also knows. Soon, in the near future, this little boy who looks as old as himself will become the most popular genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, with superior strength. Is good at illusion and instantaneous technique. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is known as Shishin Shishui, Strong Illusion Ninja, Uchiha Strongest, etc., and his nicknames are too many to count. Almost no one in the ninja world knows, even the 8-tailed rabbi who has not been out of Yunli Gorge in the Thunder Country for many years has heard of his fame. It's just that you didn't think about it. Today, he would meet Uchiha Shisui in the Shoto period. Does my name surprise you? Looked at you with a wrong expression in front of her. I saw Uchiha Shisui scratching the back of his head. Looked at you in front of him apologetically, and pointed his finger at the waterfall that was pouring down not far away. This is near the Uchiha clan's clan land, and there is Nanga River. So, I'm very sorry that I accidentally interrupted your practice. So that's it. The Uchiha clan's clan is near here. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, you glanced at the roaring waterfall not far away. My name is Yu, Yakushi Yu. Looked back, only to see you gradually walked from the river to the grass. Looking at the cheerful and gentle child in front of him, he stretched out a hand. Yakushiba. Yu's name was recited silently. I saw Uchiha Shisui stretch out his hand and shook it with you, with a smile on his face. I am glad to meet new friends again. Similarly, Yu, who has the outstanding aptitude in front of him, also impressed Uchiha Shisui. Hey! Stop the water! We should go back. Why are you still here? At this time, there were rustling footsteps in the woods next to him. Chapter 12, The Arrogant Uchiha. Accompanied by a voice. 3 children who looked 6 or 7 years old came out one after another from the woods beside them. Each wore dark purple, dark blue and dark grey ninja short-sleeved sweaters, with the flame fan emblem of the Uchiha clan printed on the back of the clothes. Ah, my friend called me. I should go back to you, see you next time. Seeing the companion of Uchiha's clan, he called himself back. Seeing Zishui chuckled lightly, Chao Yu blinked and turned away. What? So this kid is not from the Uchiha clan? How can such a boring kid be worthy of making friends with Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan? But at this time, 3 Uchiha children have already walked onto the grass next to them. I saw the child with short black hair in the middle, with his arms folded in front of his chest, with an arrogant expression, and his eyes looked slightly disdainful. What the hell? Was ridiculed for some reason. Yu, who had already bid farewell to Shisui, was suddenly ridiculed by the Uchiha kid, and she couldn't help but feel a little daunted. What's the matter with this kind of automatic hatred tone? You kid think you are Lord Madara? Facing the inexplicable superiority of the 3 Uchiha kids in front of him, Yu smiled helplessly. Sure enough, in addition to the 3 alternatives of Zishui, Itachi and Dato, Uchiha's clan all have the character of Long Aotian, even the future Urshizi is no exception. That, I said. Looking at the 3 domineering Uchiha kids, Yu spoke plainly. The friend I made is Shisui, not the 3 of you guys. Since the old rival Marino Senju clan disappeared in the ninja world, has become Konoha and even Uchiha's clan, the largest family in the ninja world. The glorious history has made every Uchiha tribe a self-respecting and domineering personality. Although it has not experienced the Kyuubi invasion. But it's not difficult to see that the Uchiha clan's arrogant behavior style has gradually created invisible friction and barriers with other Konoha families and ordinary ninjas. So that whenever I talk about the Uchiha clan, other ninjas in Konoha Ninja Village, there will be such weird expressions on their faces. What did you say? Little devil! As expected, Yu's voice just fell. The Uchiha child with short black hair beside was instantly irritated by Yu's plain tone. It seems I want to teach you well. Let you know what attitude you should use to talk to Uchiha. After finished speaking, I saw the Uchiha child with short black hair put his hands down on his chest. The whole body of the chakra circulated for a while. Apparently the 3 Uchiha kids are already students in the ninja school. Chuanjian. Cold. Yan. You 3 stop. Seeing the behavior of the black-haired child Uchiha Izumi next to him, Zishui's face suddenly changed slightly. "Ha, do you want to teach me?" Uchiha Izumoma, who was gearing up in front of him, was going to teach himself. I saw the corner of the feather beak standing in place disdainfully, the ability to thread the fruit inside secretly activated, the of the right hand, the thumb and the little finger were gently raised. If it can be done, then try it. Parasitic line. There are countless transparent and invisible thin lines. Was scattered in the air above everyone's head, and then disappeared quickly. Don't stop me from stopping the water. You just have a good temper. And this time, he ignored Shisui's advice. I saw Uchiha Izumi's body sinking slightly, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A kid like this who doesn't have long eyes should have a good punch. Boom. It's just Uchiha Izumi's words that haven't been finished yet. He had already received a severe blow in the face, and his nosebleeds hung up directly. This sudden change made everyone stunned, even the Shishui next to it. Yan! What are you doing? Uchiha Izumi turned his head with an incredible blood stain on his face. Saw a familiar face with long black hair, turned out to be his companion Uchiha Yan. Damn it! My body is out of control. But like Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Yan also had an incredible look at this moment, and suddenly his eyes widened in horror. Izumi! Be careful behind! Boom! Uchiha Izumi took another severe kick on his back. The one who attacked him was Uchiha Han on the other side. What the hell? Cold. Why are you two? Was attacked by 2 of his companions at the same time. I saw Uchiha Izumi, who had already painted on his body, both startled and angry. I don't know what happened. I can't control my body. Be careful. I saw Uchiha Han also looked terrified, but his body involuntarily punched Uchiha Izumoma. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the domineering Uchiha Izumi, he was embarrassed by 2 companions. I saw Yu who was still standing on the side and couldn't help laughing. The of the right hand, the thumb and the little finger gently move. Continued to manipulate Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Han to attack Uchiha Izumi. Parasitic thread, one of the abilities of thread fruit. First spread dozens of lines in the air, then fell like a meteor shower and inserted into the opponent's body, thereby manipulating their body movements. But because the line that you can control now is only wrapped around the target's skin, there is no way to interfere with the target's own will. This is. Looked at this incredible scene before him. Perceiving the subtle movements of Yu's hand next to him, Zishui's eyes widened slightly. www.novel.com/Swejixionja. Seeing Yu without Yuyan, he displayed such a strange ability. As the genius Shishui of the Uchiha clan, he immediately thought of the blood succession limit. It turned out to be your kid. And at this time, I saw Yu standing next to him watching the show with a smile. Izumi Uchiha, who was repeatedly beaten up by his 2 companions, finally reacted. An angry flame burst out of his eyes, and I saw Uchiha Izumi's roar and rushed towards Yu next to him. Click! Just didn't rush far out. Uchiha Izumi's clenched fist's wrist was caught. I don't know when, Shishui has already stood by his side. What a quick action! Noting the feathers in this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that he is an unborn genius of the Uchiha clan. Although Shisui is the same age as himself, he has not yet entered the ninja school. But the strength is already stronger than the students of the 3 ninja schools in Uchiha Izumi. Enough. Let's stop here. Grabbed Uchiha Izumoma's wrist with one hand. Although Zishui's tone was plain, but the momentum in his eyes made people unable to refuse. But facing Shisui's stop, the angry Uchiha Izumi was obviously still unwilling. I said it. That's it. Uchiha Izumi's words were directly interrupted by Shisui. Gazed at the Uchiha Izumi in front of him, although he hadn't awakened the Uchiha clan's blood succession boundary. But Shishui's sharp gaze is not inferior to the legendary Shilanyan. Chapter 13, Pharmacist Pocket. You 3 do this. It will only shame us Uchiha. Facing the clansmen of Uchiha Izumi who have no means. Zishui reprimanded in a deep voice, but there was an indescribable boredom and helplessness in his heart. No wonder everyone in the village looks like that when they see the Uchiha ninja. Damn! Feeling Shisui's sharp gaze in front of him, Izumi Uchiha withdrew his fist bitterly. Although very unwilling, the Shishui strength as a genius in the clan is still higher than the 3 of them. I apologize to you on behalf of the 3 of them. After stopping the 3 of Uchiha Izumi, Zishui walked in front of you, with a trace of apology on his face. I haven't played enough yet. Facing Shishui's apology in front of him, Yu curled his lips a little unhappy. But even so, I saw that the 3 fingers of Yu's right hand moved flexibly but stopped abruptly. But for the sake of Shishui, I will let you 3 go. In the future, the well-known Shunshen Zishui cannot fail to save the face, not to mention others just did a small favor. For Shisui, a genius ninja with an upright personality, it is generally difficult for him to feel sick even if he is an enemy. While speaking, Yu retracted the parasitic thread he had manipulated. The bodies of Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Han next to him immediately regained their freedom. A strong ability, is this your blood succession limit? Seeing that Yu was silent just now, he controlled his 2 Uchiha clan companions. At this time, Zishui stared at Yu in front of him with some scorching eyes. Obviously, Yu's extraordinary talent and strange and powerful abilities had already aroused his intense interest in the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. Is the blood following the limit? Feeling the scorching gaze in front of Shishui, Yu shrugged a little indifferently. If you want to understand it that way, be it. Devil fruit is such a power, in the world of Naruto, obviously, it can only be understood as the limit of blood. A blood succession boundary far stronger than most blood succession boundaries. If I have a chance, I really hope I can fight with you. Seeing Yu's indifferent attitude, Zishui suddenly felt a sense of frustration on the cotton. But soon, he saw his conversation turn, and the expression on his face became fierce again. But it will be the opening day of the ninja school in 2 months, I think you will also go there. There will be a chance. Feeling the intense fighting intent emanating from Shishui's eyes, Yu made an ambiguous haha. As for the ninja school, let's talk about it then. If I have enough tuition by that time. Yu said in a bitter heart. It seems that Naruto in the original book is so poor that he can only eat instant noodles and can afford a ninja school. It is estimated that they opened the back door for him for 3 generations. It's not too early when it's ready, I should go back. See you next time, Shisui. Glanced at the late sky, and before Shisui returned to his senses, Yu had already turned and left, leaving only a waved back. Yakushi Yu, really an interesting guy. Seeing that the back of the feather in front of him gradually disappeared on the grass, Shisui who stood still muttered to himself, his black eyes flashed with inexplicable light. It seems that ninja school will not be as boring as I thought. Back to the Konoha orphanage, it was already night. See, they all have finished their dinner, but on the way back, you took care of food and clothing. You fellow didn't come back until now. Seeing you walking in from outside the wooden house, Olusi stood up first. However, after seeing you's monster-like performance today, Urushi's eyes looked at you and his eyes were different from before. Some fear, some envy, and perhaps, some desire and longing. Well, I'm a little late to practice today. And, I met an interesting guy. It seems that Urushi's eyes are not different from before. You just nodded slightly, only to find that all the minor injuries on Waluxi's body had been cured. And in the lobby of the orphanage hut in front of me, besides the children such as Mayuna and Momika, there is also the silver grey-haired child who was rescued yesterday. They told me that you saved me yesterday. Thank you. Saw you walk into the hall, and saw a child with silver grey hair approaching you. The wound on his forehead has been bandaged, and a black samurai helmet was worn. Besides, there is a pair of round glasses on the naive bridge of the nose. Looking at the feather in front of him, which was a little bit taller than himself, he saw the child's face flushed slightly. And I have a name now. The dean gave me a name. Pouch, my name is Yaeshidu, and the dean gave me her own glasses. It really is him. Looked at the shy kid in front of him. After wearing this pair of glasses gifted by pharmacist Nanoyu, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com finally began to match the character in his memory. Yu sighed softly in his heart, his eyes couldn't help becoming a little complicated. Medicine Master's pocket, an assistant to Ashiwan, one of the 3 ninjas in the original book, a talented person who is proficient in medical treatment, espionage, ninjutsu, etc. is a very optimistic character in the original book. He is not only smart but also meticulous. His first appearance is not inferior to Kakashi Heiji, the first technician of Konoha. Yakushita was only 20 years old at that time. Later absorbed the abilities of Ashimaru and his subordinates, and successfully cultivated the fairy mode alone in Ryujidong, one of the 3 sacred places of immortality, and his strength once suppressed the cooperation of the 2 brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. In the final 4th ninja battle, relying on the reincarnating technique of surpassing the 2nd generation of Naruto Senjima and Ashimaru, he became one of the boss that set off the final battle. As a child, as a war orphan in the 3rd Ninja War, he was adopted by the head of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi-Noyu, and was later taken by Danzo to the root organization to threaten Yakushi Nanoyu on his spy mission. In the end, because they knew too many secrets, Danzo used a plan to kill the 2 of them, and sent Ashimaru to solve both of them at the same time, but he was invited to join Otonin village by Ashimaru. Of course, now standing in front of Yu's pocket. Hasn't stepped into the evil way because of the death of Yakushi Yaneyu, he is just a kind and shy boy. Your medical ninjutsu is amazing. If I can, I also want to learn medical ninjutsu, so I can help everyone. Speaking of this, looking at you in front of him, I saw that the young pharmacist had a look of envy and longing. Chapter 14, The Fruits of Practice. I can use excellent medical ninjutsu at a young age. You, who is standing in front of the pocket now, is undoubtedly the envy of all the children in the orphanage present. Hey! It's almost 9 o'clock now. You little guys don't go to sleep yet. And that new kid. But before you could speak, there was already a stern voice. I saw a fat ant with a bloated body and an old man with white beard and glasses walking into the hall from the back room. Is also wearing the black kimono and white shawl unique to the Konoha orphanage. They are the assistants of the 2 orphanages Yana and Fukamura who have been helping the pharmacist Nanoyu. Don't show such a scared expression. Although they look fierce, Aunt Yane and Grandpa Shenkin are actually very gentle people. Seeing that the young pocket in front of him seemed a little afraid of the fat ant of the orphanage who looked fierce and stern, Yu calmly spoke to comfort him. In fact, those who can choose to stay in the Konoha orphanage regardless of salary and remuneration are not bad guys themselves. My name is Yakushi Yu. I should be 1 year older than you, just call me Yu. After finished speaking, Yu ignored the reaction of the pharmacist in front of him and walked directly to the sleeping room. After all, after cultivating for a whole day, Yu also felt quite tired. The ability to get the string fruit soon began to be used frequently, which is a great test for physical strength. Yakushi Yu stared at the back of Yu leaving in a daze, only to see the young man muttering Yu's name. Does he, do not like me? The complicated gaze that Yu looked at herself just now was all seen by him. Although he was still young, the smart and thoughtful pharmacist Pocket still noticed that Yu's attitude towards him was different from that of other children. Of course I don't know. If there are no additional factors involved. Follow the normal plot development. The most important person in life in the future, Yakushi Yanao, will be killed by himself. It's exactly the same as the trajectory of the plot. Did the pharmacist Pocket also appear? Lying on the bed looking at the ceiling, Yu's thoughts surged in his brain. At the moment when he confirmed the identity of pharmacist Pouch, he almost used the ability of Xian Xian Guo to cut off the head of the Pocket, but reason made him abruptly suppress this impulse. But no matter what, I will protect Yanao. Never let the plot repeat. Absolutely. He clenched his fists firmly and felt the power of chakra and Xian Xian fruit constantly surging in her body. Yu, who had been practicing desperately for a day outside, finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Time flies. 2 months passed in a flash. Soon, it's the day when Konoha Ninja Village enters the ninja school once a year. In the past few days, almost all the ninja families in Konoha have been talking about their children's enrollment. Although in this era when the Third Ninja War is intensifying, ninja is not a popular profession, but after all, it has high risks and high income returns. What's more, because it was a war period, Konoha's senior management mandated that every child of a ninja family must participate in ninja training to become a ninja, so as to send more combat power to the front line. For example, now Konoha's famous genius ninja Kakashi Heiji graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6, in addition to his own outstanding talent, is a special product of this period. Konoha Back Mountain. In a forest covered by greenery. From time to time, there will be a burst of sounds like the singing of countless birds. Ugly. The order of Jian is so simple, I have no reason why I can't do this trick. His hands formed 3 handprints in front of him in an instant, and the chakra inside Yu was activated. A dazzling thunder and lightning broke out on the palm of his hand, but it quickly disappeared. Damn it! Why is it still not working? Seeing that the ninjutsu in his hand failed to activate, Yu Xiao's face suddenly showed unwillingness. There is nothing wrong, Yu is practicing Chidori. A-level thunder dance ninjutsu that concentrates a large number of chakras on the hand that used the stab. The speed is so fast that it will make a special attack sound like thousands of birds chirping. Was created by Konoha's genius ninja Heiji Kakashi in the original work. The advanced version is exactly the S-class Thunder Dung, Richi, who is famous for cutting off lightning. It is well known that the sequence of the formation of Chidori and Richi is the 3 steps of Ugly Mao Shen. And his chakra happens to have dual attributes of minds, so Yu, as a traverser, has no reason not to practice this powerful ninjutsu with equal emphasis on power and beauty. But Yu Teddy spent a month to practice this extremely difficult A-level thunder ninjutsu. Only discovered how difficult it is to independently complete such a super advanced ninjutsu at the forbidden skill level without human guidance. After 2 months of training, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Chakra has also reached the stage of ninjutsu, but ninjutsu with this difficulty is still a bit too early for you. Without warning, the voice of the devil rang in Yu's heart. In the past 2 months, Yu's nearly masochistic crazy practice www.novel.com was all seen in her eyes. To shut up. However, the enchanting voice of the devil was directly interrupted by Yu Yat. Keep your eyes open. There was a firm look in his amber-clear eyes. I saw you who refused to give up. His hands continued to form seals, and a cloud of blue and white dazzling lightning illuminated the entire forest. Thunder escaped Chidori. As if thousands of birds sing at the same time. In a dazzling blue-white electric light. Saw a group of highly concentrated violent current finally settled in Yu's left hand. Actually. Really completed by Yu. Seeing that chakra had just reached the lower level of ninjutsu, he actually completed the super advanced ninjutsu of the Chidori level. The devil's usual lazy and indifferent tone also revealed unconcealed surprise. In the ninja world, according to the difficulty of ninjutsu, it can be roughly divided into 6 levels. E. Ninja school level, such as tracking, change, and clone. D. The lower level of ninja, for example, the technique of soil escape and decapitation in the heart. C. The level of ninja level, such as the fire escape, the art of the fireball and the art of spirits. B. The upper ninja level, such as the art of shadow clone, fire escape and dragon fire art. A. Forbidden skill level, super advanced ninjutsu. The conditions that constitute a forbidden skill can be divided into 2 major reasons. One is the situation where the skill is critical to the life of the operator, the other is that the result of the operation will be extremely violation of the laws of nature. S. Profound meaning level, for example, the technique of reincarnation of the filthy earth, like E. Of course, other than that, there are also the art of fusion of various nature changes, such as blood succession boundary, blood succession elimination, and blood succession snare. Chapter 15, Shinayan Helix Pill. It's done, this is the 2 pillars signature skill. Chidori stared at the violent electric current concentrated in his left hand. You only felt that the cells in his body were all stimulated and activated by this powerful thunder dance chakra. The voice of fell, and Yu's figure turned into an electric light, and instantly disappeared in place. Boom! In a blink of an eye, there was a bang, and Dang Yu's figure appeared again. The big tree 10 meters away in front of him has been bombarded by the screaming Chidori in his hand. The power is so powerful. The violent current in his hand gradually dissipated. Seeing the powerful destructive power of Chidori in front of him, Yu couldn't help but marvel. But feeling that more than half of chakra was consumed in his body in an instant, Yu's face suddenly showed a wry smile. However, the consumption of this chakra is not something ordinary Xiaren can bear. Although it broke through to the chakra of the lower level of ninja. And after the ability of the string fruit, it is no longer the feather of an ordinary human body, and the amount of chakra is almost several times that of the ordinary Xiaren. But Chidori, the forbidden level super high thunder ninjutsu, still consumed more than half of his chakra at once. You know, even Uchiha Sasuke, who played against Gaara during the ninja test in the original book, can only use Chidori twice a day. Really extraordinary talent and perseverance. After seeing Yu's outstanding talent and amazing perseverance, I only heard the devil sigh. I start to like you a little bit. Like me? Come on. Didn't you still say you want to eat my soul that day? Hearing the enchanting words of the devil in his ear, the wry smile on Yu's face was even stronger. He is not so foolish that he takes the devil's words completely seriously. Look, it depends on whether you can successfully survive in this world. Hearing Yu's words, the devil chuckled directly. It's okay to tell you the truth, you are not the first host in this world to wake me up. It's just that the previous guys are too useless, even if I gave them the devil's law, they were killed in the end. So after they died, I just ate their souls. In retrospect, it was really disgusting. Extremely an enchanting voice and tone, but he told the startling words, only to hear the devil sneer in Yu's ear. Don't doubt, there is such a waste in this world, and there is more than one. So, continue to practice and live well in this world. After speaking, the devil's voice gradually disappeared. Seemed to fall asleep again. So that's it. It seems that before me, there are still a few guys who are hapless than me. After listening to the devil's words, I saw Yu standing still muttering to herself. Couldn't help but secretly silently mourn the few brothers who had their souls eaten by demons before. But in that case, then I can't let go. His gaze returned to the real world in front of him. It seemed that he was stimulated by the devil's words just now, and Yu's gaze became firmer. 3 days later, it will be the entrance ceremony of the ninja school. At least until then, another ninjutsu must be completed. I feel that most of the chakra is gradually recovering in his body. I saw Yu Yi gritted his teeth and mobilized all the chakras in his body to gather crazy in the palm of his right hand. The first 3 stages of training have been completed. There are almost all the chakras consumed today, the last stage is left. Success or failure is in one fell swoop. With Yu's highly concentrated eyes, the blue chakra gathered in Yu's right palm. Numerous violent chakra cyclones were produced, and a ball of light blue chakra light gradually appeared in Yu's hands. That's right. Yu will practice next. Is the unique ninjutsu of the 4 generations of Naruto's yellow flash wave Fanfiction sung by the ninja world Helix Maru. The training methods and principles of Helix Pill have been explained very clearly in the original work. In the past 2 months, in addition to the development of the line fruit ability and the training of physical skills, Yu has successfully completed the first 3 stages of training in Helix Maru. So today Yu will not only practice Chidori, but also Helix Maru, and win the signature ninjutsu of the 2 protagonists in the original book, Sasuke and Naruto. First of all, Helix Maru is a Muji ninjutsu. Is very suitable for ninjas like you who will fight at high speed in the future. Is a powerful A-level ninjutsu developed by the 4th generation of Naruto, inspired by the tail beast Jade. I believe that those who have seen Naruto have the impression of the 4th generation of Naruto wave Fanfiction as Fei Lei Shen and Ruby Mariko. But in fact, the 4th generation of Hokage is not only about flying thunder and rubbing balls. His chakra has 3 attributes, thunder, wind, and fire, and he knows many mainstream ninjutsu, as well as the toad magic of Miyamu Mountain. But Heifeng Mizuman's combat style is extremely fast, Juian is a waste of time for him, so he rarely uses other ninjutsu. Although Yu now does not have the bug space-time ninjutsu like the 4th generation of Naruto Flying Thunder. However, the combat system Yu developed for herself in the future, whether it is the ability to quickly launch physical skills with the line fruit, or the ability to manipulate the devil fruit to fight with puppets, has been doomed to most of the mainstream ninjas in the ninja world. No technique will suit him. www.novel.com. So, Yu also wants to try on the basis of Helix Maru, Muji. Inject the changes in the nature of chakras into his own, creating his own powerful ninjutsu. It's just that before reaching the upper level of chakra, Yu hasn't been able to inject chakra properties into Helix Pill for the time being. Success. Under Yu's unremitting efforts, a light ball constantly emitting a blue chakra whirlwind finally appeared in the palm of Yu's right hand. Strange. Why do you always feel that Helix Maru is different from the protagonist Naruto? Before I could feel the excitement in my heart, I looked at the spiral pill in my hand. You always felt that it seemed to be somewhat different from the spiral pill of Naruto Uzumaki in the original work, but it couldn't be said all of a sudden. Try it and you'll know. With this thought, Yu subconsciously threw the spiral pill in his hand. Yes, I threw it out. Yu's eyes were watching, after his spiral pill was thrown out. Gave out a whirlwind in the air, and then disappeared into the air very quickly. Failed. Saw the spiral pill thrown out of his hand disappearing in the middle. Yu suddenly opened his eyes slightly, and felt a little frustrated in his heart. Boom! But just then, the whole ground under his feet seemed to shake violently. In Yu's incredible gaze, the spiral pill, which had clearly disappeared, appeared again. Exploded with amazing power and directly smashed the entire tree in the distance. Chapter 16, Entrance Ceremony. This is Looking at this amazing scene in front of him, Yu opened his mouth dully. Original. After stood there for a while, he finally reacted, with a look of surprise on his face, I understand. It turned out he successfully cultivated, not the spiral pill of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki. Is the son of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto the spiral pill of Uzumaki Borin? Readers who have read the blog know that the spiral pill of the Uzumaki blog is different. Can not only be thrown out as a ranged attack, but also invisible as if disappeared in the middle, even with a blank eye. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to cultivate this special spiral pill. After trying to understand, Chakra exhausted Yu and sat on the ground, but his face was filled with excitement. It is Konoha 44 years now. Genius ninja Heiji Kakashi created Chidori when he became a ninja at the age of 12. And it has not yet become the yellow flashwave Feng Shui gate of the 4th generation of Hokage, and the spiral pill has not been developed. In other words, Yu is now the pioneer of the two protagonists' signature skills, Chidori and Helix Maru. Spiral pill that will disappear. It's too awkward, so let's call it Shinayan spiral pill. After practicing, Yu was exhausted, and he lay directly on the grass. Through the mottled branches in the woods, looking at the clear blue sky of Konoha, he gave a good name to the helix pill he completed. After all, in the world of Naruto, there is nothing that can't be solved by rubbing the balls. If so, rub it a bit bigger. Laugh. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Konoha Orphanage, crowded with people outside the huge wooden house. I really envy you kid. Among a group of children in the Konoha Orphanage, I saw Olusi, who usually has the best relationship with you, cheering on you loudly. After you go to the ninja school, you have to work hard. After all, you are the most talented guy in our orphanage. Although he usually does not admit defeat, he can see that, deep down in his heart, Wu Luxi still admires Yu's talent and hard work very much. Wu, I can't bear the feathers. Needless to say, Mayuna and Momika, these two Yu's little fans, directly showed a reluctant expression. Don't be so exaggerated, you guys. Looking at the look of Urushi and Mayuna and their group of little ghosts in front of them, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched slightly. I just went to the ninja school and not a long trip. I will be back tonight. Yu, I'm sorry. Today is such an important day, but I can't accompany you to the entrance ceremony. And at this time, the pharmacist Yanayu who stood by showed a trace of apology. S gentle face is a little haggard. Recently Konoha has frequently had frontline injured ninjas gathering outside the village. As a medical ninja, she has been treating those ninjas who returned from frontline injuries recently, and by the way, she earns money for the orphanage. Don't be silly, Dean. Facing the apologetic pharmacist Nanoyu, Yu was comforting her like an adult comforting a child. The entrance ceremony is only, it's not a big deal, I'm leaving now. After finishing speaking, it was watched by Yakushi Nanoyu and Urushi. Yu's small figure disappeared directly into the woods. Ninja School. Are several buildings with yellow tiles on a white background. Was built not far from the Hokage office building. Says Konoha Ninja School in big characters. A banner opened below Welcome to the entrance ceremony. The door was open, and there were 2 Zongren standing at the door doing reception work. The school playground was full of parents and children who came to enroll. Many people. Simply go to the counter of the admissions information department next to it and submit your information and application for admission. You looked around curiously. The playground of the huge ninja school was crowded with ninja parents and their own children. Occasionally, you will see some familiar faces in his memory in this ninja. I don't know that guy. Did you come to school today? Looked around, but did not see Uchiha Shisui's figure. You couldn't help muttering. But just after speaking, from outside the ninja school, you saw a familiar figure walk in. You. I knew it. You will definitely show up today. From among the crowd, I found feathers with outstanding white hair at a glance. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up, he squeezed through the crowd and came to you. Are you here alone today? Seeing Uchiha's Higuo appear, Yu smiled. But seeing that Zishui was not accompanied by his parents, Yu couldn't help but hesitate. What? Felt Yu's hesitant look. Shisui's eyes dimmed. Yes, my grandfather, he died on the battlefield when my father was very young. And my parents, also died when I was very young. After explaining in a pretentiously relaxed tone, I saw that Zishui's face returned to the usual cheerful smile again. Looking at you, so, I was brought up by my grandma herself. Sorry. I didn't expect the gentle and cheerful Shisui in front of me. Had such a tragic life experience, Yu stared blankly, and immediately apologized. Yet, why did I forget? Shisui is the grandson of Uchiha Mirror. His family is no longer in this world. It's okay. Seeing Yu apologize, Zishui smiled disapprovingly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com instead looked at Yu, who had come to sign up alone, revealing a hint of doubt. Ha, are you alone? Facing Shishui's puzzled gaze, Yu was taken aback, and then he smiled. Yes, I am an orphan brought back from the battlefield by the Konoha orphanage. This is not a lie, although he was not an orphan in his previous life. But in this life, his identity is indeed a war orphan picked up from the battlefield by the Konoha orphanage. So this is a... Hearing the words, Zishui suddenly realized. Looking at Yu, who was so talented and outstanding, Shisui couldn't help but feel even more sympathetic. Indeed, both of them are talented young geniuses. The same tragic life experience can indeed shorten the distance between the two. Wow wow wow! So handsome! It seems that there are handsome guys among the newcomers this year. While Yu and Shisui were talking, in the teaching building of Ninja School, the windows are already full of people. Looking at Fengxian's handsome feathers and the sunny and cheerful Shisui on the playground, a group of senior girls had already exploded. That black-haired guy is so cute smiling. I saw a girl holding her chest, her eyes exaggerated with love. I don't like that guy's dumpling nose. Look at that white-haired guy. It's so handsome. And several other girls put forward very different opinions. All his faces were flushed, and they looked like they would choke in shock at any time. Shenyan Chinese vocabulary has two meanings. One is the disappearance of God, God makes you disappear, the other is hidden by gods and monsters. Chapter 17, School Flowers of Ninja School. Damn! What's so great, just two little white faces. Let's find a chance and give them a lesson. A group of girls around yelled like an info, and immediately caused a strong dissatisfaction with a senior boy next to him. SHHH, keep your voice down. That black-haired guy is no ordinary kid. I think you must have heard of it, Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. But soon, another boy next to him lowered his voice to remind him. N.A. Nanny. That kid is the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. Obviously, this boy has also heard of the name Uchiha Shisui. Shisui has revealed his amazing talent since he was a child. Like Kakashi, the genius ninja in the past few years, he has become a household name in Konoha at this age. Since the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan is not easy to provoke, then we can clean up that white-haired kid after school. At this moment, a malicious voice sounded behind everyone. What do you think of this suggestion? Heiho Kase, and Katetsu Senpai and Izumo Senpai. A boy with brown hair, who looks about 7 or 8 years old. Staring resentfully at the Yu who enrolled in the ninja school entrance ceremony on the playground outside the window. There is still a visible wound on his palm, and it is Itachi who was severely taught by Yu 2 months ago. Also, it just so happens that we also want to see what is so special about the kid who taught Ataka like that. Behind Itaki are 3 boys sitting casually on the desks in the ninja classroom. A black hair with bangs covers the right cheek, and a long black hair is centered like a hedgehog. Played with 2 kunao and shuriken contemptuously in his hand, just like a ninja school bully. Only the boy sitting between the 2 of them was not talking, his dark circles under his eyes looked a little sick. Xian. Hei Feng followed them like this, don't you plan to stop him? Seems to have heard the conversation between Yi Taizi and the others. I saw Matere Adzuki Beans sitting on the desk with a big grin next to him, with a narrow smile on the corner of his mouth, turning his head to look at the amazingly beautiful girl with long purple hair beside him. No matter how foolish I usually do, it would be too much to treat a newcomer who just entered school today. Hearing Matere Azuki's words, I saw the girl sitting on a chair next to her, with a hint of helplessness in her big dark and clear eyes. Senior Adzuki Beans, accompany me to stop them after school. Has long beautiful purple hair, a fair and flawless face, and a pair of big dark eyes and bright red lips. Is the character who rarely appears in the original Uzuki Yuin. Is 2 years older than you and Shisui. They are famous beautiful girls and school girls in ninja school. Oh? Do you care so much about younger generations and newcomers, haha. Xian, you are not like them, and you are also fond of that white-haired kid. Seeing Uzuki Yuin's reaction, Matere Adzuki smiled slyly and joked with her. Senior Red Bean. Uzuki Yuin, who was teased by Matere Red Bean, was immediately ashamed and embarrassed, and groaned. Soon, the 2 girls were laughing and fighting together. Ninja School's Huaqiao smiled, and suddenly the boys around him were dumbfounded. Classmates! Congratulations on enrolling! You will all become ninjas in the future, I hope you can all learn something. Little did he know that he had been spotted by you. Is standing on the playground of the ninja school with all the parents and children. Looked boredly at the old man wearing a red and white Hokage hat and a white Hokage robe talking on stage. It's really drowsy. Is this old man the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi with the longest reign? Looked at the 3 generations of Hokage who was standing on a high platform to preside over the entrance ceremony of the ninja school. Yu's amber clear eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. If it weren't for the turbid eyes of the old man at the front desk, a wise edge would be revealed from time to time. Yu really had to think that the 3rd generation of Hokage in front of him was just an ordinary old man, not the famous Dr. Ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world. Ninja School was founded by Konoha's 2nd generation Naruto Senzuma. It was a period of war. In order to ensure the stability and efficiency of fighting ability and education, a ninja school was specially established for all ninjas to practice the most basic part. After learning the basics in the ninja school, the ninjas will be promoted to ninja. Is divided into different groups to practice with his teacher, accept tasks of different levels suitable for him, and send a large number of talents to the village every year. According to Yu's understanding, Konoha Ninja School is mainly divided into 5 stages: admission, basic exercises, application, graduation. As long as they pass these 5 stages of practice, they can successfully become a ninja, go out to perform tasks and become a ninja alone. And in the current period of the 3rd Ninja War in full swing, every ninja student in a ninja school will have their studies as short as possible. In the shortest possible time, to deliver more combat power to Konoha's frontline. www.novel.com. Finally, after more than an hour of entrance ceremony, the following are the 3rd class students: Kazuya Yamanaka, Yuaki Shiro, Inu Rita, Setsuna Hyuga, Tomohisa Nara, Yakushiha, Shiranuaki. The 3 generations of Naruto on the stage finally mentioned the division of the students of this ninja school. Didn't you get the same class with Zishui? But among the students in the same class, there are many children from big families. Hearing that he and Shisui had been assigned to 2 different ninja classes, Yu did not move. But seeing that there are so many children of the famous Konoha clan in the 3rd class he is in, Yu can't help thinking, it's a shame that I couldn't be assigned to the same ninja class as you. After the entrance ceremony, Shisui came to you, and said goodbye with regret. Anyway, I'm in a ninja school, and I will be long in Japan. See you tomorrow. Facing Shisui with regret, you didn't feel that much emotion. Isn't this kid bent? Feeling Zishui's extraordinary enthusiasm for him, you darkly slandered himself. Thinking of the fetters between Suzuki and Itaki, and Shisui, and the three members of the Uchiha clan in the original book, you suddenly couldn't help but shiver. After waving goodbye to Zishui, you directly set foot on the way back to the Konoha orphanage. Stop talking nonsense. Brat. If you don't want to be beaten, give up everything on you. But I just stepped out of the gate of the ninja school. The noise from the trail next to attracted Yu's eyes. Chapter 18, Ninja School Bully. Okay? Why does this kid look so familiar? I saw you in the tree-lined path on the left. Two teenagers who seem to be about 10 years old, who are about to graduate from ninja school, are pressing a 7 or 8-year-old child on the wall. Originally you didn't have any extra thoughts to care about such things. But seeing the child who was pressed against the wall, with dark skin and long dark hair with a pineapple head, he looked very familiar. Then stopped and slowly said, "Hey, I said you two guys." Okay. Hearing that there are people who are nosy, the two teenage ninja school boys immediately turned around. But when he saw that the kid standing behind them was actually younger than the kid they were bullying, he laughed. "A kid who is younger than this guy, do you want to stand up and be nosy?" It's just that they didn't finish both of their words, and they felt a flower in front of them, and the you standing in front of them had disappeared in an instant. Boom! Two dull sounds. The pineapple head kid who was pressed against the wall just reacted. Was surprised to see the two teenagers who were bullying him in front of him, they had been knocked to the ground instantly by you. Okay, so awesome. Saw you who was 2 or 3 years younger than him, and knocked down the two ninja school boys who were bullying him, who was about to graduate, to the ground in the blink of an eye. The child with pineapple head leaning against the wall opened his mouth blankly, and was speechless for a long time in shock. It hurts. Damn, how can such a kid have such great strength? Two teenage ninja school boys still haven't understood what happened. Just turned around and was knocked over to the ground, fell on the ground and looked at the 5-year-old you in amazement. What are you doing in a daze? Are you still going? Solved two teenage ninja school boys in a blink of an eye. You turned his head and looked at the pineapple head child who was leaning on the wall in a daze, and spoke calmly. In the past time, in addition to the ability development of the line fruit and the training of ninjutsu, you pays most attention to the practice of physical skills, especially now that he has reached the level of chakra. Dealing with these two ninja school boys who have just refined the chakras in front of them is easy. I heard Yu's plain voice. The young man with pineapple head leaning against the wall seemed to wake up like a dream. Was about to open his mouth to thank you, but at this moment, another voice came over in an untimely manner. Under these circumstances, are you still in the mood to take care of other people's affairs? With the voice that came, 4 mysterious figures had blocked the path where you and the pineapple head boy were. Yakashi you, right? After that incident last time, I went to inquire about your name. The 4 figures blocked the way of you and the pineapple head boy. I saw a sneer full of hatred on the person's face. It was Itachi, a student of the ninja school who was severely taught by you last time. Hurry up, hurry up. It's Itachi and Gangzai Tetsu. Seemed to notice that the atmosphere was not right, and the 2 ninja school boys who fell on the ground immediately got up and fled hurriedly. Only the pineapple head boy who was rescued by you was left. He hesitated and gritted his teeth and chose to stand behind you. So it was you. The guy who diapered his crotch last time. Saw Itachi, who had been severely taught by him last time, and took the other 3 senior ninja school teenagers in 2 fronts and 2 backs to block his way. I saw you slowly turning around. Not only was there no panic on his face, but a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. What? Didn't you remember the last time? Damn boy! As expected, as soon as you said plain words, Itachi gritted his teeth. The last bitter experience lingered in his mind like a nightmare. Had it not been for his own unauthorized use of ninjas, his parents would have gone to the Konoha orphanage and you for a long time. But he still had to swallow his anger. After being sent to the ninja hospital for treatment, the two brothers Itachi and Inaz were given a lecture by their parents. Hey, are the newcomers in ninja school so arrogant now? Hasn't waited for Itachi to escape from his anger. I saw the young boy with black hair and bangs covering his right cheek standing next to Itachi, who had already stood up and snorted. Itachi, have you been taught by such a kid? Then you are too hard to grow. At the same time, the boy with long black hair standing on the other side of Yu's side was centered like a hedgehog. Also seemed to be unable to stand Yu's indifferent attitude, and took a step forward with cynicism. These two guys is sandwiched between two ninja school boys who seem to be about 10 years old. Looking at the familiar faces of the two of them, Yu suddenly remembered the identity of the two of them, and his face was stunned. So that's it, is that the two dragon sets of Shinayu Izumo and Gangzite. The way you welcome new students, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is quite special. Gangzi Iron, Shinayu Izumo. Both are the elite ninjas of the original Muie. The tacit understanding and deep trust cultivated over the years have made the cooperation between the two almost seamless. Is now a teenager and a senior student in the ninja school. It's just that you didn't expect that the dragon set ninja in these two originals was actually the little overlord of the ninja school in his youth. Alright, Senior Zisha, Senior Izumo. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and teach this kid a meal and go back. A sickly voice urged impatiently. I saw the last boy of the four of them speak. Pale complexion, wearing a black turban, with severe dark circles, looks frail and sickly. Moonlight Blast. You recognized the identity of this boy at a glance. In the original work, Muie's special Shangnin, the protagonist Naruto and the chief examiner of the third session of the Zongnin exam, is also the lover of Ozuki Yuin's childhood sweetheart, a short-lived ghost who died in the hands of Ninomaki on the sand in the Osamaru Konoha collapse plan. Of course, the Moonlight Blast before Yu's eyes is only 8 years old. Is one term younger than Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo, but they are stronger than them. There are so many familiar faces. Unfortunately, they are all trivial tricks. After recognized the identities of the 3 ninja school boys in front of him, Yu reached out and hooked his fingers at the 4 boys in front of him. Okay, don't waste my time. You can take a few together, I'm still in a hurry to go home. Chapter 19, Take a Lesson. There is such an arrogant kid. Facing the seemingly arrogant actions and words in front of Yu, Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo couldn't help looking at each other, and at the same time saw the angry expression on each other's face. Then don't blame us for bullying the small. Couldn't help the anger anymore, and saw Shinayu Izumo's face sinking in front of Yu's eyes. Quickly put his hands in front of him, making a gesture of Jian. Stop it. But at this moment, a cold voice came. 2 beautiful shadows suddenly appeared, and they were instantly stopped between Yu and Shinayu Izumo. Zian. Ajiki Sr. After seeing the appearance of the two in front of him clearly, Moonlight Hayate suddenly looked startled. I saw 2 young girls appearing in front of everyone, one with bright purple long hair and beautiful skin. Another short dark purple hair behind his head, his cute and pretty face always has a sly smile. It was Uzuki Yuin and Matere Adzuki Beans who came here to stop Moonlight Hayate and Itachi. It's so shameless, Hayate. As a senior in the ninja school, how can you do such a thing? After finally arrived, Zian with bright eyes and white teeth stared directly at the Moonlight Blast in front of her, her tone mixed with anger and disappointment. Zian, I. Facing Uzuki Zian's sullen gaze in front of him, Moonlight Hayate suddenly hesitated. Although he has not yet become a couple like in the original book, as a playmate who grew up together, he has no way to ignore Uzuki Yuin's opinions. What's more, in his heart, he has already developed an affection for this cold and beautiful girl in front of him. I finally caught up. You are lucky, kid. At this moment, Mitere Azuki, who was standing next to Uzuki Yuin, also breathed a sigh of relief. Glanced back at you standing behind him, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What the hell? Is planning to take a shot and teach the Shinyu Izumo in front of them. Was blocked by Uzuki Yuin and Mitere Azuki Beans who suddenly appeared in front of him, and you couldn't help but startled. It turned out to be, the two of them. But after seeing the appearance of the two in front of him clearly, you recognized the identities of the two girls at a glance. Is Konohamurai's special shinobu Uzuki Yuin and Mitere Azuki. Mao Yuzian, although she rarely appears in the original work. But the gorgeous purple hair, bright face, and slim figure hidden behind the dark mask make people remember this character deeply. Now Uzuki Yuin is just an 8-year-old girl, 2 or 3 years away from graduating from the ninja school. Similarly, Mitere Azuki Beans in this period were only 9 years old. And Shinayu Izumo Katetsu are in the same class, and they are senior sisters who are older than Uzuki Yuin and Moonlight Hayate. Although she hasn't practiced with one of the 3 ninjas, Oshimaru, but this girl is born with an evil and cunning temperament. What are you doing in a daze? Aren't you leaving? Seeing that you behind him was still in a daze, he saw Mitere Azuki Beans immediately with his arms akimbo, and said somewhat irritably. Although she is only 9 years old, she is accompanied by her cute face, exposed mesh underwear and ninja skirt. Is already a full-fledged royal sister, cough cough, is already a full-fledged senior sister. Interesting little girl. Facing the scolding of Mitere Azuki in front of him, while feeling a little speechless, the corners of Yu's mouth couldn't help but raise a subtle arc. Naturally, he could see that Uzuki Yuin and Mitere Azuki rushed here specifically to prevent Itaeki and Shinyuki Izumo from bullying their newcomer who had just entered school. It's not that easy to let this kid go. Red Bean. It's nothing to do with you two here. Get out of me. Seeing Uzuki Yuin and Mitere Azuki Bean who suddenly appeared in front of them, they wanted to stop the 4 of them, the arrogant little ghost named Yu. At this time, I saw Shinayu Izumo yell out of her preemptive shot, and her hands were quickly sealed. Shui dun shui yuna yuan. After taking a deep breath, Shinayu Izumo opened his mouth and spit out a large group of unknown liquid toward the ground. Although it is not a high-level ninjutsu, Shinayu Izumo's strength is obviously much better than the 2 ninja school students who were beaten away by you just now. Oops. Izumo, this guy. I didn't expect Shinayu Izumo in front of me to suddenly make a move. Caught off guard, Uzuki Yuin and Mitere Azuki Beans were directly stuck in place by the viscous liquid that spread quickly on the ground under their feet. You responded very quickly. Facing the unknown liquid that is constantly spreading under her feet, she feels that this special water escape has super viscosity. Saw him jump behind him, avoiding the special water escape ninjutsu of Shinayu Izumo. This kid. What a quick response. Noting Yu's agile skill, Mitere Azuki's eyes lit up in place. The hand that was originally reaching the ninja bag, also subconsciously stopped. Forbearance psychic art. Ninja summon. Seeing the feather in front of me leap up in the air. At this time, Gangzatetsu, who worked closely with Shinayu Izumo, had already pulled out the ninjutsu scroll on his body. With a beep, a cloud of white smoke emerged out of thin air. In a blink of an eye, there is a huge ninja hammer in his hand. www.novel.com dashing towards the unavoidable feather in mid-air. Be careful. Seeing that both Shinayu Izumo and Konkatetsu in front of them were able to use ninjutsu so skillfully. Looked at you, who was unable to avoid being in the air, and saw the pineapple head boy standing behind couldn't help but exclaim. It works well. It's a pity, it's just a trick. But at this moment, I faced the steel that was sprinting up with a huge ninja hammer in front of me. I saw Yu, who seemed to be unavoidable in mid-air, but he snorted coldly and hooked his fingers in a calm manner. Boom! An amazing scene happened to everyone. I saw Gangzisha quickly sprinting towards Yu with a huge ninja hammer. As if tripped over something suddenly, the whole person suddenly fell and flew out. This is... Seeing this sudden change in front of him, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't notice at all, there was a thin, transparent, and invisible thread in the air. My leg! The whole person slammed the steel iron that flew out, and couldn't help but let out a painful cry. I saw the calf he was tripped over by the thin thread made by feather, and blood had begun to ooze from it. Now he can only cover his calf with both hands, sitting on the ground and dare not move at all. You should feel lucky that you didn't cut your leg. Fell on the ground next to him coolly, stood up and looked at Gangzisha, who was sitting on the ground hugging his legs. Yu said calmly. In the war on top of the One Piece world, Doflamingo just cut off the leg of the devil Little Ounce directly. Chapter 20, Monster Performance. Although I didn't see what happened just now. But Xian, this kid seems to be very strong. Looking at Yu falling on the ground next to him, he even solved the strong Gangzatetsu in the ninja school in one face. At this time, Matere Adzuki Bean suddenly burst into a strange light in his eyes, as if he had seen a novel toy. It seems that the two of us made an extra effort today, Senior Adzuki. Leaned against the Matere red bean paste together, looking at the plume falling in front of him. The cold and glamorous Uyuzian smiled bitterly, but a faint brilliance flashed through her big eyes. Be careful behind. But in the next second, something seemed to be noticed. S face suddenly changed, and suddenly she reminded you of her. You are too smug, kid. It's just that Uyuzian's voice has just come out, and a dark voice has already sounded from behind you. Is the blast of moonlight. Seeing that Gangzatai was solved by you in an instant, I saw Konoha's future special supreme forbearance. I don't know when he has quietly appeared behind you. Konoha Ryu Sun Moon Dance. Saw the incredible ability of the white-haired child in front of me. I saw Moonlight Hayate's tattoo on his back instantly unsheathed, turning into a sharp cold light in the air and slashing towards Yuzhan. This is Konoha Ryuu's swordsmanship, mixed with the one-stroke swordsmanship of the samurai Aizen. Although it has not yet reached the realm of using the shadow clone technique to perform the dance of the three suns and the moon in the original work. But being in a ninja school can use such Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, it can be seen that Moonlight Hayate's strength and talent are not simple. Has it almost reached the level of Shinin? Seeing the moonlight blast lurking silently behind him, he even performed such a fierce Konoha swordsmanship. Yu's flat expression on her face did not change much. The power of the thread fruit inside the body was activated, turning around and waving. Accompanied by the crisp metal strike. The moonlight gusts cut by the sharp sword in his hand suddenly widened his eyes. Line. Even, was blocked by the line. I saw you standing in front of Moonlight Hayate, and a very thin silk thread appeared in the hand that was swung out, and she was able to resist the extremely sharp sword in Moonlight Hayate's hand. Your movements, too slow. After using the silk thread made in his hand to block the sword that Moonlight Hayate cut over, I saw a sharp glow in the eyes that were as clear as amber. Not good. Aware of the streamer in the eyes of the feathers in front of him, the moonlight and gust of wind suddenly startled in his heart, but his body was too late to react, as if he had poured cement. Shadow Dance Leaf. I saw Yu Qing, who was standing in front of the moonlight and gusts. The body sank instantly, and the suddenly raised right leg threw a fierce wind directly in the air. Boom! The sound of dull body impact sounded. In everyone's horrified eyes, the moonlight blast standing in front of you was directly hit in the jaw by the powerful kick from you. The whole person was kicked off the ground by Yu's foot, and the moonlight blast that rose a meter abruptly only felt a bang, and the brain went blank. In a blink of an eye, the man flew out like a kite with a broken line, and fell to the ground not far away. One move. Anyone who killed Moonlight Hayate with one move. How old is this kid? Is he a monster? Seeing Moonlight Hayate, whose strength at the ninja school was comparable to his own, was hit by Yu in front of him. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, Matere Adzuki Bean's small mouth was slightly open, and the expression of shock was overwhelming. Shi Feng was unexpectedly caught by him. Mao Yuzian was also stunned. As a playmate who grew up as a child, no one knew the strength of Moonlight Gale better than her. The Moonlight Blast that used Konoharaju's swordsmanship and Sun Moon Dance was hit and flew by Yu. What level of strength did this white-haired boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old? Heat Wind. Watched Gang Zisha and Yu instantly resolve. Now even the stronger Moonlight Storm is kicked by Yu. At this time, I saw Shinyuki Izumo standing next to him suddenly pale in shock. Damn it! What's the matter? My body, why can't it move? Was about to take out Kyowo to rush up, but the next second Shinayu Izumo only felt his body numb. Followed by a horrified discovery: no matter how hard he struggles, his body can't move. Have you hit the A-cup ointment? It seems lucky. At this time, a playful voice sounded. Shinayu Izumo, who stood still immobile, stared in horror. I saw Yu's figure standing in front of him for some time, a fist magnified infinitely before his eyes. Boom! There was no chance for a cry of pain. Shinayu Izumo was directly knocked out by Yu with a punch. This trick is called a rabbit hair needle. Wrap a thin thread around the chakra and shoot it in a needle-like shape, piercing the opponent's meridian system, making the opponent unable to move. Is the skill that Yu refers to Atsuki Teruya in the original book. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has nothing to do. The only difference is that Atsuki Teruya uses hair, while Yu uses thin threads. And because there is no such thing as a blind eye, Yu can only launch this trick with his own understanding of the human body. In fact, the chance of accurately hitting the target meridians and acupoints is not very high, so Yu just sighed like that. There was silence. It's already evening. Looking at Moonlight Hayate and Kagura Chizuki, who fell to the ground before fainting. There is also Gangzatai, who sits on the ground next to her with her hands on her calves and dare not make a sound. I saw the remaining Itaki and the Pineapple Head Boy, and Uzuki Yuin and Matere Adzuki Beans leaning against each other. Everyone fell into a dead silence. Strange. Monster. Looked at Yu, who was 2 or 3 years younger than himself, in a few seconds. So he put the 3 of Moonlight Hayate, Kamizuki Izumo and Ganko Tetsu from the upper grades of the ninja school on the ground. I saw the young Pineapple Head standing next to him, talking to himself as if he had looked silly. If I read it right. At this time, looking at the young boy Itachi, who was standing next to him with a look of fear, he saw the corner of Yu's mouth slightly cocked in play. The guy who was clamoring to clean up me just now, are you shaking now? Because he saw Itachi's legs trembling constantly, it seemed that there was another tendency to frighten urine. Weird, monster. How come there is a monster like you? Don't come here. Looking at Yu, who was gradually walking towards him, Itachi's voice was shaking unnaturally. Chapter 21, Elder Sister and Senior. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Gradually walked in front of Itachi. Yu seemed to remember something suddenly, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I told you last time, if there is another next time, I will hit your head with one blow. After finished speaking, I saw Yu's right index finger lightly lifted, and pointed it at Itachi's head like a pistol. No, don't kill me. Looked at the fingers that Yu pointed at his head. I saw that the expression on Itachi's face had completely collapsed from fear. He can already imagine that if Yu plays this trick, his head will undoubtedly be smashed like a watermelon. Boom! He looked at Itachi, who was about to pee out of his pants, with a playful look. I saw a sly color flashing across Yu's face, and there was a deliberate bang in his mouth. Suddenly, Itachi fell to the ground in front of him, and rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. it turned out to be fainted by you. It's really not scary. I really don't know how such a guy will become a ninja. Glanced at Atayaki, who was frightened and fainted. Yu curled his lips contemptuously, and his gaze fell on the pineapple head boy who was completely sluggish next to him. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Since just now, Yu has always felt that this kid looks so familiar. But I always feel that there is something missing on his face, so I can't remember it for a while. My name is Irika, Domino Irika. Seeing Yu's gaze in front of him, he looked at himself, and saw that the pineapple head boy seemed to wake up from a dream, stuttering and almost unable to say a word. Although he is a teenager 3 or 2 years younger than himself. But I saw with my own eyes the shocking power that Yu Zhan revealed just now. Pineapple Head Boy has never imagined that newcomers who have just enrolled in the ninja school can achieve this level. Ilika? So it was him. After hearing the Pineapple Head Boy say his name, Yu suddenly realized. It turned out that there was a horizontal scar on the nose, no wonder I didn't recognize it for a while. Domino Irika, the original Nakanin teacher in the Mui Ninja School, the protagonist Naruto Suzuki Sakura and their head teacher, is also the protagonist Naruto's first personal mentor. As Shinin's parents, both sacrificed in the Nine Tails incident. Although his strength was mediocre, he played a vital role in the growth of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki. Irika. Looking at Ilika, the only promised young man in front of him, Yu's handsome face couldn't help showing a hint of helplessness. You were bullied by 2 ninja school classmates, you guys are too useless, right? Indeed, Irika's parents are both shinobu of Konoha Ninja Village. But in the original book, Ilika's strength can only be used as a ninja school. Even Mizuki, who is also a ninja school, can't beat that waste wood. From the perspective of a traverser, Ilika's strength is indeed a bit sorry for the audience and parents. No way. Not everyone is born with ninja talents like you. Feeling the contemptuous gaze in front of him, I saw a wry smile on Ilika's face. As soon as he was born, he had a mediocre ninja talent, and he really humiliated himself both as Konoha Kamino parents. And my ideal. I will become a teacher in a ninja school in the future, then I will be satisfied. But as soon as he mentioned his future ideals, the youthful face of Ilika immediately showed the brilliance of yearning. Good, good, you just want to be happy. You happy juk. Seeing the dream brilliance blooming on the face of the young Irika in front of him, Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing that he is the head teacher of the future protagonists, Yu can't bear to hit him. Matere Red Beans and Uzuki Yuga. At this time, his gaze shifted to Matere Adzuki Beans and Uzuki Yuin. Noticed that the solid liquid under the feet of the 2 girls had gradually dispersed, and a smile appeared at the corner of the feathers. Anyway, thank you for today. After all, 2 girls rushed over to stop Yi Tazi from trying to protect themselves, a newcomer to the ninja school. Although it didn't help me much, I still have to say thank you, right? Well, this is a question of politeness. The rude brat. Just as soon as Yu spoke, a crossroad suddenly appeared on the forehead of Matere Adzuki Bean next to him, gritted his teeth and said, "You should call us senpai or senior." Good Red Beans, goodbye Red Beans. But Yu directly ignored the glaring gaze of Matere Adzuki Bean next to him, and turned around with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I should go back, then the mess here will trouble you and Senior Xian. See you next time if you have a chance. The voice fell, leaving for the 2 girls and Irika and them was Yu's back, who had already waved away. Damn! What a kid! The bright eyes stared fiercely at the back of Yu's departure in front of him. www.novel.com. I saw Matere Red Bean gritted his teeth. Senior Xian, but I am Red Bean. Coco. Seeing the appearance of Matere Red Bean gnashing his teeth next to him, Uzuki Yuin could not help covering her mouth and chuckles. S gaze quietly stared at the back of the feather in front of him, which was gradually disappearing in the sunset, and a strange ripple appeared in his heart. Yakushiha, is really an interesting person. Time is like quicksand at the fingertips, day by day. Since becoming a student of the ninja school, Yu has been studying ninja theory and basic knowledge in the ninja school. Transformation, clone, and duplicate have all been mastered by Yu. These are the most practical basic ninjutsu in ninja battles. Although simple, they can often make a person reverse the battle situation on the field. Since enrolled in school, it has not surprised everyone. The genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan began to reveal his amazing talent as soon as he entered the ninja school. Whether it is ninjutsu, physique, ninja, or ninja theory, Uchiha Shisui has all achieved top results in the ninja school. But it was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Uchiha Shisui was exceptionally good, he only got second place in the ninja school. The position of the first chief was actually firmly occupied by an unknown civilian ninja named Yakushi Yu. This is undoubtedly surprising. So that some unidentified people are curious to find out who this little ghost named Yakushi Yu is sacred. Chapter 22, Actual Combat Exercise. Anatashi and Shinyuki Izumo, the others, after experiencing the last bitter lesson. Every time I saw you at the ninja school, I almost walked around like a ghost. This day, ninja school's huge exercise field, all the ninja students in the third class of you gathered. Students, today's project is an actual combat exercise. In order to increase actual combat experience and see their own shortcomings. Seeing that all the ninja students in the three classes in front of him have all arrived. Ninja instructor Yui Zhenhong nodded in satisfaction and announced loudly. So today's actual combat exercise will take the form of indiscriminate melee. Everyone can choose their own opponents, and they can also find their own temporary teammates in the battle. Actual combat exercises in the form of melee? Hearing the words of Yuri Zhenhong, the head teacher in front of him, all the ninja students present there suddenly talked. Especially Yu, who was in the crowd, immediately felt several unkind gazes falling on him. It seems. The education method of the ninja school during the war is also different from that in the peace era. As if not feeling the unkind eyes around him, Yu standing in the crowd thought thoughtfully. After all, in a real battle, anything can happen. This kind of actual combat exercise method can indeed directly see a ninja's actual combat response and shortcomings. It is worth mentioning that Yu is the instructor of the third class of ninja. This man with black hair, red eyes, and a clean face is the father of Yurihong in the original, Konoha Shinobu, who was sacrificed in the Nine Tails incident Yuhataka. Although Yuri Zhenhong of this period has not yet become the upper ninja, he is the instructor who instructed the middle and lower ninjas in the original work. But his strength has almost reached the level of forbearance, and he is currently the strongest among all instructors in the entire ninja school. Is precisely out of self-confidence in their own strength. Yuri Zhenhong dare to use the indiscriminate melee, which is a real combat exercise method that is very likely to have a casualty rate, to sharpen the strength of all the ninja students present. So, practical exercises, start now. There is no unnecessary nonsense. I saw that after Yui Zhenhong announced the start, he stood by and observed the actual battle. I'm sorry, pharmacist classmate. As expected, just as Yuri Zhenhong announced the start of the actual combat exercise, a voice immediately came from behind Yu. While all the ninja students around started looking for shelters in the bushes and woods, a ninja student in the same class had rushed to Yu's back and punched Yu in the back. As if there were eyes behind. Facing the expected sneak attack, only Han's eyes jumped. Lightly turned sideways, only a few minutes away from the fist behind the attack. Wow wow wow! It hurts. Quickly let go. Accompanied by a scream of pain, I saw Yu easily turned around and came behind the attacker. Grabbed the opponent's arm and twisted it lightly, clasping the fork on the opponent's back so that it could not move at all. Shiranuishu, out. Saw that within 2 seconds of the actual combat exercise, one of the ninja schools had been subdued by Yu. I saw Yuri Zhenhong, who was standing by and observing, directly spoke out and sentenced him out, and a strange expression flashed in his crimson eyes. As a ninja instructor in Class 3. For Han Yu, a ninja student who can beat the Uchiha clan's genius Shisui in all aspects, Yui Mahong also attaches great importance to it. At the same time, he also wanted to pass today's actual combat exercise to see what level of strength the young man in front of him who can beat the genius Uchiha Shisui in performance probably reached. Swish swish. There were several sharp breaking noises in the air. Just before Yu kicked the Shiranui tree out of the game. There were already 5 or 6 sharp shurikens flying over, and they were all nailed to Yu's body in a blink of an eye. Ah! Teacher! That guy Yu was killed. After all, was just a kid in a ninja school. Seeing this scene before him, several ninja students around suddenly screamed. Be quiet! Show me well! At the sight of, Yuri was really red and gave a deep cry, and a sharp glow flashed in his crimson eyes. Boom! The voice fell, and I saw the feather shot by the shuriken in the field before me, which turned into a piece of wood. The substitute technique is used very well. Even I almost didn't see when he transferred the body just now. Seeing Yu's double-handed technique, Yuri Maori nodded with satisfaction. Hey, the shuriken just now. All the hiding places of you guys have been exposed. A flat voice sounded, and I saw Yu reappearing in the eyes of everyone. S body turned into an extremely fast phantom, and in a blink of an eye, all the ninja students who had thrown shurikens were knocked to the ground. Wow! It hurts. Yui-sensei. Yakushi Yu is so amazing. After all 4 or 5 ninja students, Yu was brought down and out. I saw a few little ghosts rubbing the painful parts of their body, complaining and walking to Yuri Zhenhong's side www.novel.com. So handsome. Come on, Yudian. Take down all these guys. At this time, I looked at the appearance and crushing strength of Yu Deshin in the field. The group of girls watching by the side was already excited and about to faint, and they seemed to have formed a support group to cheer on the side. Yudin? Hearing a group of girls next to their new appellation, a wry smile appeared at the corners of the feathers on the court. This kind of exaggerated phenomenon is only possible in the second element world. Thought so in his heart, but the steps under his feet did not stop at all. I saw the feather in front of everyone walking like a stroll in the chaotic exercise field. Along the way, he successfully solved one sudden opponent after another. Secret technique Insect Jade. Accompanied by a soft shout at this time. A dense cluster of black insects suddenly spread in the air, and they continued to approach the feathers in the middle to besiege from all directions. The secret technique of the Oil Girl clan. There are only a few bugs, it seems that I haven't gotten the heat. Facing the ninja student Yu Nushibai who suddenly appeared in front of him, and the insects that were constantly surrounding him like a black faint smoke. I saw the calm complexion on Yu's face as usual. Although the Oil Girl clan's secret skills are powerful, the level of this ninja school is not enough to pose any threat to him. Konoha Cyclone. With a soft sip, Yu's body sank slightly. The whip leg kicked out strongly under his feet instantly formed a strong whirlwind. Directly swept all the surrounding bugs, along with the oily woman's hibai in front of him. Chapter 23, Hyaga Setsuna. So amazing! Is this guy really a ninja student in the same class as us? This time, it's not just a group of girls next to me. Even the boys who have been kicked out exclaimed. Indeed. Although it's because of the war. The students of ninja school have high basic ninja literacy. But deal with these little ghosts who have not yet reached the level of ninja. Yu hardly needs the ability to use string fruit and other advanced ninjutsu. With strong skill and physical skills, he has easily crushed this group of ninja school students. Maybe. Only the guy Shishui can let me show my true strength, right? Thought this in his heart, facing one attack after another that seemed extremely simple to him. Yu became more determined and applied for early graduation after he had mastered all the basic ninjutsu. After all, entering the ninja school is not for messing around and pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This kind of playing house game is not cold to him. Are you Yakushi Yu? But at this time, an indifferent voice sounded. Yu suddenly regained his gaze. Only a white figure quickly solved the surrounding ninja students and appeared and stopped in front of him. Let me see, you who can crush the genius Shishui, head of the Uchiha clan. What kind of strength do you have? Long black hair like a waterfall, a kimono with a black background and white borders, and an unexpectedly handsome face. But what attracted Yu's attention was the pure white eyes of the boy. Is exactly Konoha's oldest famous Dore member of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Setsuna. Face the boy of the Hyuga clan who suddenly appeared in front of him. I saw that Yu's original plain gaze finally became a little serious. Because among the students of the entire ninja school in the same class, apart from the Uchiha Shisui who was assigned to other classes, this boy named Hyuga Setsuna was the strongest. Is a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan that is not mentioned in the original book. Grow your eyes. There is no other nonsense, only the hands of the young Hyuga clan in front of Yuja-ian. Pure white eyes suddenly opened, and fierce veins appeared directly on both sides of the temples. Are you awake so early and roll your eyes? He rolled his eyes at Hyuga Setsuna. You only felt that her whole body was seen through by these sharp eyes, and her face couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. White Eyes is Konoha's oldest clan, Hyuga clan's blood inheritance boundary. Although its eye-opening method is not as harsh as the riding wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan. But being able to awaken and roll his eyes at this age is enough to show how outstanding the talent of this Hyuga clan boy is. Be careful. Rukuin. After rolled his eyes, he seemed a little surprised to see you in front of him. I saw the boy of the Hyuga clan reminding him that a blue chakra bloomed on his hands. Softboxing, the family of the Hyuga clan, Konoha's strongest genre. A boxing technique that can directly attack the vein system. If you combine your eyes, you can also tap acupuncture points. Is this Hyuga Ryu's soft fist? Faced with the palms of both hands that turned into a phantom in front of him, Hyuga instantaneously. I saw Yu's figure retreating, constantly avoiding the blue chakra in his hands in front of him. Is different from the Konoha Ryugo that Yu is now practicing. Hyuga Ryu's soft fist focuses on the upper plate movement, usually the trick is to keep the lower plate tightly. The upper body uses a unique soft fist to punch chakra into the opponent's body to destroy the opponent's tendons and internal organs. After all, no matter how powerful a person is in the normal ninja world, he can't cultivate his internal organs. Usually, the internal injuries caused by the soft fist are fatal. Unless you reach the level of 6, or there is an immortal body between the 1,000-hand pillars or an immortal body transformed by Thulhu like Phaeton. And Konoha Ryu's Gangchuan pays more attention to the movement of the bottom plate. The tricks are usually wide open and close, and the attack is generally based on the legs. Using chakras to make the body gain stronger explosive and destructive power, the action is swift, unrivaled, attacking the enemy and causing direct damage to the enemy's surface. To put it simply, these two different genres have their own merits. So if you are hit by Hyuga Ryu's soft punch, even if it is just rubbed on your skin, Hyuga Setsuna can use the unique chakra of the soft boxing technique to injure Yu's internal organs and meridians. It seems that except for Niji Hyuga in the original, there have also been other outstanding geniuses in the separation of the Hyuga clan. Looked at the fierce attack of Hyuga Setsuna's soft fist. I felt that the strength of this boy was obviously not at the same level as other ninja students. Suddenly, Yu's thoughts flew in wonderment. According to the original plot of Naruto, from the beginning to the end, the Hyuga clan seems to have few characters that can compete with the Uchiha clan. Among the younger generation of Uchiha, there is the strongest phantom ninja Uchiha Shisui, and among them is the 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Even the later Uchiha Sasuke, although his early performance was mediocre, he was upgraded in the later stage, awakening Indra's reincarnated soul and inherited from the 6 immortals, becoming one of the strongest in the ninja world. Not to mention the Uchiha Madara, who is watching the world, and the Uchiha belt soil that is counterattacked by the silk. In short, through the history of the Uchiha clan, there are too many wonderful characters. On the contrary, look at the Hyuga family. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Except for the Hyuga Tenin mentioned in the original work. In Konoha's nearly 100 years, even a movie-class powerhouse has not been born. The only genius ninja Niji Hyuga, as the first ninja in Konoha's new generation 12 strong ninjas. Also because he did not possess the protagonist's aura, he tragically died in the Fourth Ninja World War and became the only Xiaoqiang who sacrificed among the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. So the appearance of the talented boy Hyuga Setsuna in front of him made you feel a little surprised. In the real world of Naruto, there are many people and things that are not mentioned in the animation. Ended. Just when Yu's eyes were a little lost, I saw Hyuga Setsu, who was constantly performing Hyuga Ryura fist in front of him, and suddenly shouted. There was a sharp ray of light in his pure white eyes, and his hands were spread flat in front of you in a peculiar posture. You are already in the realm of my gossip. Felt an invisible field enveloped his body. Facing the soft fist posture that Hyuga Setsuna put in front of him, Yu suddenly widened his eyes. This is soft boxing Bagua 32 palms. Without waiting for Yu's reaction, he burst out with a deep voice in his mouth. I saw Hyuga Setsuna had already crashed into Yu's arms. The hands of the Hyuga clan secretly blasted out the soft fist and Bagua palm. The violent storm usually hits at 32 key points on Yu's body. No, you are over. However, facing the violent offensive of Hyuga Setsuna before him, I saw that Yu's eyes finally became serious, and his body gradually began to emit a light of lightning. Chapter 24, Dozuki Yuin. This is. Sensed the blue and white electric current emanating from the feathers in front of him. I saw Yuri Zhenhong, who was standing next to the exercise field watching the battle, suddenly stared. What is this? At the same time, the moment Hyuga just performed the soft fist and Bagua palm, felt the violent electric current suddenly released from the body of Yu in front of him, and was stunned. Hiss! Accompanied by a violent electric current. I saw the moment Hyuga hit Yu's arms, and his whole body was attacked by this strong current in the air. The genius boy of the Hyuga clan only felt a tingling and numbness all over his body. Immediately lost control of his body in the blink of an eye, and knelt weakly in front of Yu. Damn, this is it, Raidun's ninjutsu. Seeing that he was about to win, he knelt down in front of Yu with paralysis and weakness. I saw Hyuga Setsuna's face full of unwillingness, and his eyes fixed on Yu in front of him. What? It's an unfinished ninjutsu, right? The violent electric current radiating from his body gradually dissipated. Looking at the moment Hyuga, who was kneeling in front of him, Yu spoke calmly. Chidori? No, this should only be regarded as a semi-finished Chidori flow. Chidori Ryu is an A-level thunder ninjutsu that extends from Chidori and releases Chidori from the whole body, integrating attack and defense. But after all, Yu has only mastered the Chidori ninjutsu soon. In a short period of time, the Chidoryu can only be developed to the semi-finished stage. If it is the finished product Chidoryu. Now Hyuga Setsuna in front of you has passed out, not just the body is paralyzed. Okay. That's it. At this time, Yuri Zhenhong, who was watching the game, suddenly spoke. Your actual combat exercise has passed. You come out first, the others continue. Even the genius Hyuga Setsuna of the Hyuga clan was defeated so easily. Yuri is really red. Of course, it can be seen that Yu's strength is no longer at the same level as these teenagers in the same class. It doesn't make much sense for him to stay in the exercise field anymore, it will destroy the balance of other ninja students' actual combat exercises. What an awesome talent! Looking at the white-haired boy who walked off the exercise field expressionlessly in front of him, Yuri Zhenhong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As a strength that has almost reached the upper level of ninjutsu, he naturally knows how difficult it is to release the ninjutsu that changes the nature of thunder attribute chakra from his body. But the Yu in front of him, a 5-year-old boy, a ninja student who had just entered the ninja school, could easily achieve this level. Under the seemingly calm appearance, Xiri is really red, and there has already been a storm in his heart. The basic ninjutsu and theories of the ninja school are almost mastered. After exiting the exercise field, he sat on the playground next to him. Looking at the ninja school classmates who are continuing the actual combat exercises in front of them, Yu muttered softly. It seems that after a while, I can almost apply for early graduation. You use current strength. Without exposing the ability of the line fruit. Just relying on the ninjutsu and physique of Naruto is enough to end all opponents in the ninja school. So there is no point in staying here. Was able to become a unique ninja as soon as possible, which was what you had originally planned. What a wonderful battle just now. Yu-kun is still the same, he deserves to be a genius ninja. At this time, a cold but gentle voice came from behind, pulling Yu's thoughts back. Looked back, and saw Yu's calm expression suddenly stunned. Senior Xian. There is nothing wrong. The one who appeared on the playground behind Yu was the Uzu Xian who had seen him last time. Was wearing a white sleeveless ninja skirt, and the shoulder straps were simply tied together, revealing a piece of white skin like jade. The appearance of the school flower of this ninja school suddenly attracted the attention of all 3 ninja students around. Isn't that Senior Uzuki-senpai? It's so beautiful. Damn it! Even the school flower's favor was taken away by Yakushi Yu. Saw Uzuki Yu walking straight towards Yu who was sitting on the playground next to her. Suddenly caused a group of ninja students in the same class as Yu to shout with jealousy. How did you come? Ignored the envy and jealous eyes of all the little ghosts around. Looking at Uzuki Xian who had already walked in front of her, Yu couldn't help feeling amazed. If it is not for crossing into this world. Who can imagine that the dark female ninja who always wears a mask in Naruto will have such a cold and beautiful appearance and a graceful figure in reality? This chick is good. I like it. Hurry up and capture her. Take her, kid. Without warning, the demon's enchanting voice suddenly sounded. Capture your sister. Take possession of your sister. Suddenly popped up to scare me. The sudden appearance of the devil made Yu almost convulse all over his body. After hearing the devil's words clearly, she couldn't help but spit out in her heart, "Are you not a woman?" "I am a woman, yes. I heard Yu's inner spit." www.novel.com. The demon's enchanting voice suddenly revealed a trace of evil and cunning, but who stipulates that women can't like girls? Besides, this type of girl, but my favorite dish. Is this all right? Just when Yu was about to be completely shattered by the demon in his body during Yu's normal 3 views and exercises. I didn't have class today. So I brought a bento I made by myself to eat with Yu-kun. Uzu Xian with long and beautiful purple hair has arrived in front of Yu. Gently raised the 3-tiered lunch box that was delicately packed in his hand, with a shy smile on his face. Yu-kun, shouldn't you mind? Mind? Mean. Neuropathy will mind. Of course I don't mind. It just happens that I am hungry, so I will trouble you, Senior Xian. Looking at Uzuki Yu who was already sitting next to him, Yu suddenly couldn't help but move his index finger, and he didn't know whether it was because of the food or the beauty. Damn it! That woman! Why would the Senior Yu-senpai stare at Yudian? Is it great to look good? It's not fair. Was in the playground next to Yu and Uzuki Yu sitting together eating lunch. A group of girls in the exercise field have also exploded. The appearance of Ninja School flower made these little fans feel an unprecedented crisis. In the teeth of several girls. I saw the innocent boy who was unconsciously caught by them and pinched in their hands. He had already begun to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. Chapter 25, apply for early graduation. Time goes by. In the ordinary life of the ninja school, a year passed. Following Yu's amazing performance in the ninja school, the name Yakushi Yu and the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan spread out inadvertently. Now almost everyone in the village knows that after the son of White Fang, Kakashi, Konoha gave birth to two amazing ninjas. Konoha Hokage's office is sitting with 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, and 2 other high-level consultants Mito Minion and Zwan Xiaochun. Apply for early graduation. The 2 applications placed in front of the 3 generations of Hokage attracted the attention of the 4 top leaders of Konoha. Dangling the pipe and exhaling thick smoke, I saw the old faces of the 3 generations of Hokage wrinkled deeply together. It's only 1 year since I enrolled in school, is it too early? As time came to Konoha for 45 years, the Third Ninja War became more and more stalemate. The war with Sandyuki, the country of wind, is still going on. At this time, Iwaoki of the Land of the Earth suddenly passes through Kushinen village to attack Konoha. Konoha has to face the tremendous pressure on both sides of the battlefield at the same time. News from the front line constantly sent the entire Hokage office to a dignified atmosphere. I have never seen a student like that. It's not just the avatar of the ninja school graduation exam last year. All ninjutsu, physique, and ninjutsu tests have full marks. Hearing the doubts of the 3 generations of Naruto in front of me, I saw Yuri Zhenhong in the Naruto office stepped forward and knelt on one knee, with a hint of inexplicable emotion on his calm face. All other aspects are also excellent, continue to keep him ninja school also doesn't make any sense. So Naruto-sama, I suggest that Yakushi Yu apply for early graduation. Seeing Yuri Zhenhong approached and proposed, at this moment, another Zongnin in the office also took a step forward. Similarly, Hokage-sama, I also suggest Uchiha Shisui apply for early graduation. Is the ninja instructor of the 2nd class of the ninja school, and also the head teacher of Uchiha Shisui. Yakushiha and Uchiha Shisui. Looking at Yuri Zhenhong and the other Zongren in front of them, in the white smoke, 3 generations of Hokage mumbled to these 2 names that have been commonly discussed in the village recently. Especially when I read the name of Zishui, there was a trace of nostalgia in the old eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. Uchiha Shisui is the offspring of the mirror. At the same time, both children applied for early graduation, but they are only in 1st grade, right? Although surprised by the aptitude of the 2 teenagers, the 3 generations of Hokage still showed a trace of concern. At the same time, his eyes turned to the other 3 Konoha executives around him, wanting to hear their opinions. It's the 1st grade. But isn't it great? Besides, there are precedents, right? At this time, a deep voice sounded, and Shimura Danzo, who was sitting next to Hokage 3, spoke. These 2 boys should be Konoha's rare geniuses. It's for the good of both of them to graduate early. With the deep voice, Shimura Dan's left eye hidden outside the white bandage was hidden, hiding a trace of greed and wild hope that was imperceptible. Since the establishment of Konoha's independent underground organization route, Danzo's desire for talent has grown stronger. For example, a few years ago, the talented ninja Heiji Kakashi, who graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5, was one of his long-awaited goals. Well, Danzo's words are not unreasonable. Although they usually disagree with Danzo, the 3 generations of Hokage rarely agree with him today. After a little indulgence, I saw a trace of emotion on the face of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Unexpectedly, it was only a year before the 2 little ghosts applied for graduation. What a sigh of talent! Yakushi Yu, Uchiha Shisui, the amazing talents of the 2 teenagers can't help but remind him of his lover, Osameru. No, even Ashimaru. They haven't reached this level at their age. Such a talented ninja should be tempered in advance. 3 generations of Hokage put down the pipe and signed his name on the application. However, for the safety of these 2 brats, if you want to graduate early, you have to test both of them. Yakushi Yu is really interesting. It is comparable to the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that the 3 generations of Hokage next to him agreed to the 2 teenagers' application for early graduation, he saw Tuan hiding in his left eye, which was shining with a deep and gloomy bird that no one could guess. If you guessed correctly, should be the child adopted by that woman? 3 days later, the news that the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan and Yakushi Yu applied for early graduation caused a sensation in the entire ninja school, and even many people in the entire Konoha village were discussing. Have you heard of it? The genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan applied for early graduation. In the tavern, a Zongren chatted with his companion. I heard about it a long time ago. But besides Uchiha Shisui, there is another kid from UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com who also applied for early graduation. Seeing that the other Zhongren was disapproving, he said, although Naruto-sama has approved it, it is not easy for the 2 little ghosts to graduate successfully. I heard that in addition to the normal graduation assessment content, the 2 little ghosts have to fight the 3 ninjas alone before they can graduate successfully. 3 ninjas? Isn't that too unfair? Hearing that, the previous Zongren opened his eyes in an unbelievable way. When graduating from a general ninja school, isn't it enough to reach the level of ninja? This is also the news I heard while patrolling the Naruto office building. After all, this is the time of war. If you don't want these 2 little ghosts to sacrifice on the battlefield, the requirements for them must be more demanding. Just listened to this Zongren Huafeng and turned around, but Naruto-sama didn't mean that they should defeat the 3 ninjas, but as long as they can survive the actual combat with the 3 ninjas, they will pass. So that's it. It seems that the 3 generations of Naruto masters also worked hard for the children in the village. Konoha Back Mountain. Just when the whole village was discussing this matter, Yu is still here alone, continuing his crazy practice day after day. 5-color line. With a soft drink from Yukao, he saw his left hand claws, and swiped towards a big tree 10 meters away. Boom! 5 sharp and invisible thin lines tear the air. Directly encircled the thick tree and cut into 6 segments instantly. The towering tree fell, directly raising the scattered dust in the woods. Chapter 26, Rapid Progress. Foot shaved thread. But Yu's movements did not stop, his body rotated in mid-air, and with the help of inertia, he suddenly threw a powerful whip leg. 8 thin, almost transparent silk threads burst out from the toes kicked by the feathers. Boom! The huge rock sitting in front of Yu thundered. The gravel splashed and was directly blasted in half by Yu. Yu Wei continued, and even the ground in front of him was cut into a long gully by Yu's blow. Rapid progress. In 1 year, have you developed the ability of Xian Xian Guo to such a level? Without warning, the enchanting voice of the devil rang in Yu's ear. In the past year, Yu, whose strength has improved by leaps and bounds, has not only raised the monochromatic line to the 5-color line, and gradually developed other abilities and moves of the thread fruit. This trick is one of them. Foot shaved line 8 almost transparent thin silk threads are made from the toes, and the straight kicks released by the sharp threads are enough to kick the opponent away in one blow. This move is a bit similar to the 5-color line of the kick technique version. Its power can split a building into 2, and even the strongest armor can't be completely defended. This level is far from it. Hearing the devil's praise, Yu still seemed not satisfied. In the amber-clear eyes, there is a never-ending pursuit of power. Now is the most intense period of the Third Ninja War. In the face of this cruel meat grinder on the battlefield, no matter how strong it is, it will seem not enough. Water escape hard vortex water blade. Thinking of the cruel and fierce battlefield outside, I saw Yu gritted his teeth cruelly, and a sharp light burst into his eyes. In the palm of his right hand, a divinely hidden spiral pill was condensed like usual. After the Shinayan spiral pill was condensed in the palm of his hand, Yu carefully injected the chakra of water in his body into it. Wow, wow! A huge roaring sound of water rang out, and the Shinayan spiral pill in Yu's hand changed incredible. I saw a highly concentrated water gun formed on Yu's right hand, like a spiral waterspout covering Yu's entire right hand. Shocking roar constantly from above, as if Yu's hand grasped a whole highly concentrated waterfall. This is... You are crazy. Hurry up and stop. This technique is too early for you now. Seeing the violent changes shown by Shinayan Helix Maru in Yu's hand, the voice of the devil screamed. But it was too late. Yu was too late to be happy. The condensing high-pressure spiral water gun in his hand has exploded. The terrifying impact directly blasted him out. Is it still failed? Damn it, it hurts. Feather, who was thrown off far away, sat up from the ground. Looking at his right arm, countless wounds have been torn out, dripping with blood. Pom Xianchu. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of his arm movement now, Yu Yuyan directly. A group of green chakras condensed directly on the left hand. Under the superb medical ninjutsu cure, Yu's right arm finally recovered quickly. Pom Xianju, a higher level of medical ninjutsu than ordinary healing. Regardless of internal injuries and external injuries, chakra can be reliably released to reach an amazing recovery speed, and can give the target treatment at a distance of 1 meter. The super advanced ninjutsu, which can also interfere with the circulation of chakras in the body of others through the released chakras, cause drowsiness, etc., which has powerful destructive power to the human body, so it is called combat medical ninjutsu. However, due to the extremely high requirements on chakra control, there are very few users, or almost extinction. Even among the many medical ninjas, there are very few people who can use Pom Xianchu. Can activate all the wound cells and heal the wound in just 5 minutes. Even Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, found it difficult in the original work. But it took a year. Yu, who is extremely talented in ninjutsu, mastered this super high medical ninjutsu at the age of 6. If anyone from the outside knows, it is estimated that everyone will treat him as a terrifying monster. Don't you want your arm? If you mess up like this again, even your life is gone. Saw that the serious injury on Yu's arm finally recovered under the superb healing effect of Pom Immortal technique. But the devil's anxious tone at the moment clearly revealed that she was still angry. Hard Vortex Water Blade is an original move developed by Yu, referring to the S-level ultimate water escape ninjutsu in the 2nd generation of Naruto Senju in the previous game Ultimate Generation Storm. Yu is now in the world of Naruto that does not exist in such a ninjutsu. He can fight at long and short distances, create a water vortex in his hand and condense the form into a water javelin, and spin quickly in layers and non-directionally. If you throw it hard, a huge waterspout will be formed as soon as it touches the target. The attack power is super powerful, and gorgeous. It is the strongest known water escape ninjutsu. If I just die like this, aren't you just able to devour my soul? The serious injury of his arm finally fully recovered under his superb medical ninjutsu www.looknovel.com, but feeling the devil's feelings of distress and anger, Yu couldn't help feeling stunned. Yu. I'm so angry with you. Seeing Haguna's reaction, the devil couldn't help being angry. The simple voice disappeared directly from Yu's ear, and he fell asleep again. What the hell? So angry. Feeling the demon's anger disappear, Yu standing still can't figure it out. I really don't understand their women. It's more troublesome than practicing ninjutsu. But... After taking back his thoughts, looking at the sleeves of his right hand that had completely shattered and disappeared, Yu couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. I didn't reach the upper level of ninja. I wanted to inject the change of chakra nature into Shinayan spiral pill, it was still too reluctant. After all, it's not the kind of abnormal Naruto who has the physique of the Nine Tails and Uzumaki at the same time. 1 year later, Yu, who is already 6 years old, is slightly taller than last year. The white hair is like moonlight, the eyes are like amber, and the childish face becomes more and more beautiful and handsome. 1 year of unimpeded cultivation, not only the ability of the line fruit and the practice of ninjutsu have increased by leaps and bounds. Even chakra's level can break through to the level of Zongnan. Under the transformation of the superhuman devil fruit, the chakra reserves are not comparable to ordinary Zongren. Yu estimated a little in his heart, the ordinary Zhongren is not his opponent at all now. Even if he is defeated by Shangren, he can guarantee to retreat completely. Chapter 27, Examination. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. Teacher Yuri said that in addition to ordinary tests, the 3 generations of Naruto will also arrange 3 ninjas for survival. In the evening, the setting sun dyes the entire forest with redwood leaves. In the afterglow of the setting sun, there is a slight curve of disdain from the corner of the feather's mouth. Humph, according to my current strength, the 3 ninjas are naturally not a problem. I just don't know if Shishui can handle it. It wasn't that the increase in strength made Yu's self-confidence swell, but with Yu's current vision and gaze, the 3 Xiaoren really didn't look at him. I hope that tomorrow will not be too boring. Night falls. In the Konoha orphanage, which was about to go to bed at this time, there was a sudden excitement and discussion today. What? Apply for early graduation. Pharmacist Nanoyu, who had just returned to the Konoha orphanage with exhaustion, looked at Yu standing in front of him in surprise, as well as a confirmation letter in his hand to apply for graduation in advance. Because applying for graduation in advance requires the consent of parents, so. Looking at the surprised pharmacist Nanoyu in front of him, Yu didn't have much reaction. In this life, he doesn't even know who his parents are, so this confirmation letter for applying for graduation in advance can only be confirmed and signed by the dean of the Konoha orphanage, pharmacist Nyu. 2. So cool. Ha, you guy. Will you graduate early after only 1 year of enrollment? And at this time, in the lobby of the wooden house, among the children surrounded by Yu and Yakushi Nono, Lucy, who is very carefree, is now widening his eyes, and all the colors of envy and surprise are written on his face. That means, is Yu becoming an official ninja soon? It really is an out-and-out genius. At the same time, the other friends around also looked at Yu incredibly. Especially Momika and Mayuna and the little girls, their big eyes are already filled with the glory of admiration and admiration. I'm only 1 year older than me. Are you about to graduate from ninja school? Yu is such an enviable fellow. At this moment, looking at the moon held by the stars in front of me, I seem to have all the feathers in the world. Even the pharmacist's pocket standing in the corner of the side, the eyes under the spectacles are full of yearning and expectation. But Yu is different from the blind worship and looking up of these children around. At this time, looking at Yu, who was only 6 years old in front of him, Yakushi Nanoyu's gentle face was full of deep worries and worries. You are only 6 years old, and you are about to become an official ninja. Is it too early? Don't worry, Dean. Understood the worries and concerns in Yakushi Nanoyu's heart, and saw a relaxed smile on Yu's face. To successfully pass the test designed by the 3 generations of Naruto masters tomorrow, I can successfully graduate from the ninja school and become an official ninja. Also, Dean, you gave your glasses to your pocket. Speaking of this, Yu paused slightly. From the black background and white shoulders kimono I put on, I took out a pair of brand new black framed glasses and handed it to the pharmacist Nanoyu in front of me. This is my reward for treating the ninjas in the village, for Yu gift spot. This is. Looking at the gift Yu gave him in front of him, Yakushi Yeno was taken aback. After opening the box, he found that it was a pair of black-rimmed glasses that Yu gave him. After putting it on, the white-haired boy with a smile in front of her eyes suddenly became clear, but she felt her eyes gradually blurred. You child. At night, the wooden house and candlelight gradually warmed the autumn at the end of the year. Early the next morning, the ninja school's exercise field was full of people. In addition to the ninja students and ninja instructors who normally watched the graduation assessment, many other ninjas and ordinary villagers from the village also came. After all, since the genius ninja Heiji Kakashi, 2 more genius teenagers applied for graduation at the ninja school in advance at the age of 6, which naturally attracted widespread attention in the village of Konoha. Everyone wants to see how these 2 Konoha's recent geniuses will perform. In fact, there are even 3 generations of Hokage, although they did not directly show up. But in the office, he observed everything here through the crystal ball using the technique of teleglasses. Today, there are 2 tests for the basic theory of ninja and the actual application of 3 Shenjutsu. Naturally there is no difficulty for Yu and Shisui, and they passed the full score soon. The next step is the actual survival test that everyone is looking forward to. Yakushiba, Uchiha Shisui. These 6 Syaren are your opponents for the next actual combat survival assessment. The task of the 2 of you is to successfully persist for 5 minutes in the battle against the 3 Shimonen, and survive, even if you pass the test. In the huge ninja school training ground, Yu Imahong announced loudly to the 2 boys Han and Shisui in front of him. As the strongest ninja instructor in the ninja school, he was successfully promoted to Shinobu Yuri yesterday. He is naturally the chief examiner of this highly anticipated graduation examination. Behind Yuri Zhenhong www.ltnovel.com, there are 6 adult ninjas wearing green vests and Konoha forwards standing side by side. Judging from their vigorous and capable aura, these 6 ninjas are all elite ninjas who have performed hundreds of missions. So, which of you 2 will come up for the assessment first? Has now become Shinobu Yuri, staring at Yu and Shisui standing in front of him with like torch eyes. Ha, in the ninja school, your grades have always been ahead of me. This time, let me come first. Just when Yu Zheng was about to go up, Shisui had already stepped to the front of Yu, turning his head and showing a narrow smile at Yu. As an unborn genius of the Uchiha clan, Yu has not been the only one who has advanced by leaps and bounds in the past year. Judging from the subtle glow hidden in the black eyes of Shisui in front of him, and the aura that he did not experience on his body, Shisui, his strength has completely surpassed ordinary Syaren. Then let you go first. Shisui. But don't let me see you crying after your failure later. Seeing Shishuikin walking into the exercise field in front of him, Yu, who was disapproving, raised his mouth and made a joke with him. Although it is a competitive relationship in the ninja school, the 2 are the best friends in private. Cut, if you can't even pass this level of assessment. Then I'll use a writing wheel to squeeze a cross-eyed eye to show you. Hearing Yu's joking words behind him, Shisui, who had already walked into the exercise field, was full of pride. Looking at the 3 Shimonen standing in front of him, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 28, Genius Stop Water. The test begins. Seeing Shisui take the lead in the field, Yuri Zhenhong immediately announced the start of the assessment with a deep voice. That boy is Shisui, the genius rumored by the Uchiha clan. It looks like a talented person. Although he is a genius of the Uchiha clan, is it too reluctant to face 3 ninjas at the same time? Seeing the genius boy Shisui field chanted by the Uchiha clan, the crowd around him suddenly caused quite a stir. The Uchiha clan is itself the largest family in Konoha and even the entire ninja world, and it has been a clan that has continued to this day since the Warring States period. The genius boy who is rumored in the Uchiha clan will naturally attract everyone's close attention. The younger generation now is really amazing. They applied for graduation at such a young age. Looking at Shisui, a 6-year-old boy in front of him, only an ordinary-looking Zyren spoke. Are you the Uchiha Shisui? You can often hear your name in the village these years. Among the 3 Shimonen, there was a sigh on the face of Shimonen standing in the middle. In the past 2 years, he had never heard the name of genius Shisui. Hey, what genius of the Uchiha clan? It's just a 6-year-old kid. Shiyunin put his arms around his chest, his face showing a trace of disdain. No matter how genius he is only a 6-year-old child. How could he be the opponent of the elite who has been on the battlefield, let alone face 3 at the same time? Three seniors, offended. Facing the three people in front of him, Shinobu had different attitudes. I saw Shishui standing on the exercise field unmoved, and politely raised one hand and directly in front of him. The seal of opposition. This is the etiquette before the start of the ninja and ninja battle training. After the battle between the two sides, the seal of reconciliation must be concluded, symbolizing that each other is a companion. Hey, it's a polite kid. Seeing Shisui in front of him is humble and polite, Shino's expression in front of him is slightly softened. Immediately stood up in front of him with one hand and two fingers, forming a seal of opposition. Swish swish. Just at the moment when this name Shinin had just formed the seal of opposition, several stern breaking sounds rang out. I saw that in the air in front of him there were already a dozen shurikens spinning rapidly, shooting at them from all angles up, down, left and right. So fast. Seeing the incomparable shuriken skills of Shishui in front of him, the three of them were shocked, and immediately dispelled the thought of underestimating them. Disperse. Facing the impenetrable shuriken attack of Shishui, Shinin, who was standing in the middle, gave a soft drink, and the three decisively dispersed. That's too late. Saw the three people in front of Xiaoren quickly disperse. At this moment, there was a glimmer of light flashing in Shishui's black eyes. First solve one. Clang. Clang. Accompanied by the collision of two crisp metals, he endured the incredible gaze under the middle name. I saw Shisui's two kunao, who were shot first from the back and shot the shurikens that were spinning in the air with incomparable accuracy. The two shurikens that were instantly changed their flight trajectory were pierced directly on his body from an impossible angle. ITO. Just flashed to the side and saw that one of the three of them had fallen down. The remaining two Xiaoren suddenly felt shocked and directly exclaimed. Wow! How can it be? First, there was a suffocating depression, and then a loud noise erupted from the crowd around. A 6-year-old boy has to face three Xiaoren at the same time, and it is a suspense whether he can support it for 5 minutes. However, the actual combat survival assessment has only started within 5 seconds, and a man with rich actual combat experience has actually fallen. Seeing this incredible scene in the exercise field with their own eyes, everyone present was shocked. Good shuriken skills. Unexpectedly, I directly solved a ninja. It really deserves to be the genius of the Uchiha clan, who is known as the elite. I saw only one Zhongren in the crowd. His face couldn't help showing surprise. Shishui's exquisite shuriken skill just now, even he asked himself that it was impossible to use it. Hey, these idiots! I underestimate the ability of Shishui. Just when everyone was shocked by Shisui's amazing strength, Yu, who stood by and watched the battle, showed disapproval on his face. He graduated from the ninja school at the first place at the age of 7, awakened at the age of 8 and became Zongnin at the age of 10, became the captain of the dark part and exterminated the clan at the age of 13, defeated the legendary one of the 3 ninjas at the age of a weak crown and cut it down. 1 arm. That's right, the above abnormal data is exactly the career record of Uchiha Itachi God in the original book. But everyone may overlook one of the most terrifying things, that is, as Uchiha Itachi's mentor and close friend, Uchiha Shisui, the record created in this era of war is more abnormal than Uchiha Itachi. In the original work, before Uchiha Itachi grew up, Shisui Uchiha, who was a weak crown, was already known as the Uchiha strongest and was the mainstay of the Uchiha clan. When Itachi God became Zainin, Shisui, who was a few years older, was already Shangnin. Later, he became the captain of Konoha Anbi. Note that it was the captain, not the team captain. Put aside Uchiha's highest level illusionist eyes, other gods, www.novel.com, and the world famous instantaneous technique. Ashimaru saw the 11-year-old Itachi practicing and believed that Itachi's shuriken skills had reached a level that ordinary ninjas could hardly match. As a tutor and close friend who guides Itachi to practice shuriken, Shisui's shuriken can be imagined, and it will never be under Itachi. So if you don't blow, you can see that Shisui on the exercise field has such amazing strength. Among all the people on the scene, you, who is a traverser, is not surprised. Damn Uchiha boy! Seeing that Shisui immediately eliminated his comrades, the two remaining on the exercise field dared not be careless anymore. I saw one of Shisui quickly circling behind Shisui under the cover of his companions, yelling loudly in his mouth, and the sharp kunao in his hand directly drew towards Shisui's back. Be careful! The crowd around watching suddenly felt tight, and it seemed that everyone present did not want the genius boy of the Uchiha clan to fall like this. Boom! However, the sharp kyo in his hand just hit Shisui's back, the face of the subman on the field suddenly changed, and Shisui in front of him turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Clone technique! How is it possible? When did the knot seal? Just when this name was shocked in his heart, at this time a dark kunao had already reached his neck. Just when your partner was covering for you. It also created the opportunity for me to seal the seal. Accompanied by a quiet voice, Shisui's figure was already standing behind this name. Chapter 29, Protagonist. Has solved another ninja. The people watching around were all marveling at the power of Shisui. This is shadow clone art. A 6-year-old kid can actually use the shadow clone technique. At this time, some sharp-eyed ninjas in the crowd had already seen that what Shisui used in front of them was not an ordinary clone technique but a shadow clone technique that can only be used at the level of ninja. Cage Avatar is a ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Naruto Senjuka. Different from the phantom created by the ordinary clone technique, the shadow clone technique can create the same body as the caster, and the chakra will be evenly distributed to each clone. It is a flawless B-level ninjutsu. Don't be too arrogant, kid, there must be a limit to arrogance. Seeing that two of his companions were brought down by Shisui, who was only 6 years old. The last person in the exercise field, Zionin, finally began to realize that his face as Zionin was seriously threatened. Fire escape flame bomb. The voice of fell, only to see the last player on the field, Shisui, and Shisui pulled away. With both hands in front of him, he quickly formed seals, took a deep breath and sprayed a huge flame bomb toward the water stop mouth in front of him. It's fire escape. Have you finally used ninjutsu? Seeing the last ninjutsu on the drill field in front of him, he released the fire escape ninjutsu. The crowd around watching the battle began to commotion again, and some people have recognized that this is a D-class fire escape ninjutsu. Use fire escape in front of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. I really don't know if you should be careless or ignorant. Faced the last person in front of the field, Xia ninjutsu unleashed towards him. I saw Shisui standing still, with a helpless smile on his face. There was a blazing light in his black eyes, and his hands had already formed 6 handprints instantly. Art fire escape fireball. Under the gaze of everyone on the scene, Shisui, who saw Jahoan, took a deep breath. In a blink of an eye, a huge fireball has bloomed on the training ground, and the extremely hot temperature continuously distorts the air in front of everyone. It is the most common sea-level fire ninjutsu in Konoha ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan's signature fire escape ninjutsu. So powerful, this kid is really an out-and-out genius. Looking at the huge fireball on the exercise field in front of him, he felt the extremely hot temperature in the air. All the ninjas and civilians watching around were impressed by the amazing strength and talent of this Uchiha boy. It's so hot, so hot. The flame bomb released by was instantly covered by a huge fireball, and it was about to be overwhelmed by the powerful fire dance ninjutsu of Shisui. I saw the last one on the exercise field, the ninjutsu, began to scream in pain. This actual combat survival test. Uchiha Shisui 1. Successfully passed the assessment. Seeing Shisui on the exercise field in front of him successfully defeated the 3 shimonin. At this time, the invigilator Ui Maori who hosted next to him directly announced the victory of Shisui. And 2 figures rushed out, the two Zongren quickly went up and rescued the last one. 1. I won. The 6-year-old kid actually defeated the 3 Shimonhin. Saw with his own eyes that the graduation assessment, which was originally based on the premise of surviving 5 minutes in actual combat, ended with the 6-year-old Uchiha Shisui directly defeating the 3 Shimonin. The crowd around the exercise field suddenly exploded completely. What are you kidding? Should I be dreaming? The genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan really deserves a reputation. This is too exaggerated. Is he really just a kid who has not graduated from ninja school? The battle is over, but looking at the boy Uchiha, who is slowly walking down from the exercise field, and all the crowds around, they have not recovered from the incredible and exciting battle just now. How about it? Don't feel stressed, you. After finally got down from the exercise field, Shisui squeezed his eyes with some jokes. Small fart, if I guess right. Those just now aren't all your strengths, right? Facing Zishui, who had returned from winning in front of him, looked at the weird smile on his face. The corner of Yu's mouth couldn't help showing a smile, but the amber eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing an intriguing look. I can't hide anything from you. Unexpectedly, Yu could see through his hidden strength. Zishui's face suddenly showed a wry smile, but it quickly turned into an eager expression, encouraging Yu. If you also successfully pass this test, I think you should be able to see all my strength when I think. Knowing each other for so long, Shisui has always been looking forward to and optimistic about Yu, who is talented, but the two have never really played against each other. If there is a chance today, Shisui will also look at himself and Yu, who is stronger. Next is the second scene. It's Yakushiba's turn to fight against the 3 Shimonin. The rules are the same. If you successfully persist for 5 minutes in actual combat, you will survive the test even if you pass the test. The people who were watching did not wait for the aftertaste from the wonderful battle at Shisui just now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. At this time, I saw that the invigilator Yu Imahong had already announced today's second actual combat survival assessment. Finally it's my turn, is it time for me to play? Hearing that it was finally his turn to play, Yu let out a sigh of relief. Amber-like clear eyes flashed with a bright light, and gradually walked towards the exercise field in front of him. Is it started again? Yakashi Yu, I heard that he is also a genius. Look. That kid is on the court. Seeing that the second actual combat survival assessment on the exercise field was about to begin, all the onlookers around suddenly began to gradually calm down. After all, it's not a ninja of a big family. It's good to be able to survive the actual battle of 3 ninjas for 5 minutes. A miracle like Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan just now, should be difficult to reproduce, right? It's hard to say. I heard that this Yakushi Yu is ranked higher than Uchiha Shisui in the ninja school. Shut up to me. Take a good look. The results of the ninja school and the actual combat are completely two concepts. Although the crowd began to calm down, the private discussion continued. It is a pity that after Shisui successfully defeated the 3 Shimonin in the wonderful battle just now, the crowds around and watching can hardly expect too much for the next battle. Success cannot be copied after all. Besides, Yu is not a ninja of a big family like Konoha. It is impossible for them to ask a child to do what the peerless genius of the Uchiha clan can do. Even some spectators around have already started to lose their interest. Chapter 30, Tweet, 0 Birds. Yu. Go on. You are the best. Let those guys take a good look. You are the strongest genius in our orphanage. And at this moment, Yu, who had just walked into the exercise field, suddenly heard familiar voices from the crowd onlookers nearby. Urasi. Meuna. Momika. And. Turned his head and looked. Yu saw that it was Urushi and Meuna and their little friends in the Konoha orphanage, squeezing out from the crowd nearby, raising his arms and shouting cheering for himself. Dean? Are you all here? Not only that, but from the crowd next to him, you also saw Yakushi Yaneu. She is wearing the black-rimmed glasses she gave her yesterday, standing beside them in Ulusi, cheering herself silently with her eyes. Go on, you. Let Konoha, let everyone see your talents and talents. Stood in the crowd, staring at the you standing in the exercise field. I saw the hands in the sleeves of Yakushi Yaneu clenched tightly, revealing her uneasy mood at the moment. Behave well. While passing by the invigilator Yuri Genhong's side, you heard this uncle who is usually calm and reluctant, and he also gave himself a soft word. After all, as the ninja instructor and head teacher of Yu's class, Yu Imahong has high expectations for you, a student who usually shows amazing strength and talent. No way, I didn't expect the dean and them all to come. It seems that I have to be a little more serious. At this moment, I feel that all the eyes of everyone present are focused on me. I saw a faint smile at the corner of Yu's mouth, but his eyes gradually began to emit sharp light. The kid from the Uchiha clan just now performed amazingly. I just don't know what your performance will be like. Standing in the middle in front of you was a mature-looking Xiaoren, with the sturdy breath of returning from the battlefield on his body. Hey, kid, I advise you to go back to school and stay for a few more years. Don't be taken away by the achievements of the Uchiha clan kid just now. They are the rare genius ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Next to, there was a scar on his face. Xiaoren opened his mouth to you, with obvious disdain on his face. We are all ninjas who have been on the battlefield. We are not the same as you who have never been out of school. Children who haven't killed anyone, don't cry when you pee on your pants. Let's go home and have milk. Another cold face, Shinobu, stood directly next to him and began to laugh lukewarm. It's a headache, do you know? Facing the sarcasm and disdain of the three shimonen, Yu standing on the exercise field suddenly spoke. What? Hearing Yu's abrupt words in front of him, the expressions on the faces of the three Gina Shinobu were obviously taken aback. Those who can't survive a single episode in the two-dimensional world are often the most arrogant dragon sets of Yu. Stared at the three dragons who didn't even bother to remember their faces, and saw a ridiculous arc gradually emerging from the corner of Yu's mouth. The rule of this actual combat assessment is to survive for 5 minutes, but I don't think it is necessary. Because, it only takes 5 seconds and I will end this battle. What is he saying? 5 seconds? With the modest voice from Yugakai, the whole huge exercise field was silent. Is not only the three Xiaorinen in front of him, but at this moment, even the people around watching the battle begin to feel that this white-haired kid is crazy. Who does he think he is? Will the Senjujuma who put an end to the chaos and calm the warring states? Or the ninja Shura Uchiha Madara who crosses the world? Ha 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 ha! What a kid who lives in a dream! Sure enough, when you finished speaking the seemingly plain words, the three people in front of him gave a grin. I was probably stimulated by the kid from the Uchiha clan just now. This kind of lifeless kid is usually the first to die on the battlefield. After finished speaking, Xiaoren with Scarface directly took out a sharp kunao, with a cruel smile on his face. Follow him. Maybe this kid was scared stupid. Go, let this ignorant kid know what a real ninja is. The voice fell, and the three shimonen standing in front of Yu shot together. They took out their weapons and rushed towards Yu quickly. Although the mouth is disdainful, but the three of them are not too careless in their hearts. The three Shiatsunins who were just defeated by the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan are now a joke, and the three of them don't want to repeat the same mistakes on the white-haired kid in front of them. Has it started? You have 4 seconds left, ugly Mao Shen. Looking at Xiaoren, who was sprinting in 3 directions in front of him, he saw that Yu's amber eyes condensed, and his hands had instantly formed 3 seals. Tweet. Chidori. In the shocking eyes of everyone, a group of dazzling blue and white thunder and lightning suddenly bloomed on the huge exercise field in front of them. It seems that there are thousands of flying birds singing at the same time. With a burst of unusually harsh sounds, a group of violent thunder and lightning lights have appeared in Yu's left hand. The immense momentum attracted the attention of everyone present in an instant. This is... What kind of ninjutsu is this? Seeing the ninjutsu suddenly displayed by Nakayu in the exercise field before him, everyone present was shocked because none of them knew this ninjutsu. The kind of chakra visible to the naked eye. What a joke! That level of ninjutsu! How could it appear to a kid who hasn't graduated from ninja school? Among the crowd watching, a senior ninja yelled out. After all, in this period, no one has seen ninjutsu like Chidori. Heiki Kakashi is only 11 years old, and he has not yet developed this A-level thunder ninjutsu. Forbidden surgery. It's actually a forbidden technique. That kid can actually use this level of forbidden technique. Not only that, but I heard the faint chirping of Chidori from the training ground of the ninja school in the distance. At this time, even Yuan was in the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage who used the technique of teleglass to watch through the crystal ball, Shimura Danzo and the other 2 Konoha executives, their faces were directly shocked. I haven't seen such a thunder ninjutsu, could it be that this kid himself? The 3 generations of Naruto known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu are proficient in 5 types of ninjutsu, but at this moment, he realizes that he has never seen such a ninjutsu. The vicissitudes of life and wise eyes have never been as surprised as they are now. Chapter 31, End the battle in 5 seconds. Yakushiha. What an amazing talent! His left eye was exposed, staring at the thunderous white-haired boy in the crystal ball in front of him. I saw Danzang's fists hidden in his wide sleeves inadvertently clenched, his eyes filled with endless possession and greed. It's going to be on. The battle will end in an instant. Looked back on the exercise field, looking at the 3 people in front of him who had been completely frightened by Chidori. In the dazzling light of the violent electric current, Yu's body squatted slightly. Boom! At the moment the leaves fell to the ground beneath the feathers shattered and exploded. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the feather on the exercise field in front of them instantly turned into a thunder light and disappeared in place. It's so ear-piercing. What is that strange sound? Accompanied by the feathers that turned into lightning rushes in front of them, everyone only heard a burst of sharp and incomparable screams in the air, and some even began to cover their ears with their hands. That's not a strange sound. That is a stab. The powerful Lei-Dun chakra brings a powerful physical activity. Just when everyone was shocked by the exaggerated momentum of Chidori. Next to the invigilator, Yuri is really red, but staring intently at the white-haired boy who turned into thunder on the exercise field before him, his calm face was completely moved. A simple stab can burst out such a momentum, this kid. It's just a monster. You are the first. At the moment when everyone was shocked and lost, the feather that turned into a thunderous thorn has instantly arrived in front of the cold-faced Xiaren. What speed is this? Such ninjutsu! I will be killed by him. Looking at Yu, who had appeared in front of him instantly with a flash of thunder, he saw the cold face of Shinobu, who was completely frightened at this moment. Sizzle! Before this Shiunin could react, the violent Chidori current on Yu's left hand had instantly rubbed his neck. With a cold face, Xiaren only felt his body numb and his eyes were pitch black, and he fell directly to the ground and lost consciousness. If this is not an assessment, I have penetrated your heart just now. Glanced at Xiaren, who fell down beside him, and saw that Yu disappeared again without stopping. Although he just wiped it from the side of his neck, Chidori's powerful current stunned him instantly. Too fast. Once Shinobu was second by him like this. Saw you on the drill field in front of him and brought down a ninja in less than a second. I saw all the onlookers around, and they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Don't be too presumptuous, kid. Earth escape, earth and land return. Seeing that his companion fell down instantly, Scar's face was shocked and angry, and his hands immediately formed seals. Rumble. After Jian was finished, Shinobu's hands under his face suddenly pressed on the ground. Suddenly a huge rock rose on the ground under his feet, directly blocking the angle of the feathers sprinting in front of him. It's a sea-level soil escape. It seems to be the elite of Shimin Inri. Seeing the skillful ninjutsu of Scarface Zyren in front of me, in the crowd watching around, someone recognized this guy as an elite ninja in Zyren. Boom! But the voice hadn't fallen yet, and I saw the huge rock rising from the exercise field in front of me instantly exploded. Trying to use earth to stop thunder escape. Are you an idiot? In the horrified gaze under the splashing rocks and scarred face, I saw the feathers that turned into lightning spikes, which had already smashed the huge rock and came to him in an instant. Konoha Cyclone. There was no extra nonsense. I saw you dashing in front of Scarface Ninja and turned around with a whip leg, and directly blasted Scarface under Ninja. Under the stimulation of Chidori's powerful Thunder Dun Chakra, the physical activity of Yu's body was greatly enhanced, and the knife that was kicked by Yu was forced to bear it, just as if he was hit by a big hammer in the chest. The whole person flew out and hit the big tree next to him, and fell to the ground directly into a coma. No, don't come over. Saw with his own eyes his two companions were instantly killed by Yu. I only saw the last remaining person on the exercise field, Xiaoren, who was photographed by the astonishing momentum of the feather in front of him, couldn't help but step back, but his body accidentally leaned on the big tree behind him. Boom! After the next second, the name Shinobu only felt a loud bang in his ears. I saw the disappearing feather that turned into a galloping electric light already standing in front of him, the violent roaring Chidori with his left hand passed by his head, and a stinging wound was made on his cheek. The whole big tree behind him broke at the sound, shocking countless birds in the forest. Just 5 seconds. Teacher Yuri, can you announce the results of the assessment? The violent current in his left hand gradually dissipated, and Yu asked calmly. While standing in front of him, Xiaoren had already opened his eyes wide and didn't dare to move at all, and his legs kept trembling. If the Chidori on Yu's left hand was a little bit off just now, then his head would have been blasted. There was silence. The exercise field surrounded by people fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone looked at the amazing white-haired boy with a dull face. Ahem. After hearing Yu's reminder www.novel.com, I saw that Yu Imahong, who was also shocked next to him, finally reacted. After a bit of embarrassment, he coughed twice, then retracted his shocked gaze and announced loudly. This actual combat survival test. Yakashi Yu won. Successfully passed the assessment. 1. Actually won. 5 seconds. It took 5 seconds to solve the 3. Xiaoren looked at the white-haired boy who walked silently from the exercise field in front of him. Almost all of the people present thought they were dreaming. The silence on the scene was suppressed for a moment, and finally broke out completely. Oh my god! All the 3 ninjas were killed by him in a second. Is this really something a 6-year-old kid can do? Ninjutsu just now. Did you all see it? Is crazy, everyone around is crazy. The powerful and gorgeous Chidori, the talented young man like a monster. The miraculous performance of the genius Shishui of the Uchiha clan just now has already shocked them. And now, you, like a monster, instantly killed the 3 shiminin in the battle, which directly shattered their original definition of a ninja. Awesome! You are the strongest genius in history. At this time, I saw Olusi and the little ghosts in the crowd, blushing with excitement, and the shocking picture made the brains of the little ghosts hypoxia. After coming down from the exercise field, you only saw Shishui next to him, and his quiet face was full of unprecedented heat and fighting spirit. Sure enough, my eyes can't be wrong. You really are my destined opponent. Chapter 32, Showdown. The destined opponent? Feeling the blazing gaze of Shishui next to him, Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Why does this dialogue sound so familiar? Is your kid possessed by the fellow Metkai? Uchiha Shisui, Yakushiha. Both of you successfully passed today's test. From today, you are the official Konoha ninja. At this time, a calm and majestic voice came from the crowd nearby. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is here too. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in a low voice, and one after another gave way. An old man wearing a white Hokage robe and a hat appeared on the drill field. Is the third generation of Hokage who was in the office of Naruto just now. After watching Yu's battle to defeat the 3 Shimonen in 5 seconds, he finally couldn't sit still. Personally came to the training ground of the ninja school, presided over the most watched graduation ceremony in history. Hearing the words of 3 generations of Naruto, only 2 Nakanin walked in front of Yu and Shisui. Each handed them a forehead engraved with the Konoha Ninja Village logo. This also marked that from this moment on, Yu and Shisui had already officially endured Konoha. It was a wonderful battle just now. I'm glad Konoha has given birth to 2 more talented ninjas. After standing on the exercise field, I saw the 3 generations of Hokage smiling and watching the 2 genius teenagers wearing Konoha's forehead guards. But today's special graduation exam has not produced the top student. So Uchiha Shisui, Yakoshiba. Are you 2 interested in the final duel? The final duel? Hearing this, Yu and Shisui, who had put Konoha's forehead on their foreheads, looked at each other and saw the eager light in each other's eyes. Yes. The first place hasn't come yet. What Hokage-sama said. Let's have another final duel. Both are geniuses. Who is the better one? The words of the 3 generations of Hokage directly aroused the intense interest of all the people present, and began to booze. Just now, Yu and Shisui had a wonderful battle between 2 talented boys, and they couldn't stop watching them. Everyone was optimistic about the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. But after witnessing the same performance as the Yu monster just now, everyone felt suspense. These 2 geniuses, who is better? Worship the strong. Is not only the Naruto world, but also the real world. Since Naruto-sama said so. Come on Yu, I wanted to fight you a long time ago. The voice came, and Zishui's figure had already stood on the exercise field, staring at the Yu Chao next to him and beckoning. I really can't help you. In that case. I felt the surging fighting spirit in front of me, and the eyes of everyone around me were all on him. I saw that Yu shrugged helplessly, and walked towards the exercise field in front of him, with a smile on his mouth. Don't cry when you lose to me, stop water. He also wants to see what level of real strength has reached the world-famous quick body stops water in the future. Yakushi Yu, you just ended a battle. Do you need time to recover chakra? Everyone stared at the 2 opposing genius teenagers on the exercise field. Looking at Yu, who had just experienced a wonderful battle on his left hand, only 3 generations of Hokage asked. No need. Yu shook his head, indicating that he didn't need it. Has broken through to the level of Zongren chakra. The chakra reserves in his body are several times that of ordinary Zongren. Especially the body that has been transformed by the string fruit, the physical strength and the recovery ability of the chakra are amazing. The chakra that was consumed by the Chidori just now has almost completely recovered. So, the battle begins. Hearing Yu's answer, he saw the 3rd generation of Hokage directly waved his hand to announce the start of the battle. Swish swish. As soon as the words of the 3 generations of Hokage fell, there was already a stern burst of air in the air. Witnessed Yu's powerful ability to solve the 3 Shinin in 5 seconds, and saw that Shisui had a 12-point spirit, and there were 8 shurikens in both hands in an instant. Waved his hand, and the 8 shurikens immediately flew towards the feathers from all angles. What an exquisite shuriken! A few elites in the surrounding crowd suddenly marveled when they saw the shuriken thrown by Shisui. No matter in technique or accuracy, they are almost the same, especially in technique, and even still win. Is indeed the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan, only this hand shuriken cannot be dealt with by ordinary shinobu. Come on, Yu! Let me see your true strength. Between the 8 shurikens swiftly spinning, Shishui was staring at the feathers in front of him, his black eyes bursting with dazzling light. However, Yu stretched out his hands, and the same 8 kunao magic appeared between his fingers, facing the shuriken that Shishui shot over with a seemingly random wave. Ding! 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 Clang! The 8 shurikens shot by Zishui were all shot down by www.novel.com and fell to the ground. Although in the past year, Yu has paid more attention to the cultivation of physical ninjutsu and line fruit ability. But I have never forgotten the shuriken that I used to practice hard. It is not a problem to deal with the current Shishui. Awesome! It seems that Yakushiba's ninja foundation is no worse than the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the exquisite shuriken skill of Yu Shangyu in the exercise field in front of him, the hands of Zishui tit for tat, the eyes of everyone who were watching suddenly brightened, and the evaluation of Yu in their hearts secretly improved again. Whoosh! And it was the moment when Yu and Shisui shot the shurikens and kunao. The two disappeared to the same place in an instant, bursting towards each other at an astonishing speed. Boom! The two figures quickly collided together. Yu's palm touched the knee that Shishui hit, and Shishui's hand blocked Yu's fist. It seemed to be a well-matched picture, but soon, Shisui's body began to tilt backwards unbearably. What? How could? At the same age, my strength is so much greater than me. Shisui was surprised when he felt the strong force coming from the opposite side. After the first head-on collision with Yu, he was shocked to discover that the power erupting from Yu's body was not like a 6-year-old child at all. My body may be a little different from ordinary people. If you fight with me, you have no chance. Looking at Shisui, who was holding back in front of him, he saw the corner of Yu's mouth slightly tilted. If you fight with him, you can't have an opponent of the same age, even a genius Shisui. Chapter 33, Right Round Eyes. Shisui, if you are not serious, the glory of the Uchiha clan will be dimmed from your hands today. While pushing forward Shisui's body in front of him, Yu spoke to stimulate him with words, trying to arouse Shisui's full strength. In that case, then I'm not welcome. The glory of the Uchiha clan cannot be tarnished. Hearing Yu mention the Uchiha clan, the expression on Zisui's face finally began to earnestly. The voice fell, and Yu felt a flash in front of her eyes. I saw a figure exactly like Zishui leaping out from behind Zishui, leaping towards the sky. Is a shadow clone. So fast. When was the seal made? Seeing the incredible shadow avatar technique of Zishui in front of him, even Yu couldn't help feeling shocked. He didn't even notice when the seal of Zishui was knotted. Be careful, Yu. Art Fire Escape Fireball. I saw another Zishui leaping high in the air, not forgetting to remind Yu, his hands forming a seal quickly. Took a deep breath, and was about to spray a huge ball of hot fire toward the feathers under his feet. Fire Escape. Both hands were dragged by the shadow clone in front of Shishui, seeing that Shishui's body on top of his head was about to release Fire Escape ninjutsu. However, the calm complexion on Yu's face remained unchanged, but the corners of his mouth rose inexplicably. It's still too slow. Shisui. Is it? Sensed the weird smile on the corners of Yu's mouth, and was about to release the still water of Fire Escape ninjutsu, and his heart jumped. But it was too late, accompanied by a violent electric current. Only two Yu's hands in front of Shishui suddenly opened, and an extremely violent electric current burst out from all over his body. The shadow clones of Zishui and Zishui only felt a tingling numb all over their body, and they could no longer move. Thunder Escape Chidori. Let the whole body release the electric current of Chidori. Although it lacks the destructive power of Chidori, it has a wide range, which can paralyze people and integrate offense and defense. After a year of practice, Yu finally fully grasped the morphological change extended by this trick. Amazing ninjutsu. Saw the Chidori stream from Yu Shi with his own eyes at the scene, and saw that the eyes under the 3 generations of Naruto hats were filled with wonder. At the age of 6, I actually mastered this degree of change in nature and form. This kid is a wizard. Boom! Boom! Just before everyone recovered from the gorgeous thunder dance ninjutsu of you, 2 slight explosions sounded. I saw that the 2 shisui hit by Yu's Chidori stream turned into 2 white smoke and disappeared. Actually, both are shadow clones. Seeing the sudden change in front of them, everyone was stunned, and even you couldn't help being stunned. Unexpectedly that your Lei Dun has changed like that. If I didn't save my hand, I think I have already lost, right? Hearing the familiar voice behind him, you turned around subconsciously, but saw that Shishui's swift kick had been infinitely amplified in front of him. Boom! Caught off guard, you reacted very quickly, sinking his hands to block it. But in the face of Shishui's heavy kick, you couldn't stop his inertia and was lifted into the air. Kicked you into the air, but Shishui's attack did not stop, and the whole person disappeared in the same place instantly. This is instantaneous surgery. Seeing the terrifying speed of Shishui on the exercise field with his own eyes, not only the crowd watching around, but also the 3 generations of Hokage next to him could not help being surprised. The technique of instantaneous body, a collective term for all surgery capable of high-speed movement, including high-speed physical technique, attribute escape technique, space-time ninjutsu, etc. Although it is not a high-level ninjutsu, it is possible to use the instantaneous technique so freely in battle, and at the worst, it must reach a level above the middle ninjutsu. The technique of instantaneous body. It's really the future. Stopping water. S body was floating in the air, facing the fast-moving figure and the explosion of heavy blows from the surrounding water. You couldn't help but wonder. At this age, he can use the technique of instantaneous to fight so skillfully. It is no wonder that Zishui in the future can win the title of Quick Sense Zishui by virtue of the technique of instantaneous. Wait, his eyes. Used his elbow to withstand another heavy blow from Zishui's instantaneous technique. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of Zishui in front of him, the expression on Yu's face was suddenly indescribable. Riding round eyes. I didn't know when, Zishui's originally black eyes had turned into a scarlet color. There is a black go jade printed on each side, which constantly reflects the splendid brilliance. Sheilunian. It turned out to be Sheiyunian. Not only you, but the 3 generations of Hokage next to him also noticed the changes in Zishui's eyes, and his old face suddenly showed an incredible shock. Awakened at the age of 6. What are you kidding? Seeing the changes in the eyes of Shishui before her, you only felt that her own head image was collapsed by 10,000 alpacas. www.ltnovel.com. You know, even the god of Weasel was only awakened at the age of 8. Lunyan, but Zishui in front of him actually awakened at the age of 6. How could you not be shocked? Right round eyes. It is the blood succession boundary that the Uchiha clan relies on to shock the ninja world. There is a clear classification: single Guyu Jade's riding wheel eyes, with dynamic vision far surpassing ordinary eyes, can see through high-speed physique movements; double Go Jade riding wheel eyes, which can replicate most ninjutsu and physique; 3 Go Jade riding round eyes can predict the opponent's actions in advance and use the eyes to impose illusions on the opponent. In addition to these ordinary riding wheel eyes, you knows that there are powerful kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes and eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes on top of the 3 Guyu Jade riding wheel eyes, and even finally evolved into the eyes of the 6 immortals' reincarnation eyes. This is also the reason why Hagong didn't cross the Uchiha clan when Yugong came across. Because, whether it is auxiliary or combat, the riding wheel eye with various anti-sky abilities is the premier plugin in the world of Naruto. It's over, you. From the moment I opened these eyes, I can see through all your actions. Ignored the shock of everyone present, and saw Zishui's scarlet and monster eyes widen, his eyes locked on the feather under him. Flash cutting. Just the moment Yu's body fell to the ground, Shishui in the air instantly drew out the Koda key that had never been sheathed on his back, activated the instantaneous technique and turned the whole person into a stream of light, and the fierce slash fell from the sky. Although it is only Shanguyu's writing round eyes, it is enough for Zishui to see more movements, and his insight and agility are greatly improved. Chapter 34, Blood Succession Boundary. Flash cut, Shisui's own body art similar to Konoha-ryu and Shadow Dance. First kicked the opponent into the air with a powerful kick, then jumped into the air and used the technique of instantaneous to give the opponent continuous heavy blows, and finally fell from the sky to make a powerful slash to the enemy in the air. All the attacks just now were blocked by Yu's superb physical skills, but now the Uchiha clan's blood succession boundary writing round eye has been opened. Shisui has the belief that he will win this last blow. It turned out to be the writer of the Uchiha clan. Awakened at the age of 6 Shilanyun, such a talent is terrible. Is it over? What a shame. That Yakushi Yu is also an amazing genius. Looked at the exercise field in front of him, and opened the writing wheel to descend from the sky to launch a still water that slashed like a meteor. Although Yu had already conquered them with his amazing strength and gorgeous ninjutsu just now, all the people present were sorry for Yu in the face of the world-famous writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan. As a civilian ninja, this 6-year-old boy, able to fight to this point with the awakened genius Shisui, has done what all of them could not do at this age. No, the real battle has just begun. A dull and familiar voice came from the exercise field, and the eyes of everyone present were involuntarily attracted to the past. Kang! Just when everyone thought Yu was defeated, the sudden violent metal collision made everyone's eyes widened again. I saw a huge spider web appeared out of thin air on the huge exercise field in front of me, and it abruptly resisted the strongest slash from the sky by Shisui. What it is? Everyone was stunned, staring at the giant spider web that appeared out of nowhere. This is... Looked at the huge spider web that appeared out of thin air in front of him and firmly blocked the strongest slash he was bound to win. I saw the expression on Zishui's face condensed, and then a strange brilliance burst into the scarlet writing wheel eyes. Have it finally appeared? Yu, your blood succession limit. Blood following the limit. The quiet voice of Zishui spread throughout the silent exercise field, and everyone present showed incredible expressions on their faces. That kid actually possesses the blood succession boundary. I didn't see Jian, it's not a secret technique. At the same time, looking at the huge spider web released out of thin air from Yu's hand in front of him, I saw the 3 generations of Hokage standing next to him, and the expression on his face finally changed completely. This kid, is it really? The incomparably gorgeous thunder ninjutsu, amazing and powerful, if you still have the blood limit. 3 generations of Hokage suddenly realized that he could not find out what kind of vocabulary to use to describe this monster-like white-haired boy. Shisui, you have awakened the Uchiha clan's writing wheel eyes so early. There is no way, it seems that I can only stop warming up and end this battle soon. In the horrified eyes of everyone, I saw Yu, who had resisted Shishui's strongest slash, spoke calmly. Opened his left hand and stretched out, releasing a huge spider web that looked like countless spider silk threads. Spider's nest. This indestructible defense force is almost sufficient to block any physical attack, even with a full blow from the water stop. The level just now, is it just a warm-up? You really dare to say? You. Across the huge and solid spider nest, staring at the calm and indifferent face of Feather in front of him. I saw Zishui's scarlet writing wheel bursting out of sharp light, and the short knife in his hand swiped hard. It's useless, stop water. The thread I made cannot be cut by an ordinary weapon. Facing the still surging fighting spirit in Shishui's eyes, there was no wave in his amber-clear eyes. Since the ability of Xian Guo has been exposed, let's end this battle directly. 5-color thread. S flat voice fell, and I saw Yu waved his right hand that seemed to be an understatement. 5 thin silk threads that are almost completely invisible, instantly tore the air in front of me. This is... Seeing the moves that the feathers in front of him can activate instantly without the need to set the seal, the pupils of the blood-stopping and blood-red writing wheel eyes suddenly shrank. Is far beyond the dynamic vision of ordinary people, allowing him to vaguely perceive 5 extremely dangerous invisible threads in the air. Boom! Not far behind Zishui, a big tree was cut into 6 segments in an instant, and fell into the woods next to the exercise site to lift up scattered dust. Is that line? Similarly, the next 3 generations of Hokage also noticed the invisible thin lines released by you. But seeing you with his own eyes, the powerful destructive power that seemed to be caused by a single blow, I still couldn't help being shocked. What an amazing destructive power! Line escape? An ability that has never been heard. Is it a blood inheritance boundary unknown to the ninja world? Murmured thoughtfully in his mouth, and the 3 generations of Hokage realized that he had never heard of such a blood inheritance boundary. Is it the instantaneous technique again? It's really troublesome. Shot down, looking at the instantaneous disappearance of Shishui, I saw that Yu curled the corners of his mouth a little uncomfortably. Yu reading www.yuuganshu. In the eyes of calm, there is a sharp light. Foot shaved. This time the destructive power of Yu's shot was even more amazing. A powerful whip kick kicked out towards the galloping water stop. 8 transparent and invisible thin lines blasted out, and immediately cut the huge rock beside the exercise field into shreds. Too strong. Its terrible destructive power. Continued to perform the instantaneous technique while galloping on the exercise field, avoiding the invisible thin lines that were constantly cutting and bombarding Yu. The calm expression on Zishui's face finally began to become serious at this moment. If you get hit by such a move once, the battle will really be over. I caught you. The brain was thinking about countermeasures quickly, but the sudden voice at this moment made Shishui's heart trembling wildly. Boom! An amazing scene happened to everyone. The Shishui, which was continuously performing the instantaneous technique on the exercise field, seemed to trip over something suddenly, and the whole person staggered out. Line. When is it, suck? His body soared in midair. Shishui turned his head and saw that on the ground behind him, there was a thin, transparent line that was almost imperceptible horizontally. Just when you used the instantaneous technique to avoid my pursuit. It's just a breeze for me to take the time to secretly make such a thread. Seemed to see through the thoughts in Shishui's mind. Looking at Shishui that lost his balance in front of him, he saw the corners of Yu's mouth raised to explain, and his eyes revealed 2 incomprehensible light. He has already won this battle. Chapter 35, Ninjutsu that will disappear. Fire escape impatience claw red. Personally felt that Yu Yuan was stronger than he had imagined, and Shisui was forced out of all his potential. He lost his balance and was in the air, and he quickly formed seals, spit out a flame from his mouth, and then instantly threw out his 6-handed sword. The shuriken flew into the flame and divided the flame into 6 small fireballs. In a blink of an eye, 6 small fireballs wrapped in the 6-handed sword violently attacked. If it hits, you will suffer double damage from both the fire escape and the shuriken. This amazing resilience and talent deserves to be the strongest Uchiha in the future. Looking at the rotating shuriken inside the fireball that hits her eyes, even you couldn't help but sigh that Zishui's talent and perseverance beyond ordinary people. But that's it. Kang! 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 A few consecutive sharp metal collisions. I saw the 6 flaming shurikens that Shisui had just released, all of which were cut in half by the sharp thin lines that you waved and grabbed. Took this opportunity to just land on the ground. Before he could stabilize his body, he felt a flower in front of him, a ninja sandal infinitely magnified in front of his eyes, and Yu's figure was already standing in front of him. Boom! An immense power came, and the Zishui on the exercise field was instantly kicked out by Yu. Even if the eyes of the writing wheel can see, but the body can't react. This feeling must be very uncomfortable, right? Shisui. He kicked the water stop in front of him with one kick, and saw that the movement of Yu's hand did not stop. The chakra filled with the body quickly condensed in the palm of his right hand. In a blink of an eye, a chakra ball of light blooming in a blue and white whirlwind had appeared in his own hand. God-hidden spiral pill. That technique. Seeing the Shinayan Helix Maru appearing in Yu's hands, I saw the third generation of Hokage watching the battle next to him suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something that shocked him extremely. I have never seen that kind of form change technique. Is this the kid again? And no need to seal. The three generations of Naruto, as the doctor of ninjutsu, naturally saw the great value of the peculiar ninjutsu in Yu's hand at a glance. After all, this is an A-level ninjutsu developed by the fourth generation of Hokage's Yellow Flashwave Feng Shuman in the original work in 3 years. What kind of ninjutsu is that? I have never seen it before. It's actually an A-level ninjutsu again. And it's still Muji ninjutsu. That's enough. Is this kid the reincarnation of the 6 Dao immortals? Seeing the Shinayan spiral pill displayed in Yu's hand on the exercise field at this moment, the crowd watching the battle around the scene, everyone was almost shocked to a numb stage. Just use this technique. Come to end this battle, Shisui. Fixed his eyes on Shisui, who was kicked out in front of him, and saw that Yu directly threw out the Shinayan Helix pill in his hand without hesitation. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and time seemed to stop at this moment. However, after the Shinayan spiral pill in Yu's hand was thrown out, a whirlwind was emitted in the air, and then quickly disappeared into the air. Gone. Did the operation fail? Seeing the Shinayan spiral pill thrown out of Yu's hand disappeared in the middle, everyone present was taken aback, and they couldn't help feeling regretful. No. Among all the people in the whole exercise field, only Shisui, whose body flew out, suddenly looked a little confused and widened with a pair of riding wheels. That guy Yu. It is impossible to fail the operation easily. Boom. As expected, the entire air seemed to vibrate. In the incredible eyes of everyone, the Shinayan Helix pill, which had clearly disappeared just now, appeared again. Exploded with amazing power, directly blasting Shisui in the mid-air in front of him. How can this be? Seeing that the disappeared ninjutsu appeared again, and it burst out with such amazing power. Saw this magical and absurd scene with his own eyes. Except for all the people present, even the 3 generations of Hokage next to him could not help but exclaim in exclamation. What amazing technique is this again? No one spoke, and the whole exercise field was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the feather standing in front of them and the falling still water. Sorry, Shisui. I won. In the lost eyes of everyone around. After using the Shinayan Helix pill to win the victory with a hammer, Yu muttered while looking at Shisui, which fell on the ground not far away and could not move. I announce. This year's ninja school graduation exam. The first chief. Yakushi Yu. Second place. Uchiha Shisui. For a long time, the 3 generations of Hokage standing next to them finally withdrew their gazes, and immediately announced the final result of this much-anticipated graduation assessment. 1. Yakashiba won. He actually defeated the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. The incredible kid. The incredible ninjutsu. Did you see it? That ninjutsu just disappeared. After hearing the results announced by the 3 generations of Hokage, all the people around the exercise site finally boiled completely. Everyone with an unbelievable expression, excitedly discussing the battle just now. www.novel.com. Damn. It's so painful. You guys, you don't do anything lightly. At this time, Shisui, who fell on the ground not far away, finally managed to support himself and sit up. The clothes on the upper body have been completely twisted into pieces by Shinayan Helix pill. Although Yu has adjusted the size of the chakra, the powerful destructive power of Shinayan Helix pill still severely damaged Shisui's body. Sorry. I will treat you now. Seeing that Shisui was hurt like this, Yu also felt a little embarrassed, and slowly walked to him and squatted down. Palm Xianshu. His hands quickly formed a seal, and Yu's right hand was directly condensed into a green chakra, pressing on Shishui's body, which was severely injured by Shinayan Helix Wan. Under the cure of this super high medical ninjutsu, Shisui's heavily damaged body began to recover quickly. This kid is still a medical ninja. At this moment, I saw you using medical ninjutsu to heal Shisui. The exercise field that had started talking about the noisy suddenly quieted down again strangely. Healing. Looking at the medical ninjutsu performed by you in front of Shisui, the third generation of Hokage was also stunned, but soon he realized that something was wrong, and his old face moved again. No. No. That's palm fairy art. It turned out to be a palm fairy technique. A kid like that. How can it be? Seeing you, who was only 6 years old in front of him, he was using the super advanced medical ninjutsu that even the medical ninjas of the Konoha medical class might not be able to use. The 3 generations of Hokage realized that the shock they felt in this life was less than that of today. Chapter 36, Konoha First Genius. Feather, stop water. You two come to my Hokage office tomorrow. After finally retracting his incomparably shocked and complicated gaze, only the third generation of Hokage gave orders in a deep voice, and the figure instantly disappeared in place. This is an extraordinary period of the Ninja World War, and there are still a pile of war reports and documents waiting for him to process in the office. Have you heard? Hokage-sama is going to summon them two alone. Yakashiba and Uchiha Shisui. It seems that Konoha will have 2 great figures appearing in the future. Hearing the words left by the 3 generations of Naruto before they left, everyone present was even more affirmed that the future achievements of the 2 teenagers, Yu and Shisui, were limitless, and they were personally summoned by the 3 generations of Naruto. Thanks, Yu. At this time, under the healing of the feather palm fairy technique, the wound on Zishui's body finally recovered completely. What an amazing medical ninjutsu, I am convinced of this battle today. But don't be smug, I will catch up to you soon. Looking at Yu's superb medical ninjutsu, Zishui couldn't help showing a hint of admiration. Is it? LOL. Then wait for you to catch up. Facing Zishui's convincing eyes but refusing to admit defeat, Yu shrugged disapprovingly. Future Awakening Kaleidoscope's Swiss body to stop water is certainly powerful, but I will never stay in place. Besides, he has other reserved hole cards. If he successfully obtains the puppet secret art to increase the Devil's Law, Zishui will not be able to catch up with him in his life. After talking about Yu, he turned his head, only to see Urushi and Mayuna and the little ghosts of the Konoha orphanage were already excited and rushed towards him. And Yakushi Yaneyu, also standing not far away from him, looked at him with gentle and complicated eyes. After Yu and the others were gone, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. But from this day on, in addition to the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan, the name of Konoha's first genius Yakoshiba has spread like a plague in the village. The gorgeous and stunning Thunder Escape Chidori, the disappearing ninjutsu hidden spiral pill, and the unknown and mysterious blood succession boundary line escape. All of these have made you the focus of people's constant attention and discussion. Even in this turbulent era of war, the name of Yu's genius has a tendency to gradually spread from Konoha Ninja Village. The next day, just when everyone in the whole village of Konoha was discussing yesterday's unprecedented graduation assessment, no one knew, but a fierce quarrel was taking place in the Hokage office at this time. Do you know what you are talking about? Danzo. 3 generations of old men had already thrown their pipes at this moment, and questioned the person in front of them loudly, give you both Yakushiha and Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi, give me their 2 most promising geniuses. Shimura Danzo, in front of the 3 generations of Hokage, looked at him uncompromisingly, with the strength of root, he is fully capable of teaching these 2 people. Yesterday in the Hokage office, after witnessing the incomparable talent and strength of Yu and Zishui, Danzo finally couldn't help it anymore. He came to the office early this morning and directly asked the 3 generations of these 2 geniuses. Of course I believe in your abilities, but I'm sorry. Only 3 generations of Hokage said indifferently, I have already planned to let the 2 of them join the Anbu. I believe that their growth in the Anbu will never be worse than that of you. What? Danzo's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you have to fight me with these 2 people? There is nothing indisputable, this is my decision. 3 generations shrugged to express helplessness, but their tone was extremely affirmative. Sarutobi, what do you mean? Last time I wanted to recruit Heiji Kakashi, I was blocked by you, and now I want to take these 2 brats again. What are you? It's just Danzo. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by 3 generations. Danzo, after all, I am Hokage. Then the 3 generations of conversations turned again. Well, Danzo, I think there are other outstanding talents in the Anbu. How about you look for other candidates to join your route? Yes, he is Hokage, the highest leader of the village. Danzo gritted his teeth, ignored what the 3 generations continued to say, and walked out the door with a cane, his eyes getting colder. Sarutobi, you forced me. One day, I will board the position of Naruto, when that time. Ugh. Looking at the back of Tuanzang going out, remembering that his former teammate has now embarked on a completely different path from him, the 3 generations of Hokage sighed heavily. Konoha, a bustling street. You walks in the endless stream of people. Today is different. After yesterday's unprecedented graduation assessment, you, who was dubbed Konoha's #1 genius, is now being pointed out wherever he goes. Especially coupled with Yu's handsome appearance, and even occasionally caused a lot of commotion, which made you feel even more uncomfortable. Ah! Unexpectedly, Yu Guy is still very popular with girls. Just when Yu Zheng wanted to speed up his pace, www.ltnovel.com, hurry up and get rid of everyone's eyes, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, and 2 slender shadows appeared in front of him. Red beans. Senior Xian. Hearing this slightly ridiculous tone, Yu looked up and saw that it was Matere Red Beans and the cold and beautiful Uzuki Xian. That one. Ha-kun, I haven't congratulated you on your successful graduation and becoming an official ninja. After was naughtily pushed in front of you by Matere Red Bean, Uzuki Xian couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, and handed you a pack of 3 color that she held on her chest. This is the meatball that I waited in line for a long time to buy. Take it as a gift to congratulate you. Mariko? Looking at the that Yu Xian handed him in front of him, Yu was slightly startled and took it. These are all limited purchases in Konoha's most famous ball shop, which is the favorite shop of Uchiha Itachi, Matere Azuki, and Yu Hataka in the original book. Although Yu is not particularly fond of sweets, he is interested in trying Konoha's most famous delicacy. Then, thank you, Senior Xian. After receiving the gift from Uzuki Xian, looking at the beautiful girl who was clearly dressed up today, Yu couldn't help but brighten up. I can't finish eating so much by myself, so let's go together. You still have a conscience, you kid. Just before Uzuki Xian could answer, the careless Matere Red Bean had taken a bunch of Yu's hand and ate it, and suddenly looked at Yu and Uzuki Xian suspiciously. I said, you two are dating, right? Chapter 37, First Date. Date. Hearing Matere Azuki's words, I saw Uzuki Xian's cheeks flushed, and Yu almost choked on her saliva. It is true that the 9-year-old Uzuki Xian is very pure and beautiful, and he has shown enough affection for himself. However, as a traverser with an adult soul, I still feel guilty about dating underage girls in the second element. Especially, Yu is only 6 years old now, and this is an insurmountable city in Yu's heart. Dating or something, after all, wait until I grow up to talk about it. Ahem, that. So after 2 awkward coughs, Yu looked at Xiafei's cheeks in front of Oyu Xian. Senior Xian, Yu. Seniors are no longer. Just before Yu finished speaking, she was interrupted by the shameful Uzuki Xian. you should call me Xian. Xi, Xian. Well, the corner of Yu's mouth twitches slightly. It seems that it is impossible to dispel the thought of this girl's premature love in a moment. But then again, your kid is really a monster. At this time, the sound of Mitarashi Ajaki beans came over, and she saw Yu looking at you with a very strange look while eating the in her hands. I graduated from the ninja school in the 1st grade, and defeated the genius like Uchiha Shisui. It's just good luck. Yu Gang tried to say something humble, but was interrupted by Mitere Atsuki next to him. It seems I have to cheer. You can't be overtaken by a junior kid like you too much. I saw Mitere Red Bean swallowing the last ball in his hand in one bite, and his dark eyes were full of energy. You two keep dating, I won't disturb you. Bye. After finished speaking, without waiting for Yu and Uzuki Yun to react, Mitere Ajaki had already waved his hand and left their sight. Really looks like a female version of Naruto Uzumaki. Looking at the carefree Mitere Red Bean, he disappeared from his line of sight, and his amber-like clear eyes flashed. But, she is about to meet Ashimaru, right? 1 year later, Mitere Atsuki is 10 years old. This year is when she graduated from the ninja school. If it develops according to the plot, she should soon become a disciple of Ashimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, and perform tasks together. Ajaki is that kind of personality. What about dating? I hope you don't mind Yu-kun. Yu did not speak after seeing Mitere Red Beans leaving, and Uzuki Yun, who was walking by Yu's left hand, looked at him with some anxiety. Mind? Of course not. I should be grateful to Xian for your love. After taking back his thoughts, Yu couldn't help but froze for a moment when looking at the depressed emotions on the faces of the girls around him, and immediately reacted with a smile to comfort her, since I directly call you Xian. Then you can also call my name Yu. Okay. Then I will call you Yu directly. Hearing this, the bright girl smiled suddenly and seemed to regain her vitality. Let's go, you buy me meatballs, I buy you ramen. The two of them strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha. They saw the storefront not far in front of the street. The words Yul Ramen caught Yu's eyes. Yu had already decided what to eat for lunch. Good noon, what do you want to eat? As soon as he walked into the store, before sitting down, the ordinary-looking man greeted Yu and Uzuki enthusiastically. Thank you for 2 servings of pork bones and char siu ramen. And Yu sat on the high stools in the shop together, looking at the ordinary face of the boss in front of him. Yu couldn't help but wonder, is this what the owner of Yul Ramen looked like in his youth? Looked at the storefront in front of him that in the original work could not even be destroyed by 6-pence Super Shinra Tianzheng, Yu secretly sighed, really worthy of the legendary Datong Mule. Please wait, I'll do it right away. Although the white-haired boy looked strangely in front of him, the future Uncle Yul still laughed heartily and went in for ramen. Do you often come here for ramen? Sat beside Yu, Xian stared at him curiously. No, today is my first time here. Feeling Xi Yan staring at her, Yu smiled slightly. In her previous life, she had been to this store many times. 5 minutes later, 2 bowls of steaming ramen were served. Yu came back to his senses and started to wipe out the ramen in the bowl with Yun. The char siu is fat but not greasy, the pork bone broth is delicious and rich, and the handmade ramen is full of strength. Yu and Yu Yan both eat with gusto. The taste is indeed very authentic. No wonder the protagonist Naruto in the original book always loves this ramen shop. In less than 10 minutes, 2 bowls of ramen were wiped out by Yu and Yun. After paying the bill, Yu took Xian directly and left Yul Ramen. So full. By the way, www.novel.com. After becoming shinin, do you have any plans, Yu? After coming out of Yul Ramen, Xian touched her slightly bulging belly and turned to look at Yu. Generally speaking, shinin who just graduated from the ninja school will be assigned to a ninja team led by shinin to perform tasks. And in the special period of the Ninja World War, when Konoha's frontline combat power is severely insufficient, even Xiaoren may be assigned to frontline support or perform auxiliary tasks. Do not know yet. I think it might be arranged to enter Enbu or something. Hearing what Xi Yan said, Yu leisurely put his hands behind his head. I remembered that the 3 generations of Hokage had summoned herself and Zishui to the Naruto office today, and Yu was also wondering how the 3 generations would arrange the next tasks for herself and Zishui. Enbi. Hearing what Yu said, Xian was startled, and then he was relieved. That's good, so that Yu doesn't have to be arranged on the front-line battlefield. Enbi, the official name is Assassination Tactics Special Force, similar to the Special Ninja Division. The members of the Enbi are all excellent ninjas selected from the village. They mainly protect Naruto and prevent foreign enemies from invading the Konoha ninja village. Sometimes they are also responsible for enemy detection and assassination tasks. Enbi members wear white masks imitating animals when they act. The nature of the mission and all other information are kept confidential. The Enbi is directly under the control of Hokage. There are multiple units under the unit, and the unit leader uniformly conveys orders and leads to perform tasks. Although Enbi is performing dangerous work of combat type, Xian prefers you to stay in the Enbi guarding Konoha rather than being arranged on the front line of the cruel battlefield. Chapter 38, Dark Part? Rude. So, come here today. I will go to Master Naruto's office later. The two of them walked all the way to the crossroads of Konoha Street. They saw Yu suddenly stop, and smiled at the sunset with purple hair like a waterfall. The meatballs you gave me are very delicious, see you next time. Okay. Although she was a little bit unwilling to give up, Xi Yan had to smile and wave to say goodbye to Yu when she heard that Yu waited, and she didn't forget to encourage him when she left. Keep on going, Yu, you are the best ninja. Don't worry, I won't lose to anyone. It wasn't until the long hair and graceful back of Xian disappeared at the end of the street to look at him, that Yu finally took his gaze back and turned and walked into an uninhabited path in the woods. Although the date with the two-dimensional girl is wonderful, Yu will not forget that it is the most urgent thing for him to improve his strength now. On the road leading to the Hokage office building, the wind rustled the trees on both sides of the road, and Yu suddenly stopped. From just now, I have been with me for so long. Should I come out now? Yu, who stopped, said abruptly to the empty forest path in front of him. Whoosh! Just after the voice fell, 2 ninjas appeared in front of him. Each had their cat face masks on their faces, one after the other. They sandwiched Shizuna, blocking Yu's path. Yakashiba, is it? Master Danzo, please come with us. The cat face masked ninja in front directly blocked the road in front of Yu. Danzo-sama. Sorry, I don't know him, please let me. Hearing the name, Yu's heart suddenly moved, but his face remained unchanged on the surface, and he walked forward without changing the ninja in front of him. Shimura Danzo. Yu inevitably still has a wave of waves in his heart. He knows the character Shimura Danzo, who has read the original work better than anyone else. The leader of Konoha's independent underground organization Gen, is a disciple of the 2nd generation of Naruto Senjuka and a competitor of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi. Acting cruel and unscrupulous, and deep-minded, absolutely an old fox, if there is no special need, Yu does not want to get involved with such troublesome characters. However, the 2 rooted ninjas obviously wouldn't let Yu leave so easily, and once again stood in front of Yu. Then you are offended, it seems we have to knock you out and take you away. The ninja in the front took out a sharp kunai from his sleeve, and the ninja in the back drew the sword directly from behind, and surrounded Yu in the middle. Looking at the 2 root organization ninjas blocking his way, Yu didn't need to think about it. It must be his performance on the graduation assessment yesterday that attracted the attention of the old fox Danzo, so he wanted to absorb himself into the root organization. Unexpectedly, your roots were so bold in doing things, you actually attacked the same village ninja in Konoha. Can be selected to enter Enbu and Gen, the worst is also a ninja at the level of ninja. Through the aura of these two ninjas, you can probably feel that their strength should be at the level of Zongnan. Hey, no one will know. Because soon, we will knock you out and take you back. The voice fell, and the root tissue ninja in front directly pierced Kumo towards Yu's heart. This is actually just a fake move, the real purpose is to force you to expose the flaws, and then let them seize the opportunity. Hey, two ninjas. But it's a pity, I think you underestimated my strength. Facing the kunao that the root tissue ninja pierced into his heart, Yu suddenly looked cold. Chidori Kimoto. Yu shot faster than him, and saw Yu suddenly waved the sleeve of the kimono with his right hand. A blue and white thunder and lightning shines, dozens of extremely thin thunders burst out of the air. Chidori Kimoto like Chidoryu, it is a morphological change developed and extended on the basis of Chidori. Although the power is not as strong as the Chidori and Chidori Ryu, the advantage is that it can attack from a distance, and the operation speed is fast and the number is large. This is. The Zongren of the root organization obviously didn't expect you to shoot so fast. Caught off guard, Kyo tried his best to wave and resist, still being paralyzed by the powerful lightning of Yu. The body, can't move anymore. The body was stabbed by several Chidori Chibans, and the powerful Lei Dun Chakra directly paralyzed the muscles and nerves of this root tissue. At the same time, the other shinobu in the root tissue behind him has already been killed, and Yu's skin can almost feel the icy cold above the blade. Konoha Cyclone. Yu didn't turn his head, his right leg quickly squinted back, and in the posture of a scorpion wagging his tail, he directly kicked away the stab at the back of the tissue. Chakra Scalpel. The moment he kicked the sword away, Yu quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared in the next second, Yu had already been behind the root organization shinobu, and a special blue chakra blade had bloomed in his hand. The blue chakra blade in Yu's hand quickly slashed across the back of the neck of this name. Yu reading www.yuyukanonshu.com. I saw this root organization's Zongren snorted, even without a chance to scream, he fell to the ground and instantly lost his combat effectiveness. Chakra Scalpel, a level ultra-high medical ninjutsu that can cut the target body without any trauma on the hand that hit chakra. Although with Yu's current strength, the chakra scalpel can only be maintained at a length of 30 centimeters, it can cut the human body directly through any obstacles such as clothing. It is undoubtedly a lethal medical ninjutsu. Chakra Scalpel. Seeing that his companion fell to the ground without the slightest wound on his body, he was shocked when he saw that his body was paralyzed by Chidori Chiban's root tissue. Originally looked down upon his strength because of Yu's immature appearance, but he didn't expect Yu to be not only superb, but also able to perform such super high thunder ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu so easily. However, a blue light flashed across his neck in front of him. In the root tissue, Shinobu's eyes were red, and he fell directly to the ground and lost his breath. In the face of these two root organizations who are killing him, Yu has no intention of being merciful at all. It's really troublesome. Looking at the two root tissues in front of him that fell without a trace of wounds, the blue chakra scalpel in Yu's hand gradually disappeared, but his brows were slightly frowned. This is his first real murder. Fortunately, the chakra scalpel can kill the target without destroying any surface of the human body. There is no picture of a large amount of blood gushing out, but it also avoids the discomfort caused by his first murder. Chapter 39, Danzo and Number 039, S Invitation. Papa Papa. At this time, a round of applause came from the side, and Yu was shocked. Looking back, I don't know when there was a man wearing a white kimono with a bandage on his right eye and a cross-shaped chin with a crutches in his hand under the tree next to him. Crisp and neat. There is no mercy to kill people. Yakushi Yu, you really are a natural ninja. Witnessed the two Zongren who Yu shot quickly against the root organization, and saw that the man who appeared suddenly was expressionless, his tone seemed to be complimenting. Shimura Danzo. Seeing this man appear, Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. What a wonderful battle! Although the evaluation of you is high enough, I did not expect that I underestimated your ability. Danzo, standing next to him, praised, with a peaceful smile on his face, as if it was not his 2 men who died in front of him, but just 2 useless chess pieces. If you don't know his background, most people would really think he is a good benevolent person, but you, who has seen the original plot, can easily see a strong sense of possession and ambition in his eyes. This is troublesome. I didn't expect Danzo to come here in person. Although there is no change in the expression on his face, stormy waves have been set off in Yu's heart. From the aura exuding from Danzo in front of him, it can be seen that this is a shadow-level character. Although he is not a top-level figure in the movie class, his strength far exceeds that of any Shangren. Although there are other whole cards, the chakra level has just broken through the Yu of Zongnan level, and there is really no certainty in the face of Danzo. Yakashi Yu, come and join my route, you can definitely get more promotion than you in other departments. Danzo looked at Yu in front of him, and directly said his intentions straight to the point. I lack a genius ninja who integrates combat and medical treatment like you in my organization. After years of development and growth, the root organization of Danzo gradually absorbed the various masters in Konoha, like the ninjas of the secret technique clan such as the Oil Girl clan and the Mountain clan, they all have the root organization. Even Danzo intends to infiltrate the Uchiha clan, Konoha's largest clan, in an attempt to get involved with the power of writing round eyes. Yesterday in the Naruto office, I saw Yu's enchanting talent and ability to defeat Uchiha Shisui in the graduation examination. Danzo is like a vicious shark that smells the fishy smell, and he directly stares at Yu, a promising young genius. I'm very sorry, Mr. Danzo. I am now rushing to meet the 3 generations of Naruto-sama. Facing the invitation from Danzo in front of him, Yu did not explicitly refuse. But Yu really doesn't have any good feelings about people like Danzo who hang everything for Konoha all day and carry out the darkness in his heart. In the original work, Danzo sealed himself with the idea of dying with Sasuke. It seems that many people think that Danzo's role has been whitewashed, but Yu doesn't think so. As the saying goes, Konoha is fine, and Danzo ruined a village. It is definitely not groundless. Someone like Danzo, even though his starting point is really Konoha, so many dirty methods and so many innocent people have become his experiments and victims. Even Nagato Yahiko, who originally hoped for peace, was also pushed into the abyss because of his selfish purpose to destroy. As a teammate in his youth, Danzo can send people to assassinate the 3 generations many times for his ambition. A person like this, what he did, just for Konoha, can he be white? No matter how brilliant the goal in his heart is, the essence is still an evil demon who is dominated by evil deeds. This is Yu's evaluation of Danzo. Although Yu never thought that he was a good person, Yu always hated someone like Danzo, who used all means to achieve his own goals, but was still high-sounding. Hehe, don't rush to refuse. Seeing that Yu did not accept his invitation, Danzo was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said to Yu, you should be the child adopted by Yakushi Yu. From your superb medical ninjutsu, you can see that you have completely inherited and surpassed her medical ninjutsu talent. But you may not know that your adoptive mother, Nanoyu, was also a ninja who worked for our roots. She is my best intelligence ninja and medical ninja, and she was once Konoha's medical squad leader. Danzo didn't finish her words, her amber eyes were slightly narrowed. Yakushi Ye knows past, of course he knew it, but Yu didn't know what Danzo's purpose was suddenly mentioning this. Yu carefully observed the man called Darkness of Ninja World in front of him, and seemed to want to see something from the expression on his face. Looking at Yu, don't seem to be surprised by what I said. Speaking of the past of Yakushi Yu, he saw that the expression on Yu's face did not change as he expected, but Tuanzang's left eye was exposed. www.novel.com. His eyes couldn't help but look a bit dark. But it doesn't matter, I think we will have a chance to cooperate in the future. But soon, Danzo's face reappeared with a smile. I will wait for you at route because from the look in your eyes, I can tell that we are the same kind of people. He 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 he. After a gloomy laughter, Danzo in front of you turned around and left. Take these two away by the way. Even a kid who just graduated from a ninja school can't solve it. The route does not need such waste. It was just that Danzo indifferently gave the order when he passed the corpses of two root organizations. Two other root tissue ninjas appeared immediately on both sides of the forest, carried the body of the ninja who had been killed by you with a chakra scalpel on his back, and then left immediately. Danzo and I, are the same kind of people? Quietly staring at the back of Tuanzang leaving in front of him, chewing in his heart what Danzang said, only to see the corner of Yu's mouth sneer disdainfully. As we all know, the world of Naruto has given birth to many problematic teenagers who have defects in their hearts and are prone to go wrong because of wars and killings. Such as Gaara, such as Junmaro, such as Yakushito, each of them is a talented ninja, but also a ninja who suffers from pain, loneliness, confusion. Had Yu not been a traverser, he would already have his own inherent worldview. After some temptation and brainwashing by Danzo or Dashimaru, it is very likely that he will also embark on a path of no return. But it is a pity that in this world, except for the people she cherishes, Yu will not be shaken by the words of others at all. Chapter 40, Three-Generation Arrangement. Soon, it's afternoon. Entered the Naruto office building, and under the guidance of an Anbi ninja, Yu came to the door of the Naruto office. Come in. There was a calm voice from inside. Hokage-sama, Yakushi-yu brought it here. After entering the door, Anbi ninja bowed on one knee and saluted. Thank you, you can go down first. Three generations sitting behind the desk said to the Anbi ninja in front of them. Then turned his gaze to Yu, showing a kindly smile. You are here. Yes, Lord Naruto. Feeling the gaze of the three generations of Hokage in front of him, Yu immediately stepped forward to salute. At the same time, he glanced at the huge Hokage office in front of him and found that Shisui was also here. Yu. Seeing Yu coming in, Shisui also said hello to him. Shisui, you should go back first, too. I want to talk to you alone. Seeing Yu came to the office, only three generations opened his mouth to let Shisui step back first, and at the end he did not forget to say, remember to report to Anbu tomorrow. Yes, Hokage-sama, then I will go back first. Hearing the words of the third generation of Hokage, Shisui walked out of the office in salute. Just passed by Yu's side, and gave Yu a deep look. Anbu's Higuaran was arranged by the third generation of Hokage to enter the Anbu. Looking at Shisui who walked out of the office, Yuan thought secretly. I wonder if Naruto-sama called me today, what's the matter? After Shisui went out, only Yu and the third generation of Hokage were left in the office. While the three generations of Naruto were looking at him, Yu was also secretly looking at the three generations of Naruto. It was different from yesterday's graduation examination because it was during the war, and the three generations in front of them today wore a set of old-fashioned ninja armor. Although he is only 54 years old this year, the three generations of hair and beard have turned white, and they look much older than Tuanzang who was the same year as him. If it weren't for the powerful aura that appeared inadvertently on the body, and the occasional sparkle in the muddy eyes, the three generations looked like an ordinary kind old man. Sorry, I just sigh. I am really relieved to see that the village can cultivate a ninja as talented as you. Seeing Yu seemed to be a little uncomfortable by his own gaze, only three generations smiled kindly and picked up the pipe in his hand. I called you over today just to ask your opinion. Would you like to accept Hokage's order to join the Konoha medical class? Medical class? Hearing this, Yu was stunned. Originally thought that the third generation of Hokage would arrange himself into the Anbu directly under Hokage like Shisui. But he didn't expect that Sande actually planned to put himself in the Konoha medical class. I looked through your information specially. You are a child adopted by the former medical officer, pharmacist no Yu. Sensed a somewhat surprised reaction on Yu's face, and saw Sandai staring at him and explaining to him. I also saw your extraordinary medical ninjutsu yesterday. Konoha's medical class is now seriously understaffed. That's why I have such an arrangement, do you agree? I agree. After reacted, Yu almost nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Working hard to increase one's strength is the fundamental, but Yu doesn't really care about what department he is assigned to. Besides, it is now in the most intense stage of the Third Ninja War. Konoha has just defeated the Sands of the Wind Country, and is attacked by the Soil of the Soil. There is also Mizuna of Water Country, who is also on the front line, waiting for an opportunity to get a share in this war. Just like Bo Feng Mizuman said in the original book, Konoha's combat effectiveness has never been so inadequate. Yu, who often heals the injured ninjas in the village and earns a reward, is also very clear. Now Konoha's medical ninjas are in short supply, and frontline ninjas with numerous casualties are sent to the village for treatment every day. And he happens to have medical ninjutsu that surpasses everyone, so it makes sense to be stared at by the three generations and Danzo at the same time. Well. Seeing Yu agreeing without hesitation, Sandai nodded in satisfaction, his eyes softened, and then his conversation turned. In addition to medical ninjutsu, I also know your amazing talent in ninjutsu and combat. So to make up for your lack of ninjutsu practice after joining the medical class. Having said this, the three generations paused slightly, and then reached out and pointed at the many ninjutsu scrolls displayed on the shelves around the Naruto office. I can promise you, all the ninjutsu scrolls here are open to you. And if you have time, you can also ask me in private. So good. Hearing what the third generation said, Yu at the desk suddenly looked up in surprise. Three generations are so generous to themselves, not only open all the ninjutsu scrolls in the Naruto office to themselves, but also give themselves the opportunity to ask him about ninjutsu in private. I didn't expect that after agreeing to join the medical class, I even picked up a big deal. Who are the three generations? He is the ninjutsu who is praised as the god of ninjutsu and doctor of ninjutsu by the ninja world. Not only cultivated legendary ninjas like Konoha Sunan, but also proficient in all mainstream ninjutsu, including the escape of 5 attributes. If you can let him instruct him to practice ninjutsu, coupled with his extraordinary talent for ninjutsu www.novel.com, the strength will undoubtedly be rapid. Then, thank you Hokage-sama. Looking at the old man who was working hard for Konoha in front of him, Yu suddenly realized that he was a little moved. No matter how the outside world evaluates the three generations of Hokage, whether it is kind, tolerant, or indecisive. But it is undeniable that he treats every ninja in Konoha as his own child. Even if it is the Ashimaru who has completely taken the road from him in the original book, the three generations can't bear to hurt the killer. Perhaps as a ninja and politician, three generations failed. But as a benevolent person and teacher, three generations are undoubtedly successful. Your talent and strength are the best I have ever seen. Even Oshimaru at this age is far from your level. After taking a deep look at Yu in front of him with his turbid and sharp eyes, he saw that three generations behind took the white Hokage coat next to him and put it on his body. Let's go, it just so happens that there is still time. I will take you to the medical class first. After finishing talking, Sandai took Yu out of the Hokage office building. All the ninjas along the way saluted after seeing them, looking at the white-haired young man who was following Master Naruto with a little surprise. Here, there is the Konoha Ninja Hospital ahead. Followed the three generations around the Hokage office building, walked back a few avenues, and Yu and the others came to a white building. Follow me in. Before entering the building of the ninja hospital, Yu had already seen many wounded lying down all the way. Following in the footsteps of three generations, the two finally arrived at a hall that said Konoha Medical Class. Chapter 41, Konoha Medical Class. Ah, Lord Naruto! Many medical ninjas coming and going in the hall are wearing white coats and white hats on their heads. Was so busy, seeing the 3 generations of Hokage coming in, they came up to salute and say hello. No need to be polite, you, follow me into the medical room. Said that 3 generations strode forward and pushed open the door of the medical room, and you followed in. After entering the door, as far as you was, there were nearly 100 wounded ninjas lying on white hospital beds. A dozen medical ninjas glowed with a slight green light on their hands, and were using healing techniques to treat the wounded. This is the medical room of the ninja hospital. They are all ninjas from our Konoha medical class. These injured ninjas were all transported back from the frontline battlefield yesterday. After 3 generations of glanced around, Shen Sheng and Yu briefly introduced. Seeing Konoha's ninja casualties so heavy, as the 3 generations of Naruto is naturally depressed. Hearing Yan Yu nodded, he immediately moved in front of a medical ninja who was treating the wounded. Looked at the wounded who was lying on the hospital bed, and whispered, "Let me try it." "Try what?" The medical ninja who was trying his best to treat the wounded was taken aback. Looked up at Yu, who was only 6 or 7 years old in front of him, with a hint of impatience on his face. "It's busy here. The kids go to the side to play, don't hinder the rescue of the wounded. Let him try." The medical ninja just wanted to stop. A low and majestic voice came, and the 3 generations next to him nodded slightly. "Hokage-sama." Only then did he notice the arrival of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and saw the medical ninja quickly step away. "Pom Xianchu." After the medical ninja in front of him stepped aside, Yu slightly inspected the wounded part of the wounded, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A group of soft green chakras instantly wrapped Yu's entire palm and fitted the wound of the wounded. Under everyone's attention, the wound on the wounded person's body on the hospital bed quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the shocking wound turned into a smooth skin, as if there was no injury at all. The injured ninja gradually unfurled his frowning brows with the instant treatment, gradually regaining consciousness, opened his eyes and muttered in confusion, "Where am I? Am I not dead?" Seeing this magical scene, 3 generations smiled with satisfaction. A group of medical ninjas in white clothes all showed amazement. "Who is this boy?" It turned out to be Pom Xianju. "That's super advanced medical ninjutsu. What's the matter?" The serious injury recovered in an instant. Seeing this 6 or 7-year-old boy in front of him, he performed super high medical ninjutsu and healed a comatose wounded in an instant. The faces of a group of medical ninjas all showed dumbfounded expressions. "Sure enough. You, it's really appropriate to put you in the medical class." Ignored the surprised gazes of all the medical ninjas present, looking at Yu, who showed amazing medical ninjutsu skills in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on Sanday's face. Hemostasis, healing, these basic medical ninjutsu, most members of the medical class can use. However, Pom Xianju, this super advanced ninjutsu, which is classified as A-level, has very few or almost no users due to the extremely high requirements for chakra control, even those who can use it in the medical class very few. "Hokage-sama, who is this?" Seeing Yu's superb medical ninjutsu, the medical ninjas in the medical room looked at the 3 generations curiously, hoping that the 3 generations of Naruto can introduce the identity of this white-haired boy. "Ahem, let me introduce it to everyone." 3 generations saw the eyes of everyone, coughed lightly, and introduced them. "His name is Yakushi Yu, who just graduated from the ninja school, Shinin. From today, I will arrange for him to go to the medical class to work with everyone." "Nani? Yakushi Yu? It's the genius Konoha has been rumored recently. Unexpectedly, he would have such a superb medical ninjutsu. Did you have this kind of ability just after graduating from the ninja school? You deserve to be called Konoha's #1 genius." After hearing the 3 generations introduced Yu's identity, a group of medical ninjas in the medical room suddenly started talking. Obviously, after that special graduation examination, the name of the first genius of Hanakoba has become the focus of discussion among everyone in the village. I am Yakushi Yu, please take care of me. Facing the surprised eyes of everyone in front of him, Yu took a step forward and nodded gently, impeccable etiquette. All right, Yu. From today, you will be here to do things well. After arranging Yu's work in the medical class, 3 generations of words slapped Yu's shoulder earnestly, don't let me down. Don't worry, Naruto-sama. Feeling the gaze of the 3 generations' expectations, Yu silently nodded and turned to look at the busy Konoha medical class again. It seems I will spend a long time here. Time flies, and it comes 3 months later. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Boom boom, boom boom. Konoha's back mountain, there is a huge movement constantly. Water escape hard vortex water blade. Along with Yu's light drink, I saw the Shinayan helix pill instantly condensed in the palm of Yu's right hand. Wow, wow. After the chakra infused with the water attribute changed, a huge sound of water continued to roar. The Shinayan spiral pill in Yu's hand suddenly changed drastically, and a highly concentrated water gun was formed on Yu's right hand. Covers Yu's entire right hand like a spiral waterspout, and there is a continuous roar from above, as if Yu's hand grasped a whole highly concentrated waterfall. Finally finished. After 3 months of hard training, he saw that the S-level ninjutsu, known as the ultimate water escape, was finally completed in his own hands. Yu's amber eyes flashed with excitement, struggling to throw the constantly roaring high-pressure water gun directly out. Boom! Exaggerated shock, in Yu's shocked eyes. After throwing out the high-pressure water gun in his hand, it directly enlarged in a blink of an eye, forming a huge water spout. Kept sucking the surrounding trees and land in, and then flew out after being stirred into pieces. This, terrifying power. Seeing the disaster caused by the new technique he completed, even Yu couldn't help being surprised. This power seems to be even more exaggerated than the Fudun Helix Maru Shuriken completed by the protagonist Naruto in the original book. I really can't do anything with you, or did you complete this technique? Without warning, the voice of the devil rang in Yu's ear. Chapter 42, Instant. It's amazing power. After such a small ninjutsu was released, it actually released the water of a lake. To what extent did your kid compress chakra? Looking at the woods that have been completely destroyed in front of them, and the large lakes that have been created out of thin air on the ground, even the devil can't help but feel surprised by the power of Yu, the ultimate water escape. You are out again, demon. A smile appeared on Yu's face when he heard the voice that the devil hadn't heard for a long time. Hey, don't smile with me. I was still angry about what happened last time. Facing Yu's joy, the devil poured a bucket of cold water on him. Are you still angry about that last time? Listening to the devil's pretentious tone, Yu scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then a hint of curiosity appeared on his face, but speaking of it, I really want to see what you look like when you get angry. Since the demon in her body awakened, Yu had fantasized about the appearance of a demon more than once. With the enchanting voice of the devil, the demon Yu imagined should be a slouchy figure with a chest circumference above 3/6, a seductive face, and a stunner with just one look. Hey? Why do I seemed to feel Yu's thoughts, and the devil's charming voice became a little suspicious. You seem to be thinking about something unhealthy. Ahem, that. After regaining consciousness, Yu coughed slightly awkwardly. I hope you will not get too angry after seeing it. Because I am developing another technique that is more dangerous than the hard vortex water blade. The voice of fell, and I saw Yu who was cultivating, and began to take off the kimono jacket on his body, revealing the sleeveless tank top inside. You kid, what are you going to do? Upon seeing this, the devil was startled, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Boom! Just before the devil could react, a huge chakra exploded on Yu's body. No, it is not so much chakra, as it is a group of highly compressed ninjutsu exploded violently. Boom! A high-density compression ninjutsu with a violent eruption on you. I saw use 2 arms, each forming a violent hurricane, which instantly shattered all the rocks on the surrounding ground. Finally formed a pair of white thunder and lightning that looked like wings, attached to Yu's shoulders and back, and looked gorgeous. What is this? Ha! Your physical strength. Seeing the sudden burst of power from Yu, the devil's voice was shaking like an incredible. Because of the relationship within Yu's body, the devil could clearly feel that the power on Yu's body increased tenfold in an instant. Is different from the ninjutsu of Naruto world, and also different from the devil fruit of pirate world. She has never seen such an ability. This kind of abundant power, is it already done? Compared to the forbidden technique of 8 Dunjia. The back and shoulders were entangled by white lightning. Feeling the strength in his body that was growing exponentially, Yu couldn't help opening his eyes wide. At this moment, he has no doubt that he can smash all the objects in front of him with a punch. No, it's not right. This degree of increase is far less than the Beiman Dunjia array. But thinking of when Metkai opened the 8-door Dunjia array in the original work, Yu still shook his head dissatisfied with the kind of terrifying power that was dozens or even 100 times the level of the 5 shadows. The stage of completion. Are you crazy? Hurry up and stop. Although I don't know what new technique Yu has developed, but feeling the power of Yu's body that is constantly doubling and running away at this moment, the devil's voice suddenly yelled in Yu's ear anxiously. Boom! But it was too late. Under the constantly doubling and soaring power, Yu's back and shoulders high-density compression ninjutsu has not stabilized, and the entangled white thunder and lightning finally exploded, and the terrifying power directly blew Yu's whole body out like a cannonball. Boom! After broke 2 big trees in succession, Yu finally fell to the ground in an embarrassing manner, with shocking wounds all over his back. Yin healed. But Yu seemed to be prepared long ago. With the support of his powerful chakra, the injury on his back was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is one of the advanced medical ninjutsu that Yu has mastered before being attacked. He correctly judges the location where he will be hit and quickly concentrates a certain amount of chakra at that location. The wound will automatically and quickly recover after being hit. It really failed. Fortunately, I have been prepared, otherwise I will almost die. Lay on the ground for more than 10 minutes before Yuki finally recovered from the serious injury on his back. The dangerous new forbidden technique just now, yes, it is the instant coaxin reaper. In the past 3 months, Yu, except for the treatment of wounded ninjas in the Konoha medical team, all the rest of the time is watching the ninjutsu scrolls and training in the Naruto office. Occasionally asks 3 generations of Naruto for advice, and has made rapid growth in the practice of ninjutsu. The chakra reserves and levels in the body are constantly improving, so Yu came up with an idea to develop a new technique. www.novel.com Beiman Dunjia. Everyone knows that it is an advanced physical skill in the world of Naruto. Beiman fully open can release all the restrictions in the human body, also known as the 8-door Dunjia array. When activated, it will gain dozens or even 100 times more power than the 5 shadows. Metkai in the original book opened the 8-door Dunjia formation, and the burst of power even suppressed and beat the Uchiha Madara in 6 forms. But the price is that the body will quickly exhaust and die. Even if there is yin and yang, it can only be left with lifelong disability. An instant coaxing is the ultimate combat technique in Reaper that combines ghost and white fight. The user's back and shoulders will be wrapped in a high concentration compressed ghost path, and the ghost path will be combined with his own hands and feet to fight through the explosion. When is turned on, it can produce combat power that is 10 times or even dozens of times higher than itself, and it has great destructive power in every gesture. So you wondered, since the instant coaxin reaper can combine ghosts and white fights, can he also try to combine the ninjutsu and physiques of the Naruto world to develop a system that can be comparable to the 8-door Dunjia, but the side effects are not so huge? Forbidden surgery? After reading a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, you finally succeeded. Even the instant coax of a semi-finished product can increase his physical strength tenfold. But judging from the extremely dangerous and unstable form of the instantaneous coax, it is not suitable for combat at all. It seems that if you want to complete this technique completely, at least it is unlikely in a short time. Looking at the almost completely destroyed woods in front of him, as well as his completely broken clothes and a messy body, as well as the exhausted chakra in his body, you couldn't help but a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 43, New Task. You changed the way ninjutsu releases. Made it compressed and merged with itself to explode, and finally successfully developed a forbidden technique like Shunhong. Is not only very gorgeous and eye-catching, but the effect is also very significant, and it easily gets 10 times more power than itself. If you say Bayman Dungia, it is the kind of brainless flow. The instant coax developed by Soyu is the brain technology flow. But the exhaustion of Chakra's stamina was also very obvious. After just a moment, you found that he already had a shaky feeling now. You lunatic. It seems that you wish you would die sooner, and then let me eat your soul. At this time, the demon in Yu's body was obviously so angry that he didn't know what to say. Well, don't rush to get angry with me. My shadow clone sent the news, it looks like a 3-generation-old man is looking for me. While calming the angry demon in her body, Yu suddenly received the message from her shadow clone, so she put on the kimono jacket again and left the forest that had long been destroyed. A few minutes later, 2 NB ninjas appeared in the woods where Yu was just now. This is... The 2 NB ninjas saw the almost completely destroyed woods and the large lakes in front of them, and were speechless in surprise. They checked the traces of destruction in front of them, and then made a judgment. Its amazing destructive power, the terrain has been changed. This should be caused by the extremely strong water run ninjutsu. Let's go back and report it to Master Naruto. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 NB ninjas instantly left the woods. Back to the Konoha medical class, there was an NB ninja standing in front of Yu's shadow clone. Yakushi Yu. Master Naruto summoned, there is a new task for you. Seeing Yu's body return, only the NB ninja spoke. I see, I will pass now. Hearing the words of NB ninja, Yu nodded, and with a bang, he retracted the shadow clone who looked exactly like him. Today's work in the medical class is not busy, so Yu simply left a shadow clone here, and his body went to cultivate at Konoha Hyoshin. After taking back the shadow clone, Chakra's return immediately gave Yu a feeling of being filled with his hollowed-out body again. About 5 minutes, Yu followed the NB ninja to the Naruto office. Hehe, you are here. After seeing Yu coming in, Sandai smiled kindly, put down his pipe and said to Yu. Hokage-sama, is there any new task for me? After entering the door, Yu found that in addition to the 3 generations, there were 4 other ninjas in the office. 2 teenagers in blue turbans, one with black sunglasses on his face, and 1,000 books in his mouth. There is also a young boy wearing a green tights that makes people unable to look directly at him, with a black and shiny watermelon head, a pair of black eyebrows that are so thick that he can see white teeth from time to time. Goosebumps. Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, and the future Emperor Kaimetkai. Needless to say, Yu recognized the 3 of them at a glance. While Yu was looking at them, they were all looking at Yu with a curious look. Seems to want to try to connect the 6-year-old white-haired boy in front of him with Konoha who has been rumored in the village recently. You are Yakushi Yu, right? At this time, there was a soft voice. Yu gently raised his head, and a young girl was already standing in front of him. He has long black and slightly curly hair and is wearing a white ninja skirt with red edges. He looks pure and charming. A pair of big red eyes is looking at him curiously. I heard my dad talk about you. He said that you are the most brilliant ninja he has ever seen. I finally saw you today. I didn't expect to be a very handsome little brother. Evening Sun read. Seeing the girl in front of her, Yu recognized her identity, Shinobu Konoha Ninja Murakami, the most enchanting sister in the original. But now, the four of them are almost 11 or 12 years old, and they are Zongnan who have just been promoted this year. It turned out to be Red Senior. Thanks to the award, I often hear teacher Yuri mention you. Facing the gaze of the glamorous girl in front of her, Yu slightly lowered her head and said modestly. Yuri Hong is the only daughter of Yuri Maori, the ninja instructor at the ninja school. Ahem, Yu, I am calling you over today because there is a new task for you. At this time, the three generations coughed slightly, attracting everyone's attention. New mission. Yu looked at Sanday curiously. Well, this is an A-level mission to explore the battlefield. As he said, the three generations brewed for a while, and explained the content of the mission to the people present. Konoha is facing the pressure of Sand Ninja, Iwanan and Yunin on the battlefield at the same time. Recently, our ninja discovered that the Misty Ninjas of the Water Country gathered a large number of ninjas at the border of the Fire Country, and it is estimated that there will be new actions. Speaking of this, the three generations can't help but look a little heavy. www.ltnovel.com staring at the four young ninjas on their knees, and you standing next to them. They spoke in a deep voice and ordered, Genma, Ebisu, Kai, and Red. The four of you are newly promoted Zongren. Now as Naruto, I order you to go to the border to investigate the reality. Considering the possible circumstances along the way, I specially arranged you to assist the four of them as a medical ninja. Yes. You and the four young ninjas in the room responded in unison. After listening to the mission instructions of the three generations with Matkai, the five of you and the others retired from the office of the third generation of Hokage. On the corridor outside the Hokage office building. Konoha's first genius. Recently everyone in the village is discussing you. Yuri Hong, who walked with you, looked sideways at you and smiled playfully. That's all because of everyone's love. Senior Red is far more beautiful than imagined. Wen Yunyu also turned his head and glanced at Xiri Hong, just in time to see the girl's Chiao Xiao Yan, as if it made the surrounding scenery a lot of color. Really? Hearing Yu's sincere praise, Yuri Hong immediately covered her face with her hands and smiled embarrassedly. Hey, what Konoha's first genius, but a kid who just graduated from ninja school. At this time, looking at Yu, who was walking with Xiri Hong in front of him, he saw 1,000 books in his mouth and said with some disdain. Okay. Ha turned his head and found that Shiranui Genma and Ebisu who were walking behind seemed unfriendly. Don't do this, Genma. Seeing that the atmosphere of the team seemed a little strange, Matkai, who was walking next to him, quickly opened his mouth to try to ease the atmosphere. Chapter 44, Provocative. Well, what Konoha's strongest genius? I don't know what Hokage-sama thinks, so he arranged for such a kid to drag us back. But Ebisu, who was walking by the Shiranui Genma at this time, also grumbled complainingly. Recently in the village, people can often hear people talking about Yu's genius name. Today I finally saw me, only to find that I was just a 6 or 7-year-old kid. And also being arranged by Naruto-sama to perform tasks with them, so I wonder who Genma and Ebisu have some contempt and complaints in their hearts. How can you two do this? Yu is specially arranged by Naruto-sama to help us perform the task together. Hearing Shiranui Genma and Ebisu squeezing Yu, Yuri Hong suddenly became a little angry. A genius is not a genius, that is the opinion of others I can't control. But at this time, Yu who was walking beside Yuri Hong had stopped, her ember eyes looked at Shiranui Genma and Ebisu indifferently, but you two seem to have a great deal to me. Opinion. Speaking of it, this is Yu Zhen's first time out on a mission. But for no reason, he was provoked by the two guys, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu. Even the clay figurines have 3-point fire, let alone him. Why, are you not convinced, kid? Facing Yu's indifferent attitude, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also stopped. Especially Shiranui Genma, holding Qian Ben with his hands on his chest and mouth, a trace of contempt on his face. Wow! But the words of Shiranui Huigenma just fell, and the feather in front of him and Ebisu instantly disappeared in place. What a quick action! Seeing the extremely fast movement of the feather in front of him, Metkai, who is a master of physique among the three, was shocked. Konoha Cyclone! Accompanied by the fierce howling in the air, before everyone could react, Yu's figure appeared in front of the three of them. The body was spinning rapidly in mid-air, and his legs turned into a fierce whirlwind and threw out. Boom! Everyone just felt their eyes dazzle, and they saw Ebisu flying upside down and hitting the wall like a kite with a broken wire. So fast! Facing the swift physique of Yu in front of him, seeing his companion Ebisu kicked out in the blink of an eye, Shiranui Genma was shocked, and the Qianben wrapped in chakra in his mouth, burst out instantly. Humph! Seeing Qianben flying over from Shiranui Xianjian in front of him, Yu, who was in mid-air, sneered and snorted coldly. He gently dodged his head and disappeared from Shiranuiguan again. The technique of instantaneous body. Seeing Yu's incredible speed, I do not know the conditioned reflex of Huigenma's palm stretched towards the ninja bag. But at this time, a finger has quietly pressed against his temple, causing his movement to abruptly stop. I will set off for the mission tomorrow. You two are trash and still in the mood to fight back here. In Shiranui Genma's horrified gaze, I saw that Yu had stood behind him for some time, and raised his right index finger lightly and held it against his temple like a pistol. If I can, I don't mind killing you two, and then complete the task by myself. 2 Nakanen. Can't resist this kid for 2 seconds? Looked at Yu with fingers against Shiranui Genma's head in a daze. Yuri Hong, Metkai, and Ebisu who fell on the ground next to them. Everyone was stunned. Damn kid, who do you want to scare? Under all eyes, he was threatened by a 6-year-old boy against his head. I saw Shiranui Genma's complexion flushed, and he felt that his self-esteem had been severely trampled on. Boom! But I don't know what Huo Xianjian said in his mouth yet. I saw that the thin thread made on the index finger of Yu's right hand was shot out at high speed like a gun. After rubbing a blood mark on his cheek, the bombardment directly exploded a huge hole in the wall next to him. You should be thankful that this is the office building of Lord Naruto. I won't care about you two. Go back and clean up, gather here tomorrow and set off. Ignoring Shiranui Genma who was already stunned in front of her, Yu curled her mouth in disdain, and blew the non-existent gunpowder on her fingertips like a musketeer, and turned away without looking back. What a terrifying power! Staring blankly at the back of Yu's departure, I saw Metkai and Ebisu who fell on the ground as if they were petrified. Is this his strength? No wonder so many people call Konoha the first genius. Seeing Yu Kai's terrifying power with his own eyes, he immediately eliminated Shiranui Genma and Ebisu who were Chunin. At this moment, the beautiful eyes of Yuri Hong who stood in the same place flashed a burst of brilliance. At this moment, she finally began to understand the words of her father, Yuri Zhenhong, evaluating Yu. The next day, early in the morning. Midi, the three of them and Yuri Hong are already at the gate of the village, ready to go. Then, Yu's figure also appeared at the door of the village, meeting with the four of them. You are here, I apologize to you for what happened yesterday. Seeing Yu appearing on time, Metkai, who wears a watermelon skin haircut, stepped forward and apologized. Although Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, who were standing next to them, did not speak, the fear that appeared from time to time in their eyes showed that they had already subdued. Especially Ebisu, one of his cheeks is still swollen, apparently the injury he was kicked by Yu yesterday is not healed. Forget it, I don't know about annoying flies. Facing Metkai's apology www.novel.com Yu just shrugged indifferently, I just hope that I will not be blocked when I perform the task, otherwise I will turn them into 2 bodies. Did you two hear me? Seeing that Yu did not pursue any further, Yu Hong immediately looked at Shiranui Genma and Ebisu next to her. I got it. Hearing Yu's words, I don't know that Hujanma and Ebisu were not convinced, but they could only choose to swallow their breath. Recalling the strength that you showed yesterday that crushed the two of them, coupled with the tasks assigned by the 3 generations of Hokage before them, they did not want to have more trouble at this moment. Okay, let's go. Ignoring the two of them, you rushed out first, and soon disappeared into the woods. Let's catch up. Seeing you started to move, Metkai behind them quickly followed the pace of the moment. A long-distance raid for one day in a row. You and Yurihong finally passed through the Temple of Fire and came to the border of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is rich in resources, and almost all of them are dense forests after leaving Konoha Ninja Village. Except for a few breaks in the middle of the journey, you has always moved forward at an unhurried speed, just keeping a distance with Metkai and sprinting ahead. This kind of itinerary is not difficult for the ninja. The frontier is the border, be careful. Our task is to detect the number and intelligence of Wuren and try to avoid fighting. After crossing a meadow, you and his group of 5 finally came to a dense forest. After Metkai reminded him, the figures of 5 people rushed in quickly. Chapter 45, Ninja Sword 7 people. What? Just when the 5 of you and his party arrived at the border of the country of fire. The 3 generations in the Konoha Hokage office looked at the information that the ninja had just sent, but their expressions suddenly changed. Yes, Lord Naruto. Facing the shock of the 3 generations of Naruto in front of him, he saw the ninja kneeling on one knee in front of him with a heavy face. The previous information was wrong. This time, the number of Vunin dispatched is far more than we thought. According to the investigation of the ninja, it is said that the 7 ninja swords of Wuyin also participated in this operation. There were even large and small wounds all over his body. Before he could deal with the injuries, he rushed over to report to the 3rd generation. 7 ninja swordsmen. Hearing this, almost everyone in the entire Hokage office couldn't help but gasp. 7 ninja swords. The full name is Mist Ninja Sword 7 Sex, which is an inheritable title of the ninja village in the ninja village of the water country, not a real organization. The 7 people are equipped with a famous sword that is very suitable for their forbearance, and their abilities are comparable. They are dedicated to completing some difficult tasks for the misty village in the country of water, and their strength has all reached the upper level of forbearance. It can be said that the 7 ninja swords are the iconic existence of mist in the water country. The 7 ninjas have gained a reputation in the ninja world, all of them are assassination elites who kill people without blinking. It's Wuyin's 7 ninja swordsmen. Then you and Kai who were just sent out yesterday, aren't they? It's no wonder that the 3 generations will show such a shock. Was originally an A-level investigation mission, but he didn't expect Wuren to send a large number of ninjas, and even the 7 ninja swords were involved. Thinking of the 5 members of you and his party who had just been sent out yesterday to perform the task, the expressions on the 3 generations' faces were heavy as if dripping water. These are the future elites. Konoha hasn't grown up yet, especially you. Throughout Konoha's history, 3 generations have never seen such a ninja talent. If any accident happens, it will undoubtedly be a great loss for the entire Konoha ninja village. K is in them too. Sorry, 3 generations of adults. I will support them now. Hearing such shocking news in the Hokage office, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a green tights and thick eyebrows very similar to Metkai. Before 3 generations could speak, he rushed out. Where? Don't be impulsive. Seeing the man in front of him, he rushed out regardless of his own stop. 3 generations were shocked, and finally couldn't help but turn into a sigh. Could it be? It seems that you have made a decision. Even if you swear to die, you must protect your most important things. It seems that the mission went well. There were no ninjas from Kiri Shinobu along the way. You and his group of 5 have entered the dense forest on the border of the fire country. Did not encounter the misty ninja along the way, Ebisu couldn't help but speak. Don't be careless. This is the border of the country, and we may encounter ninjas from enemy countries at any time. While jumping in the dark forest, Shiranui Genma opened his mouth to remind Ebisu and the others. Although I was taught by you yesterday, it is after all the ninja of Konoha's new generation. These most basic ninja qualities still exist in Shiranui Genma. Wait a minute. But at this moment, Yu who rushed to the front seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yu. Seeing Yu in front of him suddenly stopped, Matty and Yurihong who followed behind stopped at the same time, looking vigilantly at the surrounding environment. Snap the line. As soon as the voice fell, Yu standing in front of the four suddenly made a move. With a sudden flick of his right hand, a thin thread was created on the tip of the index finger and fired at high speed like a gun. Boom! There was a crisp cracking sound, a big tree next to everyone was shot through by feathers, and sawdust flew. A ninja hidden behind the big tree was shot through the head by feather without even a chance to scream. The body fell from the thick branches and hit everyone's eyes heavily. It's Mist Shinobu. The sharp-eyed Shiranui Genma saw the forehead guard worn on the forehead of this ninja, which was engraved with the mark of 4 points of water, which was a symbol of the identity of the country of water. At the same time, the four people behind him were also secretly marveling at Yu's meticulous observation and the amazing lethality. Thanks to you, Yu. Otherwise we haven't found the enemy's ambush. Seeing that the hidden enemy in the forest was instantly killed by Yu, the four people behind him were relieved, and Yurihong looked at Yu's back with some gratitude. Be careful, there is more than one enemy. After shot and killed a Vunin, but at this time Yu did not relax, the expression on his face was more solemn than before. Have you been discovered by such a little kid? It looks like Konoha is really the cradle of genius. Just as Yu's voice fell, an unfamiliar voice sounded in the gloomy forest. In the shocked gazes of Matkai and Shiranui Genma, the 7 mysterious figures of Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com did not know when they had already appeared in the forest in front of them. No, we are surrounded. I do not know that Huo Xianjian was the first to react, but it was too late, and all the angles of the retreat of the 5 of them were already surrounded. I can't escape now. Take a step back subconsciously, leaning against Shiranui Genma, Ebisu said. Wait a minute, who are these guys? However, at this moment, after finally seeing the appearance of the 7 ninjas in front of him, Yu suddenly contracted his pupils and couldn't help his heart tremble. Isn't that the Wuyan 7 ninja swordsman? Not only Yu, but also Ebisu next to him had recognized the identity of the 7 ninjas at a glance. His face was full of horror, and the voice on his mouth was deformed because of tension. Damn, why are the 7 ninja swords of the Misty people here together? The 7 ninjas that appeared in front of them all wore the forehead guards of the ninja village of Mist, and they each carried a ninja sword of different shape on their body and in their hands. The appearance is very easy to distinguish. It is the 7 people of the ninja world's fierce Mizuian shinobi Lo Quat Jozo, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, Li Shiquan, Tonko Savage, Wulai Jinba and Hiholia. The 7 people without exception are all of the strength of the ninja level, and they continue to exude powerful power and amazing murderous aura. Unexpectedly, even the little ghosts of other shinobu village know us. It seems that we are also famous. Seeing the 5 little ghosts in front of Konoha, he recognized the identity of the 7. I saw Lo Quat Jozo holding the decapitated broadsword inserted on the ground in one hand, and a strange smile appeared on his face with a crossed knife scar. Chapter 46, 8 Dungia Array. Oh, there is a small gap in the blade. It looks like it has to some blood so that the iron can regenerate. There was a weird Morian laughter deliberately on his mouth, and he saw Lo Quat Jozo grab the huge beheading knife in front of him with one hand, killing intent in his eyes. They are all the most outstanding assassination elites in Wuyan. Facing Konoha's ninja, even the 5 imps and the 7 ninja swords will not be tender. Damn! Why are the 7 ninja swords? Facing the ninja 7 who was blocking his group's path, Yu couldn't help clenching his fists. From yesterday, when the 3 generations of Naruto arranged to carry out tasks with Meitriki, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu, he had already had an ominous premonition. It's just that they didn't expect that they were actually the same as in the original book. At this time, they encountered all the members of the Wuyan Ninba 7. If it's just a shinobu. But now I have to face the 7 upper ninjas at the same time, and the 7 ninja swords. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura continuously emanating from the 7 murderous shangnan in front of him, Yu's heart sank to the bottom. If you are alone, you might have a chance to escape, but there are 4 other little ghosts besides yourself, and the chance of escape is obviously even slimmer. Just as Yu was thinking about countermeasures in his heart, the sound from a distance suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Dad! Hearing this familiar voice, Metka behind Yu was stunned. It was a figure radiating green chakra energy all over, at a very fast speed, from far to near. In a blink of an eye, it came to Yu and the group of 5 people, arousing the dust on the ground. Hey, finally caught up! Mate day! Seeing this man suddenly appeared in front of him, Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Through the features almost identical to Metka's body, Yu recognized the man's identity at a glance. K's father, 10,000 years ninja from Konoha Ninja Village, Mat Day. Is this Bayman Dunjia? Looking at the green chakra energy continuously emanating from Mat Dai in front of him, a strange color flashed in Yu's eyes. He recognized that this was the state that would only appear after the 8-gate Dunjia opened the 3rd gate. Dad, what are you doing here with Shinobu? Seeing the sudden appearance of Konoha's father, the old man Shinobu, Kai was a little confused. Obviously he hadn't understood the situation. Stop talking, you guys run. Let me buy time here. Just not waiting for Kai to continue speaking, only to see Mat Dai in front of him with a big wave of his hand, his body directly stopped in front of Yu and the 5 of them. Let's run fast. Dad, what are you talking about? The opponent is all Shinobu. And it's the 7 Shinobu. Seeing his father Mat Dai stopped in front of him, the expression on Mat Kai's face couldn't help but start to get excited. It's impossible to beat them by Dad alone. But I still have 8 dead ends of Dunjia. Now is the time to swear to the death to protect your most important things, isn't it? Feeling the excitement of his son, Mat Dai in front of them turned his head and pointed at Kai and gave a thumbs up, revealing his signature white teeth. Death Gate. Is he going to open the 8-gate Dunjia array? Looked at Mat wearing a foolish smile, but for some reason, Yu had an unprecedented touch in her heart at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Konoha's Shinobu. A ninja wants to stop the 7 ninjamen. And at this moment, I saw Metkai suddenly appearing in front of my eyes. A Konoha's Syaren actually said to stop the 7 upper ninjas, and all the 7 ninja swords in the forest couldn't help laughing wildly. But soon, the 7 ninja swordsmen could not laugh in the next second. 8-gate Dunjia array. Open! Accompanied by a loud shout in front of Mat Dai, the chakras all over his body were concentrated on the dead door in his body. Boom! An unimaginable violent breath erupted. Yu and the 5 boys, before they could react, they were blown to the side by the terrifying wind in front of them. Blood-red steam. This is the 8-gate Dunjia array. Feeling the terrifying power erupting from Mat Dai's body in front of him, the eyes of Yu, who was blown to the side, kept widening. Raised his hand to block the dust that was constantly blowing in front of him. He did not expect that he would see the 8-gate Dunjia formation with his own eyes today. That guy, what did he do? Seeing the incredible changes in Mat Dai's body, and feeling the terrifying chakra in front of him, all the 7 ninja blades were stunned. In the shocking eyes of everyone, I saw that Mat's hair, eyebrows, and beard were all dyed red in front of me. Chakra's flow speed reached the extreme in an instant, and bleeding red steam continued to flow all over his body. It's not just dying. I will turn it into a nutrient for the new green leaves, and when the green leaves germinate and the new year comes. It is the climax of youth. The burning moment. The terrifying blood-red steam and chakra energy radiated from all over his body. Matt Dai could not find his pupils and locked his eyes to the 7 ninja swords in the forest. The words fell, and the entire forest floor exploded. I saw that Matt Dai had instantly turned into a blood-red light, dashing towards them. www.novel.com. This kind of chakra. This speed. What a joke. Looking at Matt Dai, who was attacking like a red monster in front of him, the faces of the 7 ninja swords changed. Let's go, K. You can't let your father die in vain, our task has not been completed yet. Seeing Matt Dai sacrificed himself in front of him, the 8-door Dunjia formation broke out. At this moment, Ignorance Huigenma and Ebisu stubbornly held Metkai and dragged him out of here. Let's go, since the 7 ninja swords will appear here. That means there is a problem with our intelligence. It seems that this mission will definitely not be that simple. Looked back at the man who turned into a blood-red beast, and a complex color flashed in Yu's eyes. Matt Dai, as a ninja, can burst into such an astonishing power after opening the door of death. In the original book, the Metkai, who is the pinnacle of ninja, opens the 8-door Dunjia formation. What kind of power should it reach? Although he really wanted to watch the battle between the 8-gate Dunjia Array vs Ninja Swordsman, but he still chose to turn around and take Xiri Hong and the others out of this dark forest. If nothing else, after today's battle, Matt Dai will exhaust chakra sacrifices. And the famous Wuyan Ninja Knife 7, there will be only 3 people left, Lo Quat Jozo, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and Hiho Thundir Ya. Feeling the fierce fighting constantly erupting in the forest behind them, Yu and his group of 5 finally escaped from the forest and came to the endless grassland outside. Be careful, everyone. Just stepped out of the forest, dozens of shurikens and Kyowa with detonating charms had flown towards them. Chapter 47, Investigative Water. Water escape waterfront wall. Without waiting for others to react, Yu quickly formed seals with both hands. Violently sprayed out a wall of water like waves from his mouth. The wall of water encircled all 5 of them in a circle, and resisted all the surrounding attacks. Boom! 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 Yu instantly displayed the water escape, blocking all the shuriken and kunao that hit, and the detonating talisman exploded continuously on the water wall. Besides the Ninja 7, are there other enemies? Standing in the wall of water released by Yu, Yuri Hong and Matt Dai, and the 4 of them immediately took out Kwa Wu's vigilance. Such a superb water escape ninjutsu was used in such a place without water. It doesn't seem to be a simple kid. On the grass outside the forest, dozens of ninjas have gathered at some point. Looking at the foreheads on their heads, it was the Misty Ninja, and I saw the middle-aged Misty Ninja standing in the front speak. So many hazes. Wuyan actually sent so many people. The scouring wall of water finally fell down. Seeing dozens of Mizunan suddenly appeared on the grass in front of him, the expressions on Kai and Ebisu's faces suddenly changed. What's the matter? How many reinforcements Konoha sent? How many adults of the 7 ninja swordsmen did not solve these little ghosts? Looking at the 5 members of Yu who successfully escaped from the forest in front of him, he felt the violent fighting movement continuously transmitted from the forest, and saw a hint of doubt on the face of a Mr. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get rid of these little ghosts, and then go in and support the 7-9 Thos. And at this moment, Wu Yin Shangren, who was standing in the front, directly ordered in a deep voice. Although I don't know how many reinforcements Konoha has sent this time, he can actually hold the footsteps of the Ninja 7. But feeling the constant vibrations of battle in the forest in front of him, the head of the Wu Yin Shangnan has no extra patience to spend time here. Yes. Hearing Wu Yin Shangren's command, he saw the bloodthirsty smiles on the faces of a group of Wu Yin in front of them. Let's go on. Use the fastest speed to screw off the heads of these little ghosts. Everyone rush to me. Interrupt the limbs of these Konoha imps. Let them know what a real ninja is. The battle was about to start, and the ground kept shaking. Dozens of Vunin in front of him, each with a ferocious look, rushed towards Yu and the 5 of them. Ruined. So many ninjas, we can't escape. Seeing dozens of Kiri shinobu appearing on the grass in front of him, facing the situation on this side, Ebisu's face was full of despair. Even though Yurihong and Metkai did not speak, their expressions were still sad. The real battlefield is really cruel. First, the 7 ninja swordsmen just now, and then the current Mist Ninja elite troops. They Konoha's youngest ninjas will encounter such a lifeless situation when performing tasks. It's too early to give up now. 1 upper ninja, 12 middle ninja, the others are lower ninja, we still have a chance. Leave it to me, you guys try to hold on. Looking at the dozens of elite ninjas rushing over on the grass in front of him, only the youngest Yu in the group of 5 can remain calm. Wow, wow. As soon as Yu finished speaking, a violent waterfall sounded continuously from the palm of his hand. I saw that the violent waterfall water was continuously compressed and rotated, and a highly concentrated high-pressure water gun appeared in the palm of Yu's hand, continuously rotating and roaring with a violent sound, which attracted the attention of all the ninjas present. Water Escape Hard Vortex Water Blade. That is. Shiranui Genma widened his eyes, staring at the hard vortex water blade released from Yu's hand, and was surprised that Qianben dangling from his mouth fell on the grass. This degree of change in nature. Looking at the ultimate water escape displayed by Yu's hand, Yurihong and Metkai also looked at them, finally understand why he was called Konoha's first genius. Seeing the spiral high-pressure water gun that appeared in the hand of the youngest Konoha boy in front of him, Mist Shinobu felt a strong anxiety in his heart, and immediately shouted at the surrounding Mist Shinobi, "Quickly get out of the way! That kind of water escape!" Boom! Before he finished speaking, Yu already threw the high-pressure water gun in his hand. Misty and Shinobu reacted in a timely manner to immediately cast the instantaneous technique, protecting his hands in front of him, and his body quickly retreated. Only felt a burst of great power blasting him out, and after a bang, this Wian Shangren only saw the high-pressure water gun thrown by the feathers in front of him disappear halfway. After a while, appeared out of thin air, suddenly forming a huge waterspout, and the terrifying power directly sucked in all the dozens of mist ninjas present, twisted them into pieces and threw them out. Blood filled the grass. The shocking waterspout gradually disappeared. Looking at the lake formed on the grass in front of me, and the dozens of ninjas with dead bodies on the side, I saw that the faces of the remaining mist ninjas were all covered with incredible expressions. www.novel.com. Damn, he can actually perform this level of water escape ninjutsu. That Konoha kid is not a simple character. Wian, who had escaped the catastrophe, felt a tingling pain in his arm. It's just being rubbed a bit, so it hurts like this. A 6 or 7-year-old kid, unexpectedly a ninjutsu killed a dozen of their elite ninjas. As the strongest known ultimate water escape, the power of the hard vortex water blade far exceeds everyone's imagination. Good, so amazing power. After looking at the terrible damage caused by Yu's ninjutsu in front of him, I saw Shiranui Genma and Ebisu for a while before finally reacting. How is amazing! Looking at the back of the white-haired boy in front of him, Yurihong's charming face was also full of shock. As expected, he is the strongest genius in our village, even better than that guy Kakashi. Seeing Yu's shocking ninjutsu effect, Metkai at the side finally recovered some confidence, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit again. Okay. Everyone is eager. Break out from here. Morale skyrocketed for a while, and the 4 people behind you took out the ninja and leaned against each other. You guys, go and deal with those little ghosts. Wian Shangren said to the group of Wernin behind him. Go and kill the white-haired boy. After speaking, Wian Shangren stared at the opposite Yu, with a bloodthirsty smile on his mouth. Drew out Tachi from his back and directly performed the instantaneous technique, and in a blink of an eye he swept across the grass in front of him and rushed towards Yu. Seeing the leader Wian Shinan took the lead, the group of misty shinobi behind also roared towards the 4 of Metkai and Yurihong. Chapter 48, Fight on Shinobu. It just happened to be. I also want to see the strength of Shinin. Seeing the misty shinobu who quickly rushed towards his side using the instantaneous technique in front of him, he realized that the opponent's target was him, and there was a burst of sharpness in his amber eyes. Snapped. With a light footstep, Yu also disappeared in place with an instantaneous technique. When appeared in the next second, he had already met the misty shinobu on the grass. Clang! There was a violent metal crash, and I saw that Yu and Wian Shangnan had already touched each other. Line. The sword that was swiftly slammed out of his hand was actually blocked by a thin transparent and invisible thread. A hint of astonishment appeared on the face of this Wian Shangnan. It was originally like this. Is it the limit of blood? A lot of strength. Is this the power of Shinin? Quickly created a transparent and invisible thin line in his hand to block the sharp sword. Feeling the huge force that was constantly surging in Shinobu's hands in front of him, Yu suddenly felt in his heart, you must end the battle quickly. Although the Devil's Law has been modified, the chakra reserves are several times more than the ordinary Zongnan. But after all, Yu was only 6 years old, and his undeveloped body directly confronted an adult, and it seemed a little strenuous after all. What are you kidding, such a small kid? Seeing that Yu Chenggong, who looked only 6 or 7 years old in front of him, actually resisted the burst of power in his hand, the expression on Wian Shangnan's face was full of incredible. But it quickly turned into a hideous color. Konoha of the enemy country gave birth to this kind of monster-like genius ninja, and the killing intent in the ninja's heart on the fog became more and more overflowing. But it's a pity. A kid is a kid, and it's still a bit too tender after all. The words fell, and the Wian Shangren standing in front of Yu, who was confronting Yu, suddenly turned into a puddle of water. Water body. Seeing this, Yu was shocked and turned around suddenly, but it was too late. Go to hell, kid! Accompanied by a burst of roar, Wian Shangren had quietly appeared behind Yu, and the sharp sword in his hand instantly cut off Yu's body. Yu noticed that Yu was beheaded by Wian Shangren, and Metkai and Yurihong, who were besieged by a group of Wian, suddenly exclaimed. It's you who should die. Do you think you are the only one who can use water? However, the body was concealed by the mist, and the expression on his face showed a hint of mockery. Under Wian's shocked eyes, his body turned into a puddle of water. What? Seeing that the feather that was killed by himself in front of him turned out to be a water body, the eyes of the misty Shinin exposed outside the white bandage suddenly widened, only to feel a biting murderous intent behind him. 5-color line. Just before Wu Yin Shangren turned around suddenly, I saw that the feather that appeared behind him had already reached his claws and swung 5 extremely sharp thin lines towards him. Damn! What a quick action! Seeing that Yu appearing behind him can perform such a fierce move without Jian, Wian Shangren gritted his teeth and hurriedly swung his sword to resist. Clang! The collision of the thin lines from Tato and Yu in his hand, unexpectedly erupted like a metal clash. Immediately after, Wian Shangnan felt a pain in his body, and several enchanting blood blossoms bloomed directly on his body. Damn! His body couldn't stop backing up a few steps, and his hand stuck a sword on the ground. Wu Yin Shangren looked at the bone wound on his body, and couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Dignified Water Country Mist Hiden Ninja Village Kaminen, fighting with a 6-year-old kid from Fire Country Konoha Ninja Village, turned on his body in a blink of an eye, which made him faceless. Blocked. And Wian Shangren confronted each other. Seeing that the opponent in front of him had not been cut off by his own 5-color line, Yu slightly curled his lips, with a little regret on his face. Water Body Sea Level Ninjutsu, which creates a clone of water, will increase its ability in water. Although is the ninjutsu that Mizuno Kuni is good at, but in the office of the 3rd generation of Naruto, there are also the water escape ninjutsu scrolls left by the 2nd generation of Naruto Senju. 3 months is enough time for you to record most of the above water ninjutsu and apply what he learned. It's amazing. Yu. At this time, Metkai and the others, who were fighting next to him, saw that the youngest Yu in the group actually suppressed Wian's Shangnan. While marveling in his heart, he couldn't help but increase his morale. I have to admit, I underestimated you just now, kid. He locked his eyes on Yu standing in place, and drew the sharp sword from the grass. The constant pain in the body caused the Wian Shangren to finally start to face the 6-year-old white-haired boy in front of him. But from this moment on, I will let you understand the gap between Shangren. The eyes exposed out of the white bandage were cold, and when he spoke, he could see the hands of Wian Shangren quickly form marks. Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique. After the powerful water escape ninjutsu was launched, a large stream of water emerged out of nowhere near Wian's feet, quickly forming a roaring water dragon, roaring towards the feathers in front of him. B-level water escape. Facing the water escape ninjutsu released by Wian Shangren, Yu's eyes condensed, and his body did not retreat, but rushed up and jumped high. www.novel.com. The water dragon roaring and impacting directly in front of him suddenly disappeared. Kick. Foot shaved. 8 almost transparent thin silk threads burst out with the toes kicked by the feathers. Wow! The grass under was cut along the way, water splashed with the violent sound, and the roaring and impacting water dragon was blasted away directly by feather. Although the time to obtain the line fruit ability is still short, after you use continuous development and training, coupled with the exquisite physical skills, the power has been amazing. It's over, kid. But the water dragon has just been blasted away by the feathers, and the splash of water has not completely fallen. Wian Shangren's figure actually followed the water dragon, and quickly leaped out of the continuously falling water, kicking Yu's chest hard. The tremendous strength brought by an adult shinin almost made Yu almost spew out blood. Boom! But in Wian's stunned gaze, the feather that was kicked by him in front of him turned into a piece of wood. Substitute. Wian was shocked in his heart, but quickly reacted. Rich combat experience made him conditioned to turn around and stab him immediately, splashing blood. As expected, Yu, who appeared behind him in the next second, was directly pierced by him. I said, "It's over, kid." The sharp sword in his hand pierced Yu's body, only to see Wian Shangnan's face finally showing a happy smile. Sizzle. Just as he finished speaking, Wian shuddered, his eyes widened in disbelief. A palm-gathering violent electric current penetrated his heart from behind. Chapter 49, Reverse the Situation. It seems that thousands of birds are constantly chirping at the same time, and the dazzling blue and white electric light reflects the staring expression on Wian Shangnan's face. So the one I kicked just now is the main body. The body was pierced by Yu with 1,000 birds from behind, but the feather that was pierced by himself in front of him turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The expression on Wian Shinobu's face was wonderful. How is it possible? I'm not willing to. It's useless to be unwilling. This is the battle of ninjas. Looking at the fallen opponent in front of him, Yu slowly withdrew his left hand to release Chidori. Feeling the strong unwillingness in Wian Shangnan's heart, I saw Yuping flatly said, "You are too underestimating the enemy, and you care too much about my ninjutsu and the limit of blood inheritance, but you have overlooked the most important point. In addition to ninjutsu, physique and illusion, tactics are also the homework that ninjutsu must do." Tactics? Is it? Boom! Fell to the ground feebly, Wian Shangren's eyes began to fade, and before dying, he barely raised the last trace of consciousness to figure out the cause of his failure and death. It turns out that I was kicked just now, not a substitute. It was he who deliberately took a blow from me, used a change technique to turn into a stake to confuse his vision, and then let the shadow clone attack from behind me, making me mistakenly think that the shadow clone is his body. Actually used the E-level ninjutsu of the ninja school to solve my ninja. What a terrible kid. Hiss, after all, it is Shinobu, this kick is really powerful. Seeing Wian Shangren finally died in front of him, Yu couldn't help rubbing his chest with grinning teeth, obviously feeling that one of his ribs had been broken. After all, is the power of shinobu in adulthood. If it weren't for fighting to end the battle in the shortest time, he wouldn't be so dangerous. Captain Water Mirror. What are you kidding? Shuijing Shinobu was killed by such a kid. Saw Shangren, who led their misty elite troops, being killed by a 6-year-old kid like you. For a while, all the Vunin around the scene were dumbfounded by this absurd scene. Konoha Badawamurai. Shocked and lost, only to see a Wujin who was hit by a swift elbow by Mati, hitting the face directly and fainted. You actually killed that Shangnan. It's amazing. As seniors, how can we hold back? Seeing that you, who was only 6 years old, actually killed Wuyan's shinobu, the passionate Kate K suddenly performed physique skills and rushed to a group of Wuyan. You is really too strong. Damn. I can't even solve these guys. Yuri Hong on the other side, under the siege of 2 Nakanin and a few Zionin, left and right. Feeling the huge gap, this bright girl couldn't help biting her lower lip and struggling to make a move. Hey, little girl, just give up resistance. Seeing the young and beautiful Konoha ninja in front of her retreating under the attack of her few people, one of the mists couldn't help but let out wretched laughter. Speaking of which, that kid is really terrifying, actually killed Shuijing Shangnan. But you still don't have a chance, after all, the difference in number lies here. Another Kiri Shinobu also spoke, trying to speed up the opponent with the offensive of words. Don't be delusional. We can definitely break out from here. Xirihong gritted his teeth to avoid the kunao who waved in front of him, his red eyes filled with anger. Hey, you should take care of yourself first. A Warren took the opportunity to go around to the back of Yurihong, and the sharp kunao cut the clothes on her shoulders, revealing a piece of white skin. Wow! Unexpectedly Konoha's female ninja is so tender. The other Mizunao saw the part of Yurihong's shoulder that had been cut, and suddenly spit out all kinds of foul language. Damn! Yurihong gritted her teeth in anger, but in fact, she was barely able to survive under the attack of 2 Zongren and a few Xiangren. At this moment, the nasty words in Mizunan's mouth in front of Yurihong turned into a scream. A palm of his hand has pierced his heart with a violent electric current, and I saw you in the distance next to him had already touched quietly for some time, and his hand was bursting with thunder shining Chidori. Damn it! Be careful! It's that kid! Seeing that the white-haired boy who had just killed Wuyan Shangren suddenly appeared in front of him, the surrounding Wuyan was shocked. Go to hell! Illusory magic Sanjua Sakura. Seeing that his comrade was suddenly attacked and killed by you in a blink of an eye, the attention of the other Mizuki ninja was shocked by you. Xirihong immediately seized the opportunity, squatting on the ground and performing magic spells, and quickly smashed out a sharp edge from kunao in his hand. I saw that the few mists who had just spoken to tease her were still immersed in the illusion of countless cherry blossoms flying away, and she had already wiped their necks with blood. Chidori Star Break. At the same time, seeing the other Wu Ren who took the opportunity to rush up next to him, only Yu's eyes were cold. The violent current of the Chidori light soared, and he waved his hand and shot directly at them. Sizzle! Boom! Was hit by the Chidori flying out of Yu's hand, and saw a violent electric current entangled on the bodies of a few misty ninjas, and then in a blink of an eye, they were directly bombarded with coke by the power of Chidori's full burst. Thousand Birds Star broken. Another morphological change of the Thousand Birds. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a move developed by Yu based on the ninjutsu used by Sasuke Uchiha in. After the end of the final battle, Sasuke once used this technique to completely smash half of the huge meteorite that fell on the village of Konoha, greatly increasing its power compared with ordinary Chidori. Although Yu is far from being able to do that kind of exaggeration, it is already a very powerful move. Are you okay, Senior Red? Seeing a few Vunin was killed instantly by himself, Yu stepped forward and helped Zihai sitting on the ground. I'm fine, but fortunately you arrived in time. After getting up, Yuri Hong simply cleaned up the wound on her shoulder, and smiled at Yu. Don't call me Senior Hong, just call me Hong. I'm not a few years older than you. Then I will call you Sister Hong. Yu is also welcome, and turned to look at the battle between Metkai and Shiranui Genma. I will treat you after the battle is over. I will help them solve the enemy together. Although most of the enemies have been killed, there are still 9 Nikonin and a dozen Zionin in front of them besieging Kai and 3 of them. Kill a ninja, use the S-Class Ultimate Water Escape Hard Vortex Water Blade, and continuously use Chidori and other ninjutsu. After the battle just now, Yu's chakra and physical strength have been consumed tremendously, and now he can't care about healing himself and Yuri Hong's injuries. The ability of Xian Xian Guo directly exploded. More than the twist whip. Aiming at the group of mist shinobi who were besieging Metkai and the others in the distance, Yu raised his hand and shot out an extremely thick line directly. Was over 100 meters in length, incredibly powerful, and even directly cut the entire ground in front of him. Chapter 50, No Pairs 8. What is this? Akiri Shinobu who was attacking Metkai has not yet reacted. In an instant, the whole person was cut from the middle by the whip that was released from Yu's hand, and the pungent blood mist was sprayed into the air, and the scene looked bloody. What happened? Seeing Yu's fierce move, the remaining Wu Ren was shocked, and subconsciously fled around. Want to escape now? Don't you think it's too late? Seeing the actions of Wu Ren in front of him, Yu sneered with disdain, and suddenly raised his arm. The horrible lines with a length of more than 100 meters danced flexibly in the air, bursting out with powerful power, and directly cut a few mists that were too late to avoid into pieces. Okay, what a domineering move! Seeing that they used a whip over the whip to harvest Miston's feathers like slaughtering chickens and dogs, the 3 of Metkai and Shiranui Genma, who had stopped fighting in their hands, couldn't help their eyes widening, and they made a dreamlike sound. Is that Yu's blood succession limit? Exceeding the whip line is the strongest move that you can do with the ability of the line fruit. Although it cannot directly attack targets several kilometers away like the overstrike whip with a length of more than 1 kilometer, the reduced version of the overstrike can be swung flexibly to form a multi-directional cut and slap. You Konoha kids! Looking at the white-haired young man who looked like a demon not far away, I saw that the last Mizuno on the grass issued the deepest and most vicious curse. The hidden Mizuno 7 will not let you go. Boom! A cloud of blood sprayed, and before the words were finished, the air violently exceeded the whip line and cut him in 2. The blood penetrated the green grass. 7 ninja swords. Humph, I think they can't even protect themselves now. Hearing the words left by the last Mizuno before he died, he saw a smile of disdain at the corner of Yu's mouth. How can the power of the 8-gate Dunjia Ore be talking and laughing? In the face of this kind of power beyond the shadow level, it is a problem that the 7 ninjas and 7 people will survive. At last, with the unimaginable strength of Yu and the combined efforts of Metkai, their 5 young Konoha ninjas actually wiped out the Wujin elite troops. 1. We finally survived. Seeing all the enemies in front of him finally fell, I saw Shiranui Genma next to him collapsed to the ground. Today's real ninja fight is undoubtedly a purgatory test for these 11 or 12-year-old teenagers. It's really risky today. Fortunately, thanks to you, otherwise we would all be done. Metkai beside also sat down on the ground. Was originally a simple reconnaissance mission, but I didn't expect to encounter the 7 ninja swords of Wuyan first, and then be surrounded by Wuyan elite troops. Had it not been for you to burst out with shocking power, it is estimated that a few of them would have been wiped out. But looking at the almost completely destroyed forest in front of him, as well as the quiet movement in the forest, thinking of the sacrifice of his father Mat Dai, the young Kai still couldn't help crying. While there is still a little chakra, I will treat everyone and get out of here. I don't know if Kurigen will have other reinforcements. After using medical ninjutsu for a simple treatment, feeling the chakra and stamina that he has run out, Yu urged them. Yu is right, let's leave now, or else. Hearing Yu's words, Ebisu stood up from the ground supporting his body. Sudden change. Ebisu hadn't finished speaking, and Yu, who was walking towards him, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of intense explosions, everyone including Yu was caught off guard by the sudden explosion. Damn, there are enemies. I was too careless. Was lifted a few meters away by this sudden explosion, and the feather lying on the grass had no time to check the heavy injuries on his body, raised his head and stared at the figure appearing in the dust and fog. Is it a detonation talisman? It hurts. I can't move my body. The four of Meidi and Yurihong on the other side were in a more serious situation, and they couldn't get up directly on the grass. The situation before them pushed them into the abyss again. Madman! What a lunatic! Such physical skills! That idiot, forbearance, he didn't even want his own life. Accompanied by a strange voice, the figure in the dust finally showed its outline. The misty forehead guard, with a white bandage on his head, a black eye mask on his left eye, and a strange-shaped knife that looks like a huge scroll in his hand, densely packed with detonating charms. There are no pairs. Instantly recognized the identity of the man in front of him, and Yu, who fell on the grass, suddenly sank. This guy is actually Mori Jinba, one of the 7 ninja swords they encountered in the forest just now. The blasting knife droplet in his hand is a ninja sword that is perfectly integrated with the explosion. www.ltnovel.com. It has a continuous explosion of scrolls, which is very lethal. Using the blasting knife technique to explode the blasting knife droplets, the scroll is thrown around the enemy and can cause a large-scale explosion that cannot be escaped. In the original work, it was learned from the mouth of another 7 ninja Kushiro, Kurisha Kushimaru, that if Wu Li Jinha used the strongest explosion technique to destroy the knife, the powerful explosion could even kill the immortal ninja. Seeing that a few of them were about to escape from birth, they didn't expect Wu Li Jinba to escape from the forest. Yu fell on the grass, unable to move, and a group of 5 people, their faces all showing unwillingness. It's dead, the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed. So many people. Red steam. That guy is just a monster. Murmured as if unbelievably, I saw that Wu Li Jinba's state was not very good at the moment, his body was covered with large and small wounds, and he looked embarrassed. Obviously in the forest just now, he has already seen the most terrifying aspect of Bayman Dunjia. Damn, isn't this guy killed by Mat Dai in the original? Looking at the sudden appearance of Mary Jinba, and calculating the chakra and stamina that she had left, Yu fell on the ground and began to think anxiously about countermeasures. What are these corpses? My mind has been immersed in the terrible battle just now, and his eyes finally returned to reality. Looked around at the 5 little ghosts who fell to the ground in front of Yu and their group, as well as dozens of the corpses of the elite Mishainen, with a look of surprise on their faces. Just relying on you little ghosts, actually killed all the Wujin elite troops led by Shui Jing. Chapter 51, Disguise. Forget it. But it seems that today's luck is not terribly bad. After reacting from the astonishment and consternation, he looked at the 5 impossibly lying on the ground in front of him, and saw that Wu Li Jinba's face began to show an extremely hideous smile. Although I met a terrible lunatic. But if you kill you little ghosts, you will be back. The blasting knife and droplets in his hand were raised high and suddenly swung down. The first target that Wu Li Jinpachi wanted to kill was the closest to him. Red. Damn it! Stop it! Seeing that Wu Li Jinpachi was going to be the first to kill Yurihong, they screamed at Metkai and Shiranui Genma who were lying next to them. Is that the end? He collapsed on the ground feebly, looking at the blasting knife and droplets that Wu Lizzie hacked down in front of him. Yurihong's face couldn't help showing unwillingness, and her red eyes subconsciously glanced at the feather lying on the opposite side, but saw the incredible one scene. Boom! There was a clear sound of breaking the body, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned, and Mori Jinpachi, who was standing in front of Yurihong, was also stunned. A thin line fired at high speed penetrated his left shoulder blade from behind like a bullet. Obviously I can't move, how come? S left shoulder blade was punched through, and his arm hung weakly. As an elite shinobu, Morihjin Hachi held back the severe pain, and instantly changed the blasting knife and droplet held in his left hand to his right hand. Suddenly turned around to look at the youngest white-haired boy behind him, but his eyes widened in amazement. On the grass in front of everyone, I saw that Yu was seriously injured and could hardly move, but he used the remaining chakras to create a few blue chakra threads. Seemed to be controlling a puppet, forcibly manipulating his body to stand up and fight again, his amber eyes burning with unconcealable fighting spirit and light. Yu. Seeing Yu in such a state, feeling the light released from Yu's eyes, Yuri Hong and Metkai were all suppressed. It's clearly aimed at the heart, it's a bit hateful. Seeing that Wu Jinba in front of him hadn't been killed by herself, only a trace of helplessness appeared on Yu Xiao's face. I can't think of using this technique as a last resort. I'm still not used to it. What is that? With his left hand slumped down weakly, Wu Li was staring at the feather that used a few blue chakra lines to force his body to fight, and his face could not hide the surprise. Chakra lines, is the sand-hidden puppet art. It's not Sheyin's puppetry. This is a messy sky puppet developed by myself. Facing Wu Li's horrified gaze, Yu, who used a few blue chakra lines to force him to stand up, looked at him, bundle the chakra lines and connect them to the part where he can't move, so that he can't move. Mandatory operation like a puppet to drive it. Whether it is a broken tendon or a broken bone, it becomes meaningless in front of this operation. This is a ninjutsu that exists to fight to the bones. That's right, pretending to be a puppet. This is the highest fighting spirit in Reaper, who cannot swing his body flexibly due to aging or serious injury but still wants to fight to the end. It is the highest fighting spirit that exists in order to fight continuously before the body becomes dust. Refer to the puppet technique of Naruto World, Wind Country, Sandy Ninja Village. You developed this technique alone. It's just that you didn't expect that he would actually use this technique one day. Disguised as a puppet. Looking at you, who was manipulating his badly injured body like a puppet in front of him, feeling the flame of Wu in Yu's eyes at this moment, even Wu Li was very moved. Obviously, my body can't move because of the explosion just now, but are you still struggling to fight to death? You. Hearing Wu Jinba's words, Ziriong and Metkai, who fell on the ground around them, only felt that the white-haired boy who was younger than them in front of them seemed to be full of brilliance. That is the light of a strong man. A ninja with this will is destined to be the existence on the pinnacle of the ninja world. Boy, what's your name? Staring at you, who was standing up again with a messy sky puppet in front of him, his right hand suddenly squeezed the explosive knife foam, and Wu Li's complicated eyes gradually became fierce and severe. If you don't die in my hands today, in the future, your name will surely resound through the ninja world. Thunder escaped Chidori. Feeling the gaze of Wu Li's killing intent, Yu uses a messy sky puppet to manipulate her Ji-yin to release Chidori. Yakushi Yu. Remember this name that killed you. Thousands of flying birds mingled together, and Yu said his name. The physical activity brought by the powerful Lei Dun chakra gave him some energy. This is already his last chakra. His eyes are fixed on Morihjin Hachi in front of him, and Yu begins to sprint with lightning speed. When the original book Rikakashi developed the Chidori technique, Bo Feng Shuman told him that the powerful cell activity brought by Chidori made him move too fast www.novel.com, which would make it impossible to see each other clearly. Counterattack, so this trick is not perfect. It wasn't until later that Kakashi obtained the earthy writing wheel eyes and possessed dynamic vision that surpassed ordinary people. But in fact, Hao Feng Mizuman's Nawa thinks it is only half right. For Kakashi, who was 12 at the time, Chidori's powerful sprint speed was indeed dangerous. But for those who have fast enough reflexes, they can adjust their body to insight into the opponent's counterattack in actual combat. For example, the 4 generations of Reikage, Kiribi, thousands of hands, and even Fanfiction himself. The characters who appeared in the later stage of Naruto did not write round eyes, but their speed all surpassed Kakashi, who used Chidori. Facts have proved that as long as the reflex nerves and strength are strong enough, it is completely possible to control Chidori's level of ninjutsu. Although Yu's current strength cannot be compared with the above characters, his own outstanding ninja talent and the transformation of the line fruit, Superman's reflex nerves are enough for him to perfectly control the sprint speed brought by Chidori. What an amazing raid ninjutsu, but that's the end of it. Looking at the feather that burst out at an astonishing speed and dashed towards him, I saw Woolajin Haha suddenly waved the explosive knife and droplets in his hand, and the eye was full of cold light. Explosive sword ninja fat break and strike to death. Explosive knife. The huge explosive scroll above the droplets swayed in the air, and countless detonating symbols began to ignite. He wanted to form an explosive circle and blast the feathers in front of him into ashes. Fight! Looking at the closer Wu Jinba before her eyes, Yu gritted her teeth and speeded up the sprint again. He must kill Wu Jinba before the explosion scroll detonates, or all of them will die here. Chapter 52, Yellow Flash. It's amazing. Put such a large number of Lei Dun Chakra in my hand. A ninjutsu that stimulates physical activity to obtain super speed, sprints and assaults are perfectly integrated. When meeting on a narrow road, the brave wins, and the feather eye that turns into a rapid thunder light is about to enter the explosion range that is in front of you. But the strange voice that suddenly sounded at this time made both Yu and Woolajin Hachi both startled. This is... Vaguely, as if only seeing a yellow flash of light flashing in front of him, Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. A man. Between Yu and Woolajin Hachi, a man appeared out of thin air. Has golden hair, wearing a Konoha army green ninja vest, young and handsome appearance, with a warm smile on his face, but the azure eyes are fierce. You have done a good job. Next, leave it to me. The blonde youth who suddenly appeared in front of him said to Yu. And at the moment when the explosive scroll in Woolajin Hachi's hand exploded, he reached out and clasped the left wrist of the pounding pound. Yellow flashing, Bo Feng Shui Men. Looking at the man in front of him who cut through the darkness of the ninja world like a golden sunlight, Yu was completely stunned. A name that resounded through the ninja world, instantly flashed across his heart like an electric light. Boom! 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 Woolajin Ba's explosive scroll finally detonated, forming a circle of violent explosions that directly exploded into a vacuum. But at this time Yu only felt that he was spinning around, and in the blink of an eye he was taken to the grass next to him by the yellow-haired man. Actually, was saved by 4 generations. After escaping the explosive scroll of Woolajin Pachi, Yu couldn't help but open his mouth slightly when he looked at the man in front of him who looked very safe. Although he did not wear the iconic white Hokage royal robe on his body, Yu still recognized at a glance that this handsome fellow without a friend is the wave of water gate that now resounds through the ninja world in the name of Yellow Flash. The future 4 generations of Naruto, the father of the protagonist Naruto, is one of the most perfectly portrayed characters in the original. This kid. While Feather was looking at Bo Feng Shui, was also looking at the white-haired boy who was rescued by him, and was shocked secretly. That kind of ninjutsu, that kind of talent, that kind of fighting consciousness, and that kind of determination. Feng Shui, who had arrived after Woolajin Hachi appeared, witnessed Yu's performance throughout the process. Whether it's the ability of the line fruit, or the unstoppable sky puppets who fight to the bones and bones, or the gorgeous Chidori, Bo Feng Shui found that he could not find any words to describe this boy. As long as he is given time to grow up, this young man will definitely become a character that will shake the entire ninja world. But now, let's get rid of this guy first. After all, the yellow flash sung by the ninja world, remembering that there was an unsolved enemy next to him, I saw Feng Shui put down his feathers, and took out a 3-pronged special kunao. Yellow hair, and the incredible instantaneous technique just now. Could it be that this guy is the legendary Seeing Yu being rescued in an instant, looking at the young man with extraordinary yellow hair in front of him, Wu Li's eyes widened in shock, and a terrible name appeared in his heart. Fog Hidden Ninja Sword 7 people. Sorry, I have left a mark on you just now. But without waiting for Wu Li Jinba to finish her words, Bo Feng Shuman standing in front of Yu's eyes froze, and her whole person disappeared into place in an instant. So fast! Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? Nima is too convenient. Seeing the incredible time and space ninjutsu in front of Bo Feng Shuman with his own eyes, Yu couldn't help but roar in his heart. But Chakra was exhausted and overdrawn, and his body was traumatized by the explosion just now. Under the excitement, Yu only felt black in front of him, and even fainted unconvincingly. Do not move. At this time, Bo Feng Shuman had appeared behind Wu Li Jinba, and the trident special kunao in his hand was against his throat. This speed. Touching the cold Qiwu on her neck, Wu Li Jinba's explosive knife droplet only had time to raise, and it froze in mid-air, with a helpless wry smile on her face. Cut, I finally started to be somewhat understood. Why are those guys on the battlefield so afraid of the name Yellow Flash? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Li Jinba had turned into a cold corpse and fell helplessly. The special kunao in Bo Feng Shuman's hand cut his neck mercilessly. In a short moment, Bo Feng Shuman killed a Shangren in seconds, and he was also an elite Shangren of the 7 Wian ninja swords. The power of Flying Thunder God is so terrifying. If Yu is still awake, he will definitely lament that it is indeed one of the most buggy ninjutsu in the original. Water. Teacher Watergate. Seeing Wu Li Jinba collapse, looking at the Bo Feng Shuman that suddenly appeared in front of him, I saw Metkai and Yurihong who fell on the ground next to them, their mouths opened blankly. There is no time to explain. I also just returned to the village from the battlefield, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was urgently sent by Master Naruto. Hurry up and bring this kid on, and we'll talk later. It's just that Bo Feng Shui men directly interrupted what they wanted to say, and the azure eyes looked severe. Judging from the occasional wounds on his body, one can see how intense the battle on the front line is. Yes, Teacher Watergate. Hearing Bo Feng Shuman's words, Metkai and the others finally recovered some chakras, only to see Yurihong staggering forward and putting the unconscious Yu on his shoulders. A group of 6 people hurriedly left the forest and grassland. Between trance, Yu felt as if she was floating on the water, and as if she was sinking into the abyss. Why are you so careless again? You can't wait to dedicate your soul to me. Faintly, Yu seemed to see a black long straight little loli with red eyes and enchanting face, standing in front of her. Was cheated. What about the enchanting hot sister who has a good front convexity and a curled back, with a bust above 3/6e? Actually, it's a poor-breasted little Lori. Was roaring like this in his heart, suddenly a surprise sound awakened Yu from his coma. Yu! Are you finally awake? Opened his eyes in a daze, the enchanting face of Yurihong that Yu first saw, and her big red eyes filled with caring. Red? Where is this? Yu, who just woke up, looked around blankly, but kept thinking about the girl she saw in a coma just now. That girl should be a devil, right? Chapter 53, Kakashi Team. Are you all right, Yu? I ran over as soon as I heard the news, it really scared me to death. Just before Yurihong could answer Yu's question, another nice voice robbed her directly. A scent of fragrant wind passed by, and just after sitting up from the hospital bed with his body, Yu was hugged tightly. Xian. Familiar long purple hair, if there is a fragrance that seems to be absent, Yu can't recognize the person who is hugging him. Damn, actually more popular with girls than Kakashi. Mr. Watergate, who is this kid? Seeing Yu in front of him enjoying the care of 2 stunning girls, Yurihong and Uzuzian, a strange voice sounded a little unconvincing. After broke free of Uzuzian's embrace, Yu could see the surrounding environment clearly. Konoha's ninja hospital, inside a simple ward. In addition to Azuzian, X-Irihong, and Metkai, standing in the room are Bofeng Shuman and the three little ghosts beside him. A silver white-haired face is wearing a mask, revealing a pair of blind eyes. A short black hair wears a blue-orange ninja sweater with a goggles on his forehead. The other is a girl, with short brown hair and big dark brown pupils. A purple pattern is painted on the left and right sides of her cute and pretty face. Heiki Kakashi, Uchiha Belt Soil, Nohara Lin. Without thinking about it, you recognized the three of them at a glance. Don't say that, bring dirt. Although I always perform tasks outside. Looking at the envy and jealous expression with the soil beside her, Lin chuckled and looked at you, who had risen from the hospital bed, with some curiosity, but I also heard about it. Yakushi Yu, Konoha's first genius. I finally saw it today, unexpectedly kawaii. Kawaii. Hearing Lin's words, the corner of the feather mouth that was touched by a certain nerve twitched. The Kakashi trio in this period are still 10 and 11 years old. Kakashi has not yet become a shinobu, Lin has not sacrificed, and brought dirt and has not become a cruel masked man. N.A. Nani? Konoha's first genius. Sure enough, when I heard you's title, such a resounding title, I saw Wei Tu's eyes widened and screamed, such a kid. Actually even worse than Kakashi. My Uchiha belt soil is Konoha's #1 genius. Moron. Kakashi, who was leaning against the wall, hit him mercilessly. What did you say? Kakashi, I want to fight you. Looking at the quarreling Dato and Kakashi in front of him, there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of Yu's mouth. It is difficult for him to not think of Naruto and Sasuke in the original work. The two of them are like that, just get used to it. Seeing Yu in front of him, he was a little surprised, and saw Bofeng Shuimen open his mouth and smiled, it's you, that kind of injury healed in one night, it's really amazing. Thinking of the magical battle of the white-haired boy yesterday, a strange color flashed in Bofeng Shuman's eyes. So I was in a coma for one day. Hearing Bofeng Shuman's words, Yu muttered to himself, and checked his body by the way, and found that all the injuries had been cured, and the exhausted chakra and physical strength were almost restored. And after the fierce battle yesterday, Yu's strength has increased significantly. What happened yesterday? Thank you, Mr. Watergate. After regaining his senses, Yu opened his mouth and thanked Bofeng Shui in front of him. Yesterday's battle, although he may not lose, but at least the appearance of the wave of wind and water has saved him from the possibility of taking risks. In fact, if it wasn't for chakra and excessive physical exertion yesterday, and was injured by a sudden explosion, and he was in full bloom against Wulai, Yu didn't need to fall into such a passive situation. After all, he still lacks experience, too careless. Yu secretly reflected on it. Don't worry about it, Yu. At this age, I believe no one can do better than you. Seemed to see through Yu's thoughts, and saw Bofeng Shuman reach out and pat his shoulder. Okay, I have to report to Master Naruto about the battle on the front line, so I will leave first. The voice of hadn't fallen yet, but the figure of Bofeng Shuman had disappeared in the room. Is it the Flying Thunder God again? Seeing Bofeng Shuimen's technique of Flying Thunder God once again, Yu's eyes were full of envy. Except for psychic techniques, the known space-time ninjutsu in Naruto world is very rare. In addition to Uchiha's supernatural power, Uchiha Sasuke's celestial hand power, Otsuki Teruya's Tenno Michua and Hiro Izumi Hirazaka, the rest is developed by the second generation of Naruto Senjuman, which is carried forward by the Water Gate of Hirei. Surgery. Every time and space ninjutsu, almost all existed as invincible bug. Now it seems that it has become the fastest yellow flashing wave Feng Shui Gate in the ninja world, which is the best proof. As long as you leave Fei Lei Shen's technique, you can reach it instantly, and the reflex nerves of the Bofeng Water Gate are extremely powerful, so as long as Bofeng Water Gate does not die www.novel.com no matter how strong the opponent is, he will be completely can be invincible. However, in the office of the third generation of Naruto, except for the scroll of water escape and other ninjutsu left by the second generation of Naruto senjutsu, you did not find any information about the Flying Thunder God. Forget it. If you have a chance, talk to a third-generation old man. Made up his mind, you directly put on his kimono jacket. Let's go, Sister Hong, Xi Yan. Saw you walking out of the ward, and the girls behind Yuri Hong and Uzuki Yuin looked at each other and followed. The remaining Kakashi trio, Metkai and Shiranui Genma, and others, then walked out of the ward one after another. It is worth mentioning that, seeing his destined opponent, Kakashi, today's Metkai did not clamor to challenge him as usual, but was unexpectedly silent. You can see that Matt Dai's sacrifice yesterday hit him quite hard. Hey! That white-haired kid! Just walked out of the Konoha Ninja Hospital, you was stopped by the voice coming from behind. They all said that you are Konoha's strongest genius. Although this is a bit suspicion of bullying, but I want to challenge you. You stopped, and looked back at Uchiha, who was standing in front of the hospital with hands on hips, laughing like a fool. As long as I defeat you, I can prove that I am Konoha's most powerful genius. Ha 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 ha. I really look forward to the expression on Kakashi's face at that time. This idiot. Seeing the act of bringing the soil, you couldn't help but speak in unison with Kakashi next to him, and then the two looked at each other with a little surprise. Chapter 54, Challenge with Soil. Then I will assume you have agreed. Let you see the genius of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that you did not respond, Hisamoto, who was standing on the entrance steps of Konoha Ninja Hospital, smiled cunningly, and the whole person leaped high, and rushed directly towards Yubi standing in place in front of him. Bring soil. Don't do this. Seeing the reckless behavior of Dai too, Lin exclaimed, but it was too late to stop him. This guy, is it really one of the final bosses who set off the Fourth Ninja War? Looking at the idiot-like idiot in his mouth, you could not help but be a little confused. As the saying goes, bad guys get better and get lunch, good guys get bad, and it's all over. The soil before the blackening is a crane tail that is more useless than the protagonist Naruto, but the soil after the blackening can be transformed into the boss behind the 4 generations of Naruto. Naruto is in charge of Akatsuki's organization, bewitching Yahiko and Nagato. Control the 4 generations of water shadows, creating fog and high-pressure tyranny. Release the 9 tails to invade Konoha, smashing Feng Shiman and Uzumaki Kuna in one fell swoop. Caught the tail catcher and declared war on the entire ninja world alone. Played a game with Banyat, became the second 10-tailed man in the world, and once became the strongest existence in the ninja world. You couldn't understand why the same person can have such a huge gap between before and after. Boom! Between the lightning and the fire, facing the dirt that rushed in front of her, you stood on the spot with various steps, clasping the fist that the dirt slammed with one hand. Konoha Whirlwind. Centered on the arm that was grabbed by myself with soil, I saw you instantly rose into the air. Body twisted suddenly, kicked and broke the air fiercely, and blasted the whole person out with one kick. After experiencing the cruel battle yesterday, now dealing with soft-footed shrimps of this degree with soil, you feels like a kind of leisure and entertainment. What a quick action! Originally planned to take action to stop the soil, but seeing the swift and fierce physique in front of him, Kakashi, who was wearing a mask next to him, suddenly revealed a glimmer of light. Boom! A cloud of white smoke rose up, and the dirt kicked by Feather instantly turned into a wooden pile. Haha! You were fooled! Uchiha Tato with bullets. At the same time, a proud voice rang along with the soil. I saw a figure with dirt appeared in the sky behind you, a quick forward flip, and the heel of his right foot slammed down towards the back of Yu's head. You! Be careful! Seeing this scene, Dozuzian could not help but remind you. Lei Dun Chidori Flow. However, Yu Zian just opened her mouth to remind her that she suddenly opened her hands without turning her head back. An extremely violent electric current sounded, and gorgeous blue and white electric currents filled the air in front of everyone. Seeing that he was about to win the victory, he only felt a stinging and numbness all over his body, and was instantly shot down to the ground by the super current that burst out of Yu. Bring soil. Seeing Dai Tu was defeated by Yu in a blink of an eye, Lin next to him suddenly ran over. The thunder run ninjutsu just now. But Kakashi's eyes widened, and his head was occupied by the gorgeous thunder ninjutsu just now. As a genius ninja who developed A-level ninjutsu Chidori at the age of 12 in the original work, the thunder dung and Chidori Ryu used by Yu seems to have an inexplicable attraction to him. Compared to Zishui, why are the ninjas of the same Uchiha clan, but the gap between the two of you is so big? Looking at the soil in front of him, Yu's tone showed a trace of disdain and helplessness. Let's go. After finished speaking, Yu stepped directly over the soiled body and left proudly. Ouyuzian and Ziriang, who stood next to them, mourned for a second of silence for the soil on the ground, and then chased them in the direction where Yu left. Damn, come back to me. I haven't lost yet. The soil that fell on the ground still roared unwillingly. Forget it, the tail of the crane. Even if you practice for another 10 years, you can't be that guy's opponent. It's just that Kakashi's words are like a basin of cold water, which severely extinguishes the idea of soiling. The kind of change in nature and form just now, even Shangren may not be able to do it. Looking at Yu's back disappearing at the end of the road, Kakashi's words were cold, but also very realistic. Even Kakashi, who is a genius, said so. It seems that Yakushi Yu is really incredible. Hearing Kakashi's words, although Lin felt a little distressed, but thinking of Yu's gorgeous ninjutsu and amazing skills just now, she couldn't help being deeply shocked. Konoha, Hokage office. I've heard Watergate talk about what happened yesterday. Sitting behind the Hokage desk with a pipe in his mouth, looking at Yu Sandai in front of him, his tone is a little complicated. Kill Wuyan Shangnan, and eliminate dozens of Vunin elites. Is only 6 years old. Has your strength reached this level? It's just luck. Feeling that the 3 generations in front of him seemed to be looking at a monster-like gaze, Yu touched his nose a little awkwardly. A few words of humility. www.ltnovel.com. If it weren't for Mr. Watergate's arrival in time, I'm afraid we are all ill-fortuned. Although Dai's sacrifice is very pity. But anyway, I was finally relieved to see your children come back safely. Seeing that the Yu in front of him has not become swollen because of his superior strength, the 3 generations nodded in satisfaction. As the ninja who taught the legend of the 3 ninjas, 3 generations have seen how many talented ninjas expand themselves because of their talents, and they die before they grow up. After 3 months of getting along, the 3 generations found themselves more and more admiring Yu, a talented teenager. Although the business is busy, the 3 generations have few opportunities to guide Yu on the spot, but Yu's innate talent for ninjutsu is all in his eyes. Not only that, even Yu would often put forward some strange and unconstrained ideas, which often brought him some inspiration. To call Yu over today, there are 2 main things. There was white smoke in his mouth, and his wise eyes stared at the white-haired boy in front of him. 3 generations broke the silence. The first thing, this year's Zongnan exam is about to begin. Nakanin exam? Hearing this, Yu's face was taken aback. Now is the fiercest period of the Third Ninja War, how could Konoha still hold the ninja exam normally? This is also helpless. Although it was a time of war, in order to maintain the image and face of the #1 ninja village. Seeing the doubt in Yu's heart, Sandai lightly took a puff of cigarette and explained to him through the white smoke. The daimyo of Fire Country and Konoha executives unanimously decided that this year's Zongnan exam will be held as usual. Chapter 55, Ninja Test. The other 4 great nations are excluded. This time Kushinan, Takanan, and Yurnan from Shinin villages will come to Konoha to take this Zongnan exam. It is not ruled out that they will take the opportunity to spy on Konoha's intelligence and reality, so this time the Zongnin exam is also an opportunity for Konoha to frighten these small surrounding countries and show their strength. Gently tapping his fingers on the desk in front of him, 3 generations of Shen Sheng and Yu explained the background of this Zongnin exam. The situation on the front-line battlefield is now stalemate. Konoha's combat power has never been scarce. The ninjas in the village are basically sent to the front line to support, and the remaining manpower is limited. And among all the Shishinan, I am most optimistic about Yu and Shisui. At this point, the 3 generations took a deep cigarette, staring at Yu with turbid and wise eyes, with expectations in their eyes. Shisui was sent out by me to perform a special mission, so Yu. This time the ninja test performed well. Let the ninjas of the ninja village and other forces have a taste of the strength of our Konoha. Yes. I will not let Naruto-sama down. Facing the 3 generations' expectations, Yu took on the task without hesitation. Is just taking the Zongnin exam, which is not a difficult task for his current strength. Wait a minute, Yu, there is one more thing. Just as Yu turned and left Hokage's office, Sandai suddenly stopped him. His eyes hesitated. What happened? Is there anything else, Naruto-sama? It is rare to see that the 3rd generation will show such eyes, and Yu is a little surprised. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Ashimaru, you should be familiar with the 3 of them, right? Amidst the smoke, Sandai stared at Yu standing at the door with some burning eyes. Of course, the name of the legendary 3 ninjas is unknown in the entire ninja world. I don't know why the 3 generations suddenly asked like this, Yu subconsciously nodded. Crazy Ghost Jiraiya, Princess Tsunade Hime, Lang Jun Ashimaru. The 3 disciples taught by 3 generations, the strength of the pornographic, gambling and drug trio all reached the shadow level. No matter it is to the traversers Yu, or to the people in this world, it is undoubtedly a thunderous existence. If Yu successfully passed this Nikanin exam, looked at Yu with a blank face, and saw that Sandai showed a meaningful smile, but he said something that shocked Yu. I plan to accept you as my closed disciple and become the junior of the 3 of them. What do you think? What? Yu opened her mouth wide, and she was at the door of the office. 3 generations. Want me to be a disciple? This matter is not in a hurry. You go back and think about it. Just before Yu could speak, 3 generations had already interrupted him again. Take the Zongnin exam in 3 days and remember to perform well. Confused, Yu didn't know how he got out of Hokage's office. Walking on the bustling streets of Konoha, Yu was full of what the 3 generations had just said. Is it because of my strength and talent? Yu didn't understand why Sandai would love him so much. If he really does what he said to choose a closed disciple before retiring, then Shisui, the descendant of Uchiha Mirror, would undoubtedly be a better candidate than himself. But the 3 generations chose themselves, which made Yu a little flattered, but also a little confused. Can you return his expectation? 3 days later. Konoha Nakanin exam first test room, which was crowded with ninjas from neighboring countries. Zongnin exam, as the name suggests, it is an examination for the promotion of ninja and ninja. It is held twice a year. Generally speaking, it is an important occasion for observing national strength between countries. Ninja village is a symbol of the country's comprehensive strength. A strong ninja village will naturally be able to receive more tasks. On the contrary, the backward ninja village can only continue to reduce its scarce resources. From a certain point of view, the Zongnin exam is another invisible battlefield where countries compete for resources. Hey, look at you. Such a little kid, come to take the Zongnin exam. A ninja with Yunnan village's forehead said to his companion next to him. Really? Let me just say, Konoha is so tight on the battlefield now. The ninjas in the village have all been sent to the battlefield. You see, the little ghosts who have not graduated from ninja school have come to take the Zongnin exam. Another Yu-Ren also said in a weird manner. Rainbow. Ignoring the dialogue with the dragon set next to him, Yu sat on a table and muttered to herself, the soil has not been blackened, and Yahiko has not died. The current Yuanan village should still be ruled by the half-god Sancho Fish Hanzo, right? Yuyan village. It rains all the year round, and the location is at the junction of the three countries of earth, wind, and fire. Affected by wars between big countries, the wars have been constant all the year round, causing the ninjas of Yuyan village to hate Konoha's ninja villages. In addition to Yunan, you also saw many other ninjas in Ninja Village. Although the other four major countries are at war www.novel.com, the ninjas of the small ninja villages, such as Kushinan village and Takanan village, still took part in the ninja test held by Konoha as usual. Everyone, be quiet, I am the examiner Hyaga Tokudan of this exam, and I will host this written exam. At this time, a ninja with long black hair and white eyes came up on the stage, and as he spoke, the examination room gradually became quiet. Nakanin from the Hyaga clan. It seems that there is indeed a serious shortage of manpower in Konoha village. Seeing through the strength of the chief examiner on the stage, you couldn't help but sigh. Let a ninja come to preside over the written test of ninja, which is enough to see how scarce ninjas are in Konoha village now. This is the blood of the Konoha Hyaga clan with a blind eye. I advise everyone, don't even think about cheating in this exam. After handing out the papers, I saw that the examiner Hyaga Tokuin directly opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes scanned all the ninjas present, directly eliminating the possibility of them cheating. Damn, it was the eyes of the Hyaga clan. After getting the difficult ninja theory test paper in his hand, he felt the gaze of the examiner Hyaga Tokugen's white eyes on the stage, and saw a cursed curse, and he stopped the ninjutsu he used to cheat. Sha sha sha. The sound of pencil writing echoed in the quiet classroom. I saw you looking at the test paper in his hand as usual. Although these ninja theories are not low, they can't trouble him. After all, when he was in the ninja school, you always ranked first in the theory class. It is worth mentioning that because there is no relationship between joining the ninja team this time you took the ninja exam alone. Chapter 56, Start of Game 2. Although the three generations also suggested to him yesterday, he should be assigned to another ninja team to take this exam. But he politely declined. Out of understanding of his true strength, three generations had no objection, and agreed to his request to take the Zongnin exam alone. Examiner, I have finished writing. Yu Fen quickly wrote the test paper in twos or twos. Within 10 minutes, he got up and threw the test paper to the examiner and walked out of the examination room. Yu's move caused the people in the examination room classroom who were thinking hard to look up. Yao Shi Yu, he is the genius who everyone was talking about in that village some time ago. Seeing Yu walking out of the classroom, the examiner Hyaga Tokuin thoughtfully holding the test paper in his hand. Damn it, how come that kid gets on so fast? There was an angry voice from the ninja who was answering the question. Couldn't Konoha open the back door for the ninjas in his own village? Wait for the second survival exercise, I want that kid to look good. Yu Ren who was thinking hard about the answer, his eyes showed sullen eyes. Yu, who walked out of the examination room, silently leaned on the railing in the corridor and closed his eyes to refine chakra. He carefully observed all the ninjas in the examination room just now, and they were basically of the lower ninja level. There are a few more powerful ones who already have the strength of Zongnin level, but this level does not pose any threat to him. Time is fast, 1 hour has passed. After the test time came, the ninjas in the test room began to submit test papers one after another, and the examiner reviewed them on the spot. Kainoha Shida Shinobu, Yakoshiba, full score. Tanokuni Shimanen, Wind Magic Lan, 90 points. Cao Yin Village Shinobu, Cao Jianfei, failed. Yuyin Village Shinobu, Ziu, 88 points. About 20 minutes, all test takers' results were reported from the examiner. A total of 150 ninjas took part in this ninja test, and 91 people passed the first test. First of all, congratulations to everyone who passed the first test. I am Toniiro, the chief examiner of the second test. Please follow me to the test room for the second test. At this time, a ninja wearing a green vest and black sunglasses walked into the examination room. Ninja of the Oil Girl clan. Looking at Toniiro, the chief examiner of the second test, Unyu Shive, a student in her class at the ninja school, reminded you. 5 minutes later. The remaining 91 Zyren followed in the footsteps of the examiner Yume Tonaru and came to a huge dense forest. This is the second test, the test room for survival exercises, the Death Forest. After arriving in the Death Forest, Tonaru, the oil girl, explained the rules of the second exam to everyone present. Each group will get a scroll of heaven or earth, and the group holding the scroll of heaven and earth will pass through the Death Forest within 3 days. There are 91 people in 31 groups. In fact, 15 scrolls of the sky and 15 scrolls of the earth will be randomly distributed to your group. You are a group of Yakushi-yu, and I will give you a single scroll of the sky. At this point, the oil girl Toniiro glanced at you standing in the crowd, and then said, "If there is no problem, everyone will start to go in." Did you hear that? That kid is actually a group. After hearing the oil girl Toniiro said that you is a team. Several Shininin villages in Takanan and Kushinin villages around, suddenly caught Yu's attention. Let him hold the scroll of heaven by himself. Is Konoha's ninja brain broken? Ha 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 ha. At this time, a few Yurin from Yuyan village looked at you with unkind intentions. 6-year-old little ghosts, a group of people, with scrolls in their hands. Yu has undoubtedly become a piece of fat in the eyes of the surrounding Syaren. A group of ignorant dragons. Who is the prey and who is the hunter, can you really distinguish it? Feeling the malicious gaze around, I saw the corner of Yu's mouth disdainfully. After taking the scroll of heaven, he directly rushed into the Death Forest first. Quick! Catch him! Our group is the scroll of the earth, and the kid in his hand happens to be the scroll of the sky. Seeing you entered the Death Forest first, the groups of ninjas outside, like cats smelling the fishy smell, quickly followed in the direction you entered. Being stared at by so many people at the same time, I hope that kid is okay. After watching all the examinees enter the Death Forest, the examiner Ui Tonaru stood outside and muttered to herself. After entering the Death Forest, you only felt that the surrounding light dimmed, and the dense trees above almost covered the entire sky. Aware of the groups of ninjas chasing in behind him, Yu has a meaningful smile on his face. Look! That kid is there! Was the first to follow up with a group of 3 Zyren from the grass ninja village, and found Yu standing under the tree in front and shouted. Hey kid, if you are acquainted, give the scroll of heaven. While was talking, a Kushino Hashimura shinobu quickly caught up with Yu and stopped in front of him. Just before he could finish speaking, the index finger of Yu's right hand stretched in front of him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hiss. The unlucky grass shinobu Murashita shinobu stared at him, his hands tightly covering his neck. Blood could not stop coming out of his neck, and an extremely sharp thin thread had already cut his throat. Not bad luck. It is actually the scroll of the earth. In the horrified eyes of his 2 companions, Yu took out a scroll from the clothes of the corpse of Kushinin on the ground and held it in his hand. Unexpectedly, I got the scroll of heaven and earth so soon. In that case, I will wait for you at the end. Smoothly took the scroll of the earth from Kushinin hands, and felt the group of ninjas approaching around him, and the smile on Yu's face became brighter. Empty road. After finished speaking, Yu ignored the other 2 Kushinin who rushed up next to him. Actually stepped directly on the line invisible to the naked eye in the air in front of him, and headed towards the terminal tower. Kandeo use a thread that is so thin that it is invisible to the naked eye to tie the clouds in the sky to move at high speed in the sky. Although it is difficult for you to tie the tangible and intangible clouds in the sky, it is still easy to tie the trees in the forest to move quickly in the air. What? What? That kid can actually fly. Missed a hit, and seeing the feather in front of him stepped on the air to leave, the remaining Kushinin was suddenly dumbfounded. How can I fly? Idiot! That's just a blindfold. His companion gave him a violent shudder, and then quickly rushed towards the end. Quickly catch up! We must take the scroll back. Chapter 57, Kill All. Nanny! That kid actually got the scroll of earth. Hearing what you said, Shinin, who rushed around, all boiled. That Konoha kid now has 2 scrolls in his hands. Let's hurry up. A group of ninjas has already rushed out first. That is the direction of the end point. Did that kid set a trap? At this time, a Yuyan village's Xiaoren hesitated and looked at his companion. What are you afraid of? That kid is alone. There are so many of us. Yuren's companion gave him an angry look and rushed out immediately. But, that kid has 2 scrolls in his hand, how do we divide so many people? After caught up in the footsteps of his companions, I saw that Xiaoren from Yuyan village asked again. Idiot! Of course whoever gets the first one is the one. Yuren's companion glared at him, and grabbing the scroll from that kid is better than grabbing the scroll from other ninja groups, right? Oh, that's right. Facing his companion's eyes, I saw Yuren scratching his head in embarrassment. A group of ninjas from different ninja villages ran wildly in the death forest. Will things really be as simple as they think? The time was in the afternoon, and the shadows of the trees in the forest were mottled. In the death forest, a figure quickly moved forward in mid-air. At the back and bottom of this figure, a large group of ninjas were in separate groups, chasing this figure madly. The action is pretty fast. Stepped on a thin line in the sky that was invisible to the naked eye, and quickly moved forward, looking back at a group of ninjas catching up in the forest below him. Yu showed a playful smile. Attracted the group of ninjas to continue to the direction of the end point in a hurry, and from time to time, their body avoided the kunao that shot from below. Call! Call! This kid, how to run so fast? The one who ran in the front said breathlessly. Stepping in the air, how did that kid do it? Can he really fly? Looking at the feather that is stepping on the air fast in the air, the other Kushininari feels more and more incredible. Hold on a little longer, it will be the end soon, wait to see where this kid is going. Several other shiminin from Takanan village were not to be outdone, and rushed forward. Well, that's it. Was easily stepping on the jumping feather in the air, vaguely saw a tower not far in front through the trees, and his eyes lit up. After a few breaths, I saw you finally rushed out of the dense death forest, a flexible somersault, and landed on a clearing in front of the terminal tower. Finally reached. Apart from the one I killed just now, there are more than 80 ninjas. With so many people, it shouldn't be too boring. Casually threw the 2 scrolls in his hand on the open space beside him. Yu turned and looked at the group of ninjas who had rushed out of the death forest to the open space. Haha! Run again! Why didn't you run away? Finally ran to the clearing in front of the terminal tower, looking at Yu who had nowhere to escape in front of him. I saw Cao Ren laugh triumphantly after catching up. Boy, you can run, you actually let us chase for so long. The other Kuo Ren was a little panting, and traversed the entire death forest in one breath. It was indeed a test of physical strength. What? Did you finally know that you gave up resistance? Seeing the 2 scrolls that you threw on the ground, one Takanan seemed to think that you had given up the Nikanin exam. This kid is still smart, knowing that he has no way to escape, so he put down the scroll sensibly. At this time, another Konoha's shiminin also spoke. Haha! Looking at the group of ninjas who surrounded him like hungry wolves, you couldn't help but chuckle. After running such a long distance all the way to the end, he didn't even show a drop of sweat on his face. He drove them at a fast or slow speed along the way. I think you have misunderstood. Looking at the dozens of ninjas who were almost there in front of him, Yu's face was lightly smiled, and if this survival exercise follows the normal process, it will take about 3 days to end. But if even such a simple exam has to be delayed for 3 days, it would be boring. I will lead you all here and kill them all at once. Isn't it much more interesting? After you finished speaking, the entire clearing was strangely quiet, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! What is he talking about? A ninja almost burst into tears. I think this kid is scared crazy. Another Takinobu said with a serious face. Does this kid really live in a dream? Or are you Konoha Syaren so arrogant? I saw a Konoha ninja who sneered at Uranbu. Yakushi Yu, this kid is the genius that Konoha has recently spread. It may be that people praised too much, which made him become more confident. A Konoha ninja who has heard the name of Yu genius, he shook his head and sighed with regret. www.ltnovel.com. Alas! Excessive praise destroyed a genius. Don't talk so much nonsense. Since you don't do it, I will get it first. Just in the gap between these ninjas talking, I saw that Kushinen had taken the first shot, and he rushed in front of you with a stride, and the target was the 2 scrolls on the ground beside his feet. Konoha Cyclone. However, a fierce wind roared in the air. Only saw you a round side kick, an astonishing physique broke out, and directly blasted the Kushinen cannonball out, slammed on the big tree nearby and fainted. Have I said, did you allow you to move? Kicked the first Kushinen to fly, only to see you who was standing still looking at him, and said coldly. Be careful. The strength of this kid is not easy. Seeing the powerful physical skills bursting out of the feathers in front of him, he even killed a ninja in one face. At this time, only one Takanen's face was slightly darkened, and he rushed up with 2 teammates. Okay, since everyone is so anxious, then I will let this great show come on in advance. The battle was on the verge. Facing the ninja rushing up in front of his eyes, he saw a flat evil smile at the corner of the feather's mouth. The middle finger, thumb, and little finger of both hands were raised, and they moved gently in rhythm. Parasitic line. Countless thin, transparent and invisible threads scattered in the air above everyone's heads, then disappeared in the blink of an eye, and quickly pierced their bodies and skin. Sizzle. There was a crisp sound of breaking the body, blood was splattered all over, and Takaijin, who was the first to rush up, turned around in disbelief. Turned out to be his companion who pierced his body with Kunao behind. Chapter 58, Death Drama. Why is this happening? My body, what the is going on? Looking at the deadly companion in front of him, he saw Taki's eyes widened in horror. The sharp kunao in his hand was once again out of control, and drew towards another companion beside him. Purple Rain! What are you doing? The same word picture was also staged on other ninjas. Was suddenly shot by more than a dozen Chibans, and Xiaoren from Yuyan village was surprised and angry. I don't know what's going on. I can't control my body. Be careful. However, this ninja named Ziu has a more frightened expression on his face than his companion. The body is manipulated like a puppet, and the senbon in his hand is constantly shooting at his companion and other ninjas around. Damn, what happened? My body. What kind of magic is this? Quickly get out of the way. There is a detonation symbol on my kunao. Ah! You all give way to me. The scene fell into chaos for a while, and in the open space in front of the key tower, ninjas were killing each other everywhere. All ninjas seemed to be crazy, constantly fighting each other with their weapons and ninjas. Coco. Ha 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 ha. At this time, only one person is still smiling. The middle finger, thumb, and little finger of both hands were constantly twitching, and you couldn't help showing a demonic smile as he watched the death drama he directed by himself. It's him. It's that kid. He must have done something. What kind of magic is this? Seeing you who was laughing wildly next to him, finally a few ninjas reacted. This kid. I'll kill him. Watching the ninjas fall down one after another, only one was stabbed by his companion but was not hit by the parasitic line. Yu ninja bit his teeth, and directly picked up the umbrella-like ninja in his hand and rushed towards Yu. Go to kid. Forbearance like the rain. Seemed to be deeply irritated by this death drama. I saw this Yuren roar and threw out the umbrella in his hand. Like rain from the umbrella, he flew out countless sharp thousands of books. Are there so many people left? Facing the thousands of copies that Yuren flew over, Yu didn't have a trace of expression, and the dead angle attack in front of him seemed to make him unable to lift his eyelids. Said, only to see Yu gently hook her finger. Suddenly rushed out of a ninja to block Yu's front, and for him to block all the Qianbon that Yuren was flying over. Purple rain. After seeing the figure in front of him clearly, Yuren, who released Chiban, roared like crazy. Turned out to be his companion, who was controlled by Yu to block all his attacks. Since you gave me so many thousand copies. If you don't give you something back, it doesn't seem to be the past. Watching Yuren in front of him fall into a corpse, Yu's calm eyes did not fluctuate, but the sleeve of the kimono on his right hand suddenly waved. Chidori Kimono. A blue and white thunder and lightning gleamed, and hundreds of extremely thin thunders burst out of the air. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Yuren in front of Yu didn't even have a chance to scream, and his body was directly stabbed into a hedgehog by countless thunders. Ah ah ah! The remaining thunder kimono fell into the crowd next to him, a scream sounded, and a large number of ninjas fell instantly. Seeing you have so many people left, let me help you. Seeing that there are about 20 or 30 ninjas left in front of her eyes, the corners of their feather beaks are tilted up like demons. In the eyes of everyone's surprise, there was an extra spiral pill on his right hand. Water escape hard vortex water blade. Before I could understand what was going on, everyone in the clearing only heard the sound of a huge waterfall, and saw that Yu had an extra high-pressure water gun rotating in his right hand. What kind of water escape ninjutsu is that? Seeing the huge movement erupted from the high-pressure spiral water gun in Yu's hand, a ninja's face suddenly changed. I don't know, I have never seen such a technique. But that kind of change in nature. As long as we are scratched, we are all over. Another ninja swallowed hard, eyes full of fear. If there is a ninja with a high level of ninja or shadow in the scene at this time, he will definitely be shocked by the high-level ninjutsu with such high-level changes in nature and form. It's a pity that none of the ninjas present here knows the goods, so you chose to shoot directly. Boom! Afraid of destroying the scrolls on them, you chose to be merciful. The high-pressure water gun in his hand was only aimed at the open space in the middle of the crowd and threw it out, but the huge waterspout that was 20 to 30 meters high still lifted all the ninjas around. Ah ah ah! The ninjas who were lifted by the hard vortex water blade slammed heavily on the trunks and on the open ground one by one. Some were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and some were hit near the middle www.novel.com and lost their lives after breaking the trunk directly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? After witnessing the catastrophic scene caused by the instant hard vortex water blade, looked at the huge pothole in the clearing in front of him, and the wailing ninja lying on the ground. Of all the ninjas present, only a few Konoha's shinin could stand on the side. Looking at the white-haired teenagers who looked like demons in front of them, a few of them were even paralyzed on the ground by fright, their eyes widened and looked at Yu in horror. You guys are lucky. For the sake of the ninja in the same village, I will be gentle with you. Looking at the few Konoha Shida Shinobu who had completely lost their fighting spirit in front of him, he saw the demonic smile on Yu's face becoming more and more brilliant, and gradually walked towards them. Ah! Devil! He is a demon! How could there be such a ninja? Seeing Yu Chao coming towards him, only Konoha's Xiaren finally collapsed and let out a crazy roar. Soon, he also closed his mouth. Yu, who walked up to him, knocked him out with a kick. Went on to display physique and easily brought down all the remaining ninjas on the court. Under the attack of Yu's completely crushing physique, there was no one general. The situation on the clearing suddenly became clear, and all the ninjas fell. Finally got it. I don't know if this, will it be a bit too much? After solving all the ninjas, Yu muttered to himself, standing alone in the clearing. Then he lifted the ninjas on the ground one by one like trash, took out the scrolls on them and threw them on the open ground next to them, and then threw them into the pile of people. Chapter 59, Special Promotion. The sun sets, and the sun will soon go down. The afterglow of the setting sun spread all over the Death Forest, and it was already evening. In the Death Forest where the second Zongnin test is being performed, it seems abnormally quiet at the moment. At this time, in the terminal tower of the Death Forest, 2 Zongren on duty finally walked in. Don't come here so early. It's only half a day, those who are probably still fighting for the scrolls in the Death Forest. One of them said with a yawn. Not always. There are always some powerful ninjas in every Zongnin exam. Maybe it's already the end at this time. After another Zongren walked into the tower, he pushed open the gate of the tower while talking. Ah! But after pushing the door open, the 2 Zongnin were stunned by the scene in front of them. Someone finally came, it's really hard to wait. The 2 Zongren opened the door, only to see 2 mountains piled up at the entrance of the tower. One is a mountain of scrolls, and the other is a mountain of ninjas. A young boy with white hair, amber eyes and a handsome face was sitting on top of a bunch of ninjas, and he said after seeing them open the door. You. The Zongren who opened the door was already so scared that he couldn't speak. 31 scrolls, all of them are here. I think I have passed this exam. Yu said casually, and stepped into the gate of the tower, completely ignoring the 2 Zongren who were already scared and stupid. But I think the next 3rd exam, no one except me can take the exam. Yu walked into the tower with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Konoha, Hokage office. Hokage-sama. It's not good. A ninja opened the door and rushed in. What's the matter? Panicking. Seeing someone rush in without knocking on the door, the 3rd generation who was reading the frontline report frowned slightly. Naruto-sama, the results of the Chunin test have come out. I only heard the ninja panting. The result came out? Why is it so fast? The 3 generations who were reading the documents suddenly stopped. No. Didn't the 2nd session of the Zongnin exam just start in the afternoon? The 3rd game will not start until 3 days later. Why did the result come out? It's Yakushi Yu. He defeated all the Nikanin exams in this Nikanin exam. The ninja who came in felt the shadow level aura emanating from the 3 generations, and said profusely, he defeated all the ninjas who took the Zongnin test in the Death Forest this afternoon, and took away all the scrolls in their hands. What? After listening to the report, the pipe on the mouth of the 3rd generation fell on the table. Is this kid crazy? Soon, the 3 generations picked up the pipe and took a deep breath, pondered for a while, and said to him, you go to the Death Forest and call him over now. Yes. The ninja who entered the door instantaneously disappeared in place. This brat. 3 generations spit out a puff of smoke. I really don't want my old bone to worry about. After coming out of the Death Forest, follow the ninja leading the way on the way to the Naruto office. Yu is not worried. What wood show is destroyed by the forest wind, and what pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger, he thinks these are nonsense. If a tree is not even taller than other trees, how can it be a towering tree? If a person doesn't even have the courage to show himself, how can he become a superpower? Just like the pharmacist, a character who showed no inferiority to Kakashi in his early appearances, medical ninjutsu was praised by Tsunade as his ability to perform skills surpassing his peak period, with a flexible mind and an insight into the hearts of people. Ingenious thinking. But he played the role of a small person for a long time, and lost himself between the role changes. Even if he mastered the fairy mode and reincarnated in the dirty soil, he could only hide in the dark corner and dare not show it to others. If it was Uchiha Madara, would he pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Will he be weaker than others? No, he will only use his strength to tell everyone who is inferior to him, he is the strong one. That's why Uchiha Madara can watch the world, and it is called the ninja myth with Senjujima. People fear him more than Senjujima. Besides, Yu is no longer a weak person now. With superb ninjutsu, line fruit ability, and other whole cards, he has been able to fight head-on to Shinobu even though he is only 6 years old. Will be the top of the Ling, looking at the mountains and small mountains, this is Yu's life creed. After arriving at the door of Hokage's office, he knocked on the door of the office. Come in. Hokage-sama, Yakushi Yu brought it here. You go down first. The 3 generations behind the desk put down the files in their hands and turned their attention to Yu who entered the door. Yu, sit down. Thank you Hokage-sama. Yu was also welcome, and directly sat on the sofa next to him. You kid, let me tell you what is good. 3 generations looked at Yu on the sofa with an annoyed expression, with an unusually tangled expression. I asked you to behave well in this Zongnin exam. You behaved too much, right? Nothing wrong? Isn't this just the task you gave me, Lord Naruto? You also showed a bright smile to Sunday. www.novel.com. You let me perform well in this ninja exam, so that those ninjas from Ninja Village and other forces can see the strength of our Konoha. Now, I don't think any of them would dare to question Konoha's strength anymore. You. The 3 generations were speechless for a while, and there was a hint of helplessness on their faces. I really can't do anything with you as a kid. But being so troubled by you today can indeed deter those who peeped at Konoha. The 3 generations pondered for a moment, and then said, how about those Konoha's ninjas in the Zongnin exam today? Konoha's ninjas are merciful to me, at most they are just injured. Ha is telling the truth. Compared with the tragic Yunin, Kushinen, and Takanen, the Konoha Shimonen in the Death Forest today has indeed been merciful. Then so be it, based on your excellent performance in the Zongnin exam. 3 generations said halfway, and then paused. As Naruto, I hereby promote you as a special shinobu. Especially shinobu. Yu was stunned. He thought that at most the 3 generations would arrange for him a Zhongren, but he did not expect that he would be promoted to a special one. Different from the omnipotent development of Shangren, special Shangren refers to ninjas with unique talents and development in some aspects. They are slightly worse than Shangren, but are much stronger than the general Zongren, and their strength and status are in the middle. Between shinobi. There is another thing, how are you thinking about it? After finished speaking, Sunday took a deep breath and looked at Yu in front of him. Chapter 60, Closed Disciple. About that thing? Yu was slightly startled, and then reacted immediately, took a deep breath, and looked at the 3 generations firmly. It is my honor to be favored by 3 generations of Naruto masters, of course there is no objection. What a joke, he is an orphan picked up from the battlefield, and he can be accepted by Konoha's 3 generations of Hokage as a closed disciple. He will not agree until his brain is kicked by a donkey. Ha 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 ha, very good. I'll pass on the good news in a minute. Seeing you agree, Sunday burst into laughter. Was able to accept such a talented and vertical disciple in his later years, he was also very relieved. But, Uzayazi, should you change my name now? Sarutobi teacher. This night, Konoha's genius ninja Yakushi Yu defeated all the ninjas in this year's ninja exam. The news that the ninja was promoted to a special supreme ninja by 3 generations of Naruto and received as a closed disciple spread throughout Konoha with wings. The 6-year-old special shinin has also become the closed disciple of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. When this news was brought back to his village by the ninja who took the ninja test today, the entire ninja world was shocked. Uchiha clan land. Has you already been particularly forbearing? And he was accepted as a disciple by Master Naruto. Shishui, who had just returned from a special mission, was stunned. The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Hearing this news, Zishui began to practice harder. No. I have to take the Zhongnan exam after the Chinese New Year. You can't be left behind by that guy. Jen, underground base. Are you special? Sitting on the stage listening to the report from his subordinates, Dan Zhang's face showed a greedy expression. Yakushi Yu, I didn't see you wrong as expected, what a genius. But something seemed to have been thought of, his face showed a gloomy anger again. He actually became a disciple of Sarutobi, damn. Sarutobi, did you make this idea? Subconsciously squeezed the armrest of the seat, and Danzo's eyes showed deep resentment and ambition. Sooner or later, I will sit in the position of Hokage. Let everyone know that darkness is the true meaning of ninja. Konoha Orphanage. Special Shinobi. Also became the disciple of 3 generations of Naruto master. Hearing the news that you had brought back, in the huge wooden house, Yakushi Yenaiyu and everyone were shocked. So, because of the relationship between the work of the Konoha medical class and training, I will move out from tomorrow, but no matter what. Looking at the completely stunned pharmacist Nooyu and the group of dumbfounded friends around, Yu said seriously, Dean, you are all my family. Indeed, I have been in this world for more than 2 years. While imperceptibly, Yu has already regarded pharmacist Nanoyu and the entire Konoha orphanage as his family. But you are only 6 years old. Looking at the Yu who has become a special ninja at only 6 years old, Yakushi Nanoyu realized that he had never imagined what kind of ninja this boy would become in the future. Special. Especially forbearance. What kind of concept is that? Saw that Yu, who was as big as himself, had become a special shinobu, and was favored by 3 generations of Hokage as a disciple. The eyes of a group of friends from the Konoha orphanage looking at Yu is beyond description. Especially Urasi, staring at Yu stubbornly. You, don't lie to me, you guy, must be the reincarnation of the 6 immortals, right? Are the 6 immortals reincarnated? Hearing this, Yu stroked his nose a little funny. Looks like. This is not the first time someone has described him like this. You, after moving out, will you come back to see us? At this moment, the 2 girls, Mayuna and Momika, looked at Yu in front of them with some timid eyes. Inevitably, Yu's excellent performance has already caused a sense of distance between them. Peach Incense, come here. Looking at Momika who wrote all his thoughts on her face, Yu suddenly looked straight and waved to her. What are you doing? Oh. Just walked over with some curiosity, but Doxiang suddenly cried out and covered her forehead. I just said that we are a family. How could I not come back to see you? Ha learned how Uchiha Itachi flicked Sasuke's forehead in the original book, and flicked Momika's forehead. It hurts, every time. The fragrance of peach covered his forehead, but he couldn't help but smile. Yu's intimacy has undoubtedly brought them closer again. Are you particularly Shinobu, disciple of Lord Naruto? Stood in the corner, silently looking at Yu surrounded by the crowd, his eyes full of envy. The talent of the evildoer, the perfect appearance, the support of everyone, and now there are still 3 generations of disciples, such a prominent identity. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Ming Ming is the same age, the same birth, and is also an orphan picked up from the battlefield by Yakushi no Neiyu. Now Yu, unknowingly, already has so many things that they simply can't reach. Maybe at the beginning, they were people from different worlds. Time flies, time flies. More than a year has passed since Yu became Konoha's special shinobu and 3 generations of disciples. The 3rd ninja war finally had a new result. The Sandy ninja village in the Kingdom of Wind was defeated, and there was a tendency to make peace with Konoha. On this day, Sarutobi's mansion. The courtyard is connected to the surrounding woods, with a wide open space in the middle. Fire escape fire dragon flare. Accompanied by a deep and light drink, the 3 huge hot flames directly turned into a blazing mad dragon, which continuously raged and bombarded the feathers from the front, left and right directions. This is a B-level fire escape ninjutsu. It is powerful and dances like a violent dragon. It is very difficult to get the fire dragon to obey the caster. Only skilled ninjas can learn it. But in the hands of Dr. Ninjutsu Sarutobi Hizen, these 3 lifelike fire dragons can turn enemies into ashes in an instant. A Class B fire escape is so powerful. Sarutobi Sensei is indeed a man called the God of Ninjutsu. Facing the powerful fire escape ninjutsu released by the 3 generations in front of him, he saw you speak in admiration, but his hands were already sealed instantly. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. A large amount of water gushed out of thin air, quickly forming a huge water dragon, roaring and hitting the fire dragon flame bomb released by the 3rd generation.